No,
Oh, really?
it's not.
Oh, please explain.
Antimatter is just regular matter with an opposite sign to it. So there's the electron. The electron has a negative charge. The positron, which is the antimatter of the electron, has a positive charge. That's what it is.
You're talking about
So
concepts,
he's
man.
trying to explain something in his view
It's a
of what
concept,
it is.
though.
Well, what
There's no validity.
other than words, how would I explain something to you?
There's no difference between dark matter, antimatter, dark energy, quantum foam. These are all euphemisms for what they want to hide behind, which is
No, they're not.
yeah.
So wait, do atoms have positrons?
An antimatter atom
Do,
would have
doesn't
positrons. An antimatter atom would have positrons in place of electrons. It would have whatever the antimatter component is for protons, and then it would have neutrons.
would it be antitons?
I don't know what they would be. I don't know what they're called.
What about would the neutrons still be neutrons, or would they be anti-neutrons?
I'm not 100% sure, but I believe they would still be neutral.
I think it would probably balance out anyways. Like the antimatter thing doesn't make sense to me because they still got all these components that would kind of balance out what they are. Doesn't matter what components are which. Like A doesn't have to be negative to make the other A part positive disappear. Like that doesn't matter in my opinion. It doesn't.
Well, nature does have an opinion, and the nature gets the last word on this. So if you put a positron and an electron together, they will annihilate each other and release a large amount of energy. That's what I think it was. Was it Rikia who said if you had a teaspoon of antimatter, it would blow up New York? Yeah.
That was me. That was me.
Oh, that was you. That would release all of its energy. So yeah, it does matter. Because matter is energy. Energy is matter.
Antimatter doesn't matter, but it does.
Nobody said
I don't get it, dude. Like, it doesn't. It really doesn't, in my opinion. I still don't think that makes any sense.
Well, that's just your opinion, and like the other person said, yes, it does matter because if you had a teaspoon, you could blow up New York.
Yeah, well, when we get a teaspoon of antimatter, we can conquer anybody, I guess. But we still haven't done it.
I sure as hell wouldn't want to be carrying that shit around.
That would suck, right?
I don't get it, Brenda. If they're able to do it all day, every day, how is it that they haven't gathered 1 teaspoon of it? It doesn't make any sense. If they do it all the time.
How can some regular scientist even be trusted with something so destructive and dangerous?
Can you at least let her answer my question, though? Brenda?
There you go. Minuscule numbers of antiparticles are generated daily at particle accelerators. Total artificial production has only been a few nanograms.
Damn.
Upgrade
sure,
your gray
but
matter because one day it may matter.
All right.
Nothing
Well,
matters.
What about just the general acceleration? Isn't that putting the energy into the matter? In fact, that would not really be annihilation. That would just be a collision.
Don't know.
All right. So what form of energy would be released? Is really the question that's on my mind right now.
Yeah, I find it a dead end conversation talking about things that really none of us have any expertise in, and we all have questions, but I don't think anybody has a direct answer, unless we read about it or something.
What if
Well,
we
when,
revise?
when matter and antimatter collide, it's just what you're left with is pure energy.
Bro, that's just words, bro. You can't
Is
show
that like
nobody
Goku,
energy.
or what do you mean?
Yeah, what is that? What is
Yeah, your
what is energy?
full quantification of energy units no sooner explains energy than tells us what it is. So, what is
It's all
energy?
explanations based
14
on their model they have
newtons.
created.
Energy, all right, it has to be in some form of energy. Let's be real. Energy
But
doesn't
what does
just
that
float
mean?
there.
A form of what? Like, are you
Is it
saying
like
it has to
rap
be in
skills?
matter?
Is that energy?
It's street energy. So it comes out in street energy.
I'm thinking
So
of that
cred,
song from the
street
90s.
cred.
Remember that song from the 90s that was like pure energy? Do, do.
Have you heard that one I posted, Gio,
Which one? A song?
from Deltron? You guys were
Deltron
talking about
3030?
matter.
Yeah, I know this album. I remember this album.
Yeah. He says, upgrade your gray matter because one day it may matter.
Bro, people hate using the word God because like you can't like show it, right? Like oh well, what do you mean? What are you talking about? But people will do that with energy, right? Or in an angel, a soul, right? Angels and souls, you can't show people that. I can't quantify it. Right? Then you say energy or antimatter. You're just saying words, different words in a different religion. You can't show me. You could show me antimatter at the same time you could show me God. Never.
I just want to know precisely what kind of energy it is that antimatter produces. Once
Closest you're gonna get,
annihilation.
closest you're gonna get to antimatter would literally be a black hole.
Whoa.
So if you
What the
can
fuck is a black
contain
hole?
a black,
All
that
holes
is
are black.
it's a dielectric field essentially that's overthrowing the magnetic capability to keep it
Black
into
holes are
phenomenal
dielectric.
existence.
Black hole is insulator. Okay,
So you're
right.
just gonna interrupt me while I'm talking? That's what we're gonna do.
A black
So
I
hole.
can I
think that
start
was an
talking?
intentional interruption. That was probably an accident.
Yeah, a black hole is essentially just a spatial cosmic field state in which the dielectric capacitance has completely overthrown the spatial attribute of magnetism, for which all mass has magnitude alone solely due to magnetism alone.
Bro. Like, do you know what that means? Do you know what that means when everything you just...
Yeah. Basically, what I've just told you is that everything in phenomenal existence that you interact with, i.e. matter, is only there due to magnetism's ability to keep it there. And when you have these two fields, this magnetic and dielectric field, they're mutually antagonistic. And when you see a black hole, that means that the dielectric has overthrown the magnetic capability of keeping it in phenomenal existence. Therefore, you have a black hole.
All those words mean Dr. Fester.
Yeah, just so a black hole is just very intense gravitational field.
It's basically, in short, it's just a giant mass, which is or has become a point source object, like a magnet or a pulsar or a quasar, and upon which all magnitude, i.e. magnetism, has erased the supermass from the Cartesian cosmos.
Okay, do you believe in space? Because is this black hole in space?
Well, essentially, all dynamos are black holes.
So they're all in space, and they're
very
millions of
small,
miles. They're millions and millions and
minute.
millions and trillions of miles away.
Well, I don't really want to speculate upon things I can't
Well, you've already
necessarily
said
interact with
black
too
holes
well.
are
But
huge bunches of mass that are dielectric magnetic conglomerates, and they're in space, right? Because they're not on Earth.
well,
You're
so-called-
acknowledging space. That's interesting.
what's that? Yeah, I'm
You're acknowledging
just talking
space.
about black holes.
No, you talked to me. You said you know what they are. You gave me a very long description of what a black hole is.
Well,
This dielectric magnetic
it's
failure.
not
of,
really. I'll
of-
tell you this. I associate it as a black hole, but it's neither black nor is it a hole. Because a hole implies space has properties, which it doesn't.
Okay.
The black hole, if you look at the nuclear particle, are the universe's great matter recyclers, and they emit, like I said, trillions of tons of hydrogen, which is essentially a proton, and its dynamo effect is hydrogen. And in the phenomena of a galactic jet, around their polarity, the poles along the axis of the geomagnetic precession, it emits these protium.
Well,
So the notion of a giant mass without magnitude is hard to grasp in simple human minds since they have no parallels here on Earth. However, a black hole is both simplex and hyperlogical.
okay, so you're believing
When
in
any
space.
person, are you just going to interrupt me?
But you won't stop. You never
You're just going to
stop.
fucking interrupt me?
You don't stop.
Yeah, you've talked far long enough. I've waited my turn, and it's my turn. So you simmer down, bud.
Go ahead, Dazo. Just finish, but keep in mind that might be a long stretch that.
Well,
if it's
I'll just drop 2 sentences, and then I'll sit back for an hour. How about that?
No, you're good. Just go ahead. No, Zanuck totally interrupted you. Go ahead, finish. Go ahead.
Just wanted to say a black hole is both simplex and hyperlogical when any person grasps the conjugate nature of the dielectric and magnetism. Basically, in an AC circuit, the higher the voltage, meaning the dielectric, the more the lines come together, and the more the amperage, i.e. the magnetism, the more the AC lines spread apart. And under nearly all conventions of mass and energy, these mutually antagonistic fields are matched more or less. Whereas in a black hole's instance, the dielectric has utterly and absolutely dominated magnetism's ability to keep said supermass in the visible universe, whereby which we have a supermass with no magnetinous presence in the visible realm of ordinary mass as we are accustomed.
What does hyperlogical mean?
Really, really logical.
Well, he said a black hole is many different things, many different ways. But he also said that in the universe, and he's also talking about black holes actually existing, and they're not on Earth, so he must acknowledge space. So that's interesting. So he must not be a flat earther. Daiso, do you think the Earth is flat?
Well, I'm not sure. I've never been to the edge, but I can tell you it's not a spheroid.
Are there objects in our universe or in our solar system spheres? Like Jupiter and Mars and the Moon? Are they spheres?
Don't know. I can only see them 2-dimensionally.
No, we can actually see them 3-dimensionally when we see them in the telescope.
Does that prove what Earth is by looking at something else?
No, I'm just curious because
You said you see
basically
it
said
in
there's black
3-dimensional?
hole. He talked about black holes and their properties being dielectric magnetism and a conjugate field of both, or a failure of the conjugate field so that they collapse into something where we can't see. It doesn't mean it's a hole or it's black. It just means it's a failure of this conjugate field of dielectric capacitance and magnetism, which absolutely is complete, utter nonsense. I don't mean
Here
that
we go with the naysays.
I don't know. I don't mean that in a name calling way. I mean that in that doesn't make any sense to anybody that knows physics.
Well, but how do you know what a black hole is?
And furthermore, you don't understand anything about conjugate geometry.
We studied it enough scientifically to understand it's a very, very dense
You've studied
amount
a black
of
hole?
mass.
No.
What did you
We've
study?
seen the effects, in the telescopes, at observatories. Yes, I've seen them in telescopes. We've seen the effects of it through a
You
telescope.
can
Very
see
powerful
black
telescope.
holes.
You can see the effects of you can see where it's not there. You can see how it blocks certain things behind
So
it.
you're making up something that
You can see how the
I think I can add something.
You can see how the magnetism. You can see how the gravitational. Hold on. You can see how gravitational lensing works for things behind the black hole as well.
Lensing. Yeah, that's funny.
Hey, did you finish, Zanuck? Zanuck, did you finish? Because I want to see those pics whenever you're finished.
What do you want to see? Which pictures do you want to see of how it's?
I don't know. Like, I want to see the effects that you're like kind of observing. Like, you don't have to show like exact things, but you know what I mean.
It's called an Einstein ring, and so just Google.
He doesn't want you to explain anything, Brenda. He wants to see it. Do you know
Brenda,
the
he wants to
difference?
see a picture.
So
Somehow
if you had interrupted me, I would have simply said Google Einstein ring and look at the images.
Exactly.
Okay, let me Google.
I really just I want to see like the truth. Just show me the truth and what you're talking about.
That is the truth. You've been studying black holes for years now.
And one thing to add is that we conceptualize them before finding them out. So it doesn't make a lot of sense to ask how do we know what that is, because it's not like we found that in nature and then after we found it we said what it was. We first said what it was and then we figure out that actually exists in nature.
Yes, they're a prediction of general relativity.
So
that's why I don't get it.
the
Like,
question,
what can a black hole be made of if it has all this gravitational pull, and what is it doing? Like, is it a wormhole? Is that what the black hole is? Like, they're similar to wormholes? Like, you know?
Black hole forms when a star has a black hole. I'm going to tell you, a black hole forms when a star has enough mass that the pull of the pushing of ordinary matter is not strong enough to counteract the pull of gravity, and it simply collapses into its gravitational Schwarzschild radius, and it can no longer be in balance with those two forces, and so then it collapses.
You can
All
demonstrate.
right, so
this?
I get how, like, so maybe the sun would just go out and just be
Which
cold.
two
but
forces specifically are you speaking about?
So the sun isn't large enough. It doesn't have enough matter in it. The sun will just burn out.
You invoke two forces. I want to know specifically two forces of what?
Gravity, and then the repulsive force of fusion.
Gravity is not a force. Fusion's not a force. Thank you.
Yeah, they are. They are.
Gravity
Gravity is a force.
Gravity is not a force.
Gravity causes a force. Yes.
All right.
Gravity would be more accurately
and that force is
explained as
proportional to the mass.
acceleration.
And that force is proportional to the mass, and that mass will have an acceleration imparted on it. Yes.
Not at all.
Yeah, gravity is an emergent
Gravity,
force.
does gravity affect light? I thought light.
Is gravity a centripetal force?
Wait,
So if gravity
What?
affects light and light doesn't
What
have
kind
a
of
mass
force
to
is
it,
it?
then
Pseudo-force.
you just contradicted yourself.
It's a pseudo force, of course, yeah, which means it's fictitious.
No, that's not what it means. It doesn't mean that it's
It's exactly a fictitious force.
No, that's not what pseudo
I'm not
means.
arguing this with you.
Oh, so
because you have no argument.
So it's pseudo. Doesn't mean,
I'm literally not going to argue with you. It is a
I don't care.
fictitious
So
force.
then
End of story.
Hold
You
on.
literally are. A fictitious
Seriously,
force,
hold on.
fake force. Lambert force is not a fake force. It is a force that is reference frame dependent and has no origin. It's that simple.
If you cannot identify a force of what by what to what, you don't have a force. What you have is just invoked a fairy tale.
Okay, so let's go back to centrifugal force being a fictitious force and see how that works. And it's very real. If you're in my race car and I take a turn and you strap in, you're going to end up.
I think you just got it wrong, Xander. You got it wrong.
All right, guys. At this point, we need to see what fictitio is, right?
Yeah.
So that
Or the definition of
so
pseudo.
that's let's see the definition of fictitio. So
Look
that
at
they understand what they're saying, right?
That's
Don't use Webster.
Gio,
This is a physics term.
why is Sanic allowed to interrupt so much, bro?
I was just
because this is the thing, Silent.
It makes no sense.
We were literally in the process of determining what is fictitious, what it isn't. We don't have to go to the dictionary. This is a whole different topic. Because what Zanuck said, what Zanuck had said, and he's claiming that gravitation is a centripetal force, right? Are you claiming that?
No, he didn't.
Which is fictitious as well.
I never said that.
Well, let's compare the two.
That. Hold on.
All right, let's compare the two.
Things, all right.
Okay.
I said it is a fictitious force. It is a Lambert force. It is a pseudo force. That is what gravity causes. All right. So get it straight. It's not
pseudo force. All right. So you also stated that centrifugal force is a pseudo force.
Centrifugal is a fictitious force.
Centrifugal. That's the same. That's the one I said. I didn't pronounce it technically. Centrifugal. Whatever. Same thing, dude. I'm not gonna argue. I'm not gonna argue over how it's pronounced, dude. This isn't Harry Potter.
As long as you got it close, I'm okay with it. Centrifugal.
All right. Well, I'm pronouncing it fine, dude. You don't have to. You don't have to correct me.
It's also a pseudo force, centrifugal force. Yes.
Yeah, but it's very real, right?
It's absolutely very real.
Well, now you tell me how this is a real force. Centrifugal, it's real because it happens.
Right.
Where is the centripetal force? Something like a satellite orbiting around Earth or the moon. No,
Satellite.
that's not good enough.
Well,
That's not good enough,
centripetal,
dude.
centripetal and
He's asking
centrifugal
me.
are
And I rest
antecedents.
my case. That's just not good enough, dude.
No,
There's no,
That's true.
that wasn't his
That's the very
answer.
thing
It's
we're
orange.
arguing here. You can't use the thing that we're arguing as a proof of the thing we're arguing.
Okay, a pseudo-force is a force that's not fundamental,
No,
that
no,
arises,
sorry.
that arises
He asked
from
about an example of a centripetal force, an example of
no,
something in reality that's
centrifugal, not centripetal.
he said centripetal. Centripetal is like a ball on a string.
You don't even
A
listen to what he
ball on a
asked.
string around
You're
your
not
head.
asking.
The
Yes,
ball
we
on
know
the
that.
string.
He
The
was
string is,
asking for a
Stop
specific
it!
example
Stop it! I'm
of
giving you one.
centripetal force.
I'm giving you one. A ball on a string. The string acts as a centripetal force to hold the bucket from the centrifugal force, which is pulling it out. But it's a pseudo force pulling it out. The centripetal force is pulling it in. Make sense? My God.
Dude, all right. So what's the force that I'm using to move my fingers around to like make clicks and stuff? Is that a force too?
That would be probably, those are your muscles, which are activated by electromagnetic signals
And
from
muscles
your
and tendons and stuff. Yeah, like that's
And that would
the
be-
force of centrifugal and centripetal as well.
No, it's most likely electrochemical.
Why would you invoke electro
Well, we
when
don't
you
have to
don't
get
even
that.
understand what electricity
I'm just
is?
saying that there's a
Magnetism.
connection, man. Like the
What
muscles
is
are
with
all
you? Why
connected
can't
to
you
make
get
a
this
move.
straight?
If there's
Why
a
can't you
string,
get
I
this
wave
straight?
it. I
Centripetal
wave
force.
something like a coin in front of your face. No, I mean, you're getting sleepy. You're getting sleepy. And
Oh my
oh
God.
well,
Are you a
is
troll?
that
Are you a serious troll?
is that a
Seriously,
force?
you're trolling us.
Really? I'm just, dude. You're dangling things on a string. You're swinging things around on a string. That's not centripetal force.
Yes,
You
that
just-
is centripetal force.
I think you're trolling. I think
That's
you're
exactly
trolling.
what it means.
When you're swinging it around a circle, it has a radius and a circular path. That is centripetal force that the string or chain is
It's-
creating.
yeah,
Well,
it's
th-
pulling.
there are-
It's pulling
the
it
opposite
closer to the
force-
pole.
Hold on.
Is that?
The
No, I'm
opposite-
trying to
the
get.
oppo- Hold on. The opposite.
I don't get it.
force
I don't
is
get it. You're gonna
the-
have
Hold
to
on a second.
explain
Yeah,
that.
this is chaotic. Witchcraft, try to finish. Yeah, go ahead. Just try to say what you're saying.
I just don't get it. Is it swinging around a pole and you just whip it with your hand and that's centripetal force? Like I just need to visualize it to properly take in what you're saying because I don't want you to repeat yourself and I don't want to have to interrupt repetitively and be like, dude, I don't get it. You're going too far now. Like it's gonna go over everybody's head and I feel like if we're not on the same page, we're just losing what you're saying.
The yo-yo on a string, the string is a centripetal force, right? The force exerted by the yo-yo is the centrifugal force.
Is that why they use strings to film the ISS footage? Is that why?
You're just troll. You're a
He's
troll.
trolling. He's trolling.
No, I'm being absolutely serious. Are they
Oh,
recreating it because it's too hard?
Yeah, I think you're just a Poe.
So listen to the fantasy they want you to believe. They want you to believe that that ball swinging outwards is creating an inner force. You get it?
Yes, that's
Nobody said that.
That's the magic that you want to portray, right? Well,
Yeah,
we all know when
nobody
you're
said-
on a merry-go-round and you're swinging, it's throwing you outwards.
There's no force. It's a pseudo force. What's throwing
No.
you outwards is your inertia. That's why it's
There's
called
no pseudo nothing.
Yeah,
I agree. I agree. I agree. It's a real force.
SE, yeah, you're then agreeing with them.
It's a real force. It's caused by
Yeah.
something else, which in the case of centrifugal force, is your inertia.
So
Exact-
back
but
to your
you-
fantasy black holes now. You
that's
think,
why.
hold on. You think that space and time contract to collapse a star, right? That's what you're saying?
If you have enough mass, yes.
Not mass, space and time. You were saying gravity, right? Causes that? So you're saying space and time makes the star collapse, correct?
Wrong.
Do you see what fantasy you guys believe in?
I never said the words that you claim I said. So stop putting words into my mouth.
What makes the star collapse into a black hole?
Gravity does.
So
And
how
what
does
is
it
gravity?
bend?
How do you know the
It
mass
bends
of
the
a star?
space-time too hard because of too much mass. That makes no sense because it would be losing mass from all
Is
the
there a center
burning
point
it's
to this
been
gravity?
doing.
It's a dark hole. Look at Sonic picture, guys. There you got it. Go
But
home.
also, how do you know the mass of a star? Please describe.
Well, they know what a teaspoon of stardust weights. What makes you think that they cannot know the size or the mass?
Exactly.
What are you talking
I mean,
about? They got
bro,
matter. They
that's
got matter. That's the opposite of matter. What are you talking about, man?
Think about
Yeah,
what
I
I
really
said,
would love
guys.
to know, Brenda. How do you how do you know what the mass of a star is? A trillion light years away.
You can measure how strongly it pulls on another star.
Jesus Christ.
Wow.
nice.
I just wonder where Biodual is because I want him here for this so Zanuck and him can keep debating how there's a string involved with centripetal force.
Well, that's a good point to clarify.
Yes, there's a
It
string
was
that is creating the centripetal force. What's wrong with you on this?
So
We've
if I have
explained
a
it to you many
string
times.
without a
It's a
ball on
force
the
that
end of
keeps.
it and I
If
spin
the
it
ball
around,
was not tied to the string, it would fly off in a straight path. So it keeps it in a circular path, which is by definition creating a force because anytime an object makes a turn, it's changing direction, which is change of velocity, which is it creates a change of momentum, which requires a force. So the string creates a need and a requirement for centripetal force, and it's
Which way is the ball want to go? Which way does the
God
ball want
dang
to
it!
go?
By
The
the string.
yeah, no, technically he
So
was still
the
talking.
string creates the centripetal force. Yes,
In
centripetal
which
force
direction does the
caused
ball
by
want to
the
go?
string, and its value, its tension on that string will be a factor of its mass
That's a
times
good
the
question.
velocity divided by the radius, and that'll calculate what that tension will be. And
In
you can
which
actually measure.
direction when you cut
You
the
can put a
string?
string scale on a bowling ball and swing it around yourself and get that value to the T with that equation.
Tell me when you're
Mass
done
times velocity
preaching.
divided by the. You keep
Hold
on
on.
talking. It doesn't work.
Zanuck.
Hold on,
I think
hold
that's
on, guys. Hold on. Essie was kind of trying to get in, but Zanuck, the thing is that hold on a second. You're talking over me. Okay, Zanuck, the thing is that you do say something, but it's like, I guess you want to get it out so bad that you'll keep doing it and repeating it. It's like you try to say it in 15 different ways. If you could please try to like make a point and pass it. It is a discussion. It's not just you trying to, I think you feel like you're teaching people or something. You keep doing it and all you do is go outwards instead of like saying something and then, pass it back and forth. So let's let SC respond. Go ahead, SC.
Can I just
I
add
was just
something?
wondering.
SC was trying to respond. Hold on, Mike.
I was just wondering a simple question. When we cut that ball, when you're spinning that ball, right? It's at the end of the rope. Now, when you cut that ball, when you cut that rope, what direction does the ball travel?
A straight tangent.
Perpendicular
does it
to
go
the string.
inwards towards your hand or does it go outwards?
None.
Well,
It's
actually,
perpendicular.
Hold on now. It depends on the
At
medium.
90 degrees to its axis.
It depends on the medium, depends on the object too, because if you have an object...
This is a very important point that he's bringing up because I think our intuitions
I understand that. We've already gone over this 100 times.
No, we didn't.
My point to you is that if you have an object within an object, right, or water within this object that's oscillating, and you let that stream, it's not just going to go straight because you have something else that's rotating within it. Kind of like what do they call it when somebody throws a curveball? There's an effect to that.
Magnus effect. That doesn't work. It only works in air. That only works in air. Sorry.
That's derailing the subject.
That's a Magnus effect, and that only works with air.
So see, when you're rotating the ball with a string, if you cut the string, the direction of the ball is going to be perpendicular to the direction that the string was when you cut it. So it's not outwards and not inwards.
It always travels in a straight line, yes or no?
Exactly, straight line, yes.
Exactly.
Show me where there air isn't.
I was going to
Why
say
would you say
that
the Magnus effect? It only matters if there's an air, like interaction.
Correct.
Yeah, well, I'm just
wanna
saying, there's air everywhere. So anytime you have something
there's no air in a vacuum.
flying through
I think
space,
Terry wants to get a word in. Go ahead, Terry.
Yeah, I was trying to say something though about the matter.
Yeah,
I'm
I
sorry,
want
I'm
to keep
sorry.
it. I want to keep it back on track with the actual explanation of the forces. Do you know? You guys know cricket? Australian cricket?
Oh, God.
Yeah.
No, not really. We're North Americans, bro.
Oh, okay. Well, when the bowler bowls his ball, he brings it up in an arc or a portion of a circle, and when he releases it, the ball is released at that point, and it goes straight.
Yep.
That's an example. That's an example. Practical an example.
Yeah, I
Right
get
now,
that.
getting back to the black hole, right? What is
Okay, back to
gravity,
your hole.
which is sorry?
I said, get back to your hole.
Yeah. What is gravity, right? Which they say that's what collapses a star, right? Now, gravity, the current understanding is space and time, right? So they're trying to make you believe that space and time collapses a star.
No, you have it. You're mistaken. It's mass. It's the uneven distribution of mass within space and time. Mass tells space and time how to bend.
And how do we know the mass of a
Gr-
star?
Mass and
again?
matter don't accelerate towards one another, and gravity is not a property of either matter or masses composed of compounded matter. All matter, be it simplex or compounded, is ultra high energy light, and as such, ultra high energy dielectric dynamos that necessitatively induce current in the ether or medium as such. This induction circuit, inherent to the nature of matter, generates the attributional impulse current of the ether and movement of matter, or the phenomena called gravity.
Yeah.
You're welcome.
Yeah. Again,
Yeah, so in
you guys are
physics,
like dancing past. Please, do you? Okay. The mass of a star. You said you can measure it by other stars, but then you got to take that star and measure it against another star, and take another star and measure it against that star. How do you know the distance between these stars in order
Yeah.
to get accurate measurements? Are you out of your minds?
Trigonometry,
We're dancing
bro.
past, like,
Don't you
what
know?
are you talking about?
It's all
Trigonometry,
guesswork.
man. That's how they
It's all
know.
guesswork, and it started with Venus, assuming the size of Venus and assuming the size of Earth.
No,
And
it's not guesswork.
snowballed
It's
from there.
trigonometry, man. It's math.
Choom.
Real. I'm sorry. That's what it is.
So, do you have an answer? Can you please validate in any way or cite how exactly we know for any kind of certainty, any distance or size of anything that we can see in the sky?
Yes, trigonometry. That's how it can be
Well,
done.
by assuming distances, of course, I know, but like we need to know.
No.
We
We
need
don't
to
assume. We don't need to assume anything. We can measure with trigonometry. What are you talking about? We're not
Okay,
assuming.
somebody's been drinking tonight,
measure with trigonometry. Yeah, I like it.
and his name starts with an S.
Oh, I'm just parroting what they. parrot
Your,
all the
your
time.
name,
bro, I know.
your name
It's
starts with an S,
ridiculous.
Montreal. Your name starts with an S.
Touche, Terry.
Oh,
Is there anyone
caught
here
him.
who has experience in calculating star masses?
Yeah, I'd love to hear about that.
Because I mean, if there's no one here that works in that field, then maybe no one knows the answer for that. I mean, we might need someone that.
Correct, Bacon.
Well,
Nobody here on
I think
Earth.
it's an open
Look.
conversation.
No, I'm talking
Yeah,
about
it's
this voice channel, not
Bacon.
or
What you
whatever.
can do is go Google it and then spend 5 minutes in it, and then you turn back here and you be
Well,
an expert by that time.
Well,
You're
I
gonna
don't
be
think
arguing it like, hard. You're
Well,
gonna argue the
I bet
points. Google says
my
this
cousin might
wrong,
know that
you're wrong.
answer.
You don't understand. This is what it is.
yeah.
Yeah, this is the answer. Don't question how we found the answer. Just believe the
No,
answer.
do question. But the thing is, if no one here on this voice channel knows the answer, I mean, that's
They're
not the point.
awfully quiet right now. That's
Hold on, Bacon. Do you think you know the answer?
Brenda knows the answer. So,
Of course not.
Hold on. I think Bacon knows the answer.
Of course not. That's my point.
If you
I-
can't paraphrase the
Because-
said the answer. Brenda already said the answer. You can measure it against the gravitational pull of other stars. That's what.
Yes,
That's what Brenda said.
because if you know the orbit of a star,
How do you know the orbit of a star?
you
Like, how
observe
do you
it.
know?
You observe it.
and you know the distance and the size of
Yeah.
each of those things.
So,
Because when you say you measure it against something
so you
else,
want
then
me
you're
to
gonna have
you want me to answer you, but you keep talking over
Well,
me.
I
Please
gave you.
stop
I
that.
asked a
Please
while. You didn't
stop.
say anything for like 2
I
minutes.
did. I was saying something, and then you interrupted me.
I'd
So
like to hear
please
your
stop.
answer, Alan. If he doesn't keep over talking, you're trying to give you the answer.
All right, let's start over.
Please stop.
Here, I'll give you the question
Please
again.
stop.
I'll give you the question again. Here it is. So the
I
starting
know
one,
the
right?
question.
So my question is, right? You said that you measure the stars by measuring it against other stars, but how do you know the distance and size of that star, and so on and so on?
So when two stars are binary stars, they are orbiting each other. Over a period of time, you can measure their orbits. And from that, using Kepler's
they come
laws,
closer and closer.
I guess I can't. I'm
Hold
done.
on. Nope, Daiso is
Let her
interrupting.
finish. Come on, guys.
You-
Come
you
on.
can-
To go.
No, I'm done. I'm done. You don't want me to talk.
Oh,
Go ahead,
jeez, I'm
Brenda.
so
You have the
sad.
floor. Go ahead.
She said done.
She's gone. But some people don't understand that, like, with an open chat like this, unless we had everybody like server muted and we unmute people individually, the interruptions will happen. Like, so yes, Brenda left, but it's like, yeah, I just muted Daiso and was going to let her finish. So I'm just saying, I know it's frustrating, but like we can only do our best as mods to try to, do our best. So
She only left because she had a weak argument. There's no orbit.
Yeah. Gio, don't get fooled by that
Inconvenient.
one. That was a tactical maneuver there.
Yeah, exactly.
But your
At
point
least
is well taken, bro. Yeah.
Yeah, when people shotgun the questions to a person that's trying to give an answer, and the person's not answering, and then everyone attacks the person that's not answering.
Yep.
Agreed.
I just want to say,
in this case,
orbits
that's not why Brenda left.
That's why she left. I hear it all the time.
Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe I'm wrong.
I hear this all the time in chats. I've been around long enough to pick up on that.
She was talking about binary stars, right? Okay, we can look out and look at binary stars. How does that tell us in any way their distance to us, or their size, or relation to anything else we see in the sky?
All I know is
if the star is not that far, we can use the parallax of Earth's orbit, right?
All stars are very far.
No.
Yeah, but
To know parallax,
sure.
hold on. To know parallax, you will need to know distances, bro. Otherwise, otherwise it's just guessing. I'm sorry.
No,
You're
Silence,
exactly
silence,
right.
silence.
In order to do the
Silent.
parallax, that means you need distances.
Yeah.
Sure, and the distance we're referring to is the orbit of the Earth.
Yeah, that's what is in question. You can't use the thing that's in question as proof of some other part of the problem that you're in question.
Well, wait, because the thing is, the model starts with the solar system, right? So we have well-defined values for the size of the sun, the distance Earth and sun.
you don't.
We're asking for the
Yes, we
proof
do.
of that.
You
Yeah,
can just
they are
Google.
well-defined.
Those are well-defined.
Yeah, they are.
No,
well
I'm not saying.
They are very well
Hold on, you
specifically
guys.
defined. The problem is that we don't know where that data came from. Someone just made it up one day.
Sure, but
That's what's under.
No.
What's under scrutiny here.
Okay, you can.
3959 is what is the problem. If we can't
You can
validate
ask-
3959 radius, then we got a big problem.
Yeah,
right?
okay. You can challenge the values for the solar system, and you can challenge the values for stars. And what I'm saying is the values that we get from some stars come from the assumption of the values of the. Let me finish.
Yeah.
From the solar system.
No, that's not what we're asking. We're not trying to. We're not challenging the value. We're asking where that value came from in the first place.
Exactly. That's what I meant when I say challenging the value. So if you want to know where the values, for example, with close stars, of course not close enough, right? The closest ones, we can use the parallax of the orbit of the Earth. Now, if you want to know, wait, let me finish. Now, if you want to know where the values of the Earth's orbit around the sun came from, then that's we can get into that as well. You can't just claim that it's all made up.
That's what we've been asking for years.
There it is. Look at look at Terry drawings.
Yeah, I know.
Bro.
I'm trying.
There's your answer
I'm trying
right there.
Yeah, I like to educate people, not just argue about it. I just posted.
Yeah, that's
some
what they
pics
got right there. See, they see this in Google, this image, therefore it's real. That's how they do it. There you go.
Actually, not. For example,
Actually, no. There you go. Go.
Let me right. So, given, for example, the gravitational constant. That starts to
number one.
limits.
Go. Keep going.
That is related to experiments. There are experiments.
Well,
we need
the
to determine.
gravitational constant is based on the radius of the Earth. Otherwise, you wouldn't have a
No.
constant.
Yeah, can you finish
No,
his
no, no.
explanation?
No,
Well,
it's
wait a
not.
second.
There-
Where are you
there-
getting
in the-
gravitational values if you
Where
don't
do
know
you
the
get the
radius?
gravitational value?
Because it's not to the Earth. There are
What is it from then? Derived from what?
from objects, from other objects. If you suspend them in a
What
way
is
that they can only. Let me
gravitational
answer the
constant,
questions you're asking.
Yeah, I know. I'm waiting for
already
the
did.
answer. Thailand, he hasn't finished the answer.
If you
Oh, he already
suspend,
did.
if you suspend objects in a way that they are perpendicular, they can only move perpendicularly to the force of gravity. Then it's not going to affect them. So you can test the attraction of the objects independently of the gravity to the Earth because they are moving perpendicularly to the attraction to the Earth. So that way you don't need the Earth to measure the gravitational pull between objects.
So it's a calculation you did, a calculation, not a
Yeah,
measurement.
just like when you measure the speed of something, you have to calculate it because you measure time and distance. You don't measure
Do
speed
you know the
directly. You have to
difference
calculate.
making between a measurement and a calculation?
I just explained to you that.
Those are known values.
Okay, so show us
Distance you're
which star
traveling is
they
a known
measured.
value.
And, hold
See,
on.
Simon,
Show us which star they measured, Bacon, and how we got like the first, like the grandfather star, which we can base all other stars. Show us how they measured it, not calculated it, so you can be sure of the distance. Please go ahead.
Okay, I don't understand the distinction you're making, so I have to ask you: is velocity measured? Can velocity be measured?
No. Do you know the difference between measuring and calculating?
No, the way you're posing it doesn't seem to make a valid distinction to me. So what's your distinction between them?
So you don't know the difference between calculating and measuring.
Well, I know what they
If
are
it's clear, then
independently.
I'll explain it to you.
No. I know what they are independently, but
I was gonna say, I
some
know,
measurements are indirect measurements. So you can take two
Okay, so
measures of
which-
something and calculate it. I wouldn't say that's not a measurement.
Right. So now tell me, please,
Okay.
which star they've measured so we can gauge the distance to the rest of the stars. Please go ahead. Tell us how they did it, how they measured it. Go ahead.
I don't know. Probably the closest one was using parallax, but I don't know which
So a
specific ones. I
calculation
just know
then.
that's some used method.
That's right. You don't know. So it was a calculation, not a measurement. It was a guess, basically.
No.
Where did
When
they
I said
get the
I don't
numbers
know,
for the calculation, Essay? Where do you think they got the numbers?
That's what he's
That's
asking,
what-
Left Lane.
That's what we're
That's
trying
what
to
I-
find
yeah.
out.
That's
I'm
what
asking you guys.
Left Lane. Amazing, bro.
I was getting
Amazing.
there. When I mentioned the gravitational constant, because given the gravitational constant,
I didn't ask you about gravity or constants. I asked you, was it measured or was it calculated?
it's
But
both.
he's using
You're using
calculation.
exactly. It's an
assuming
Okay, tell
indirect
me the
measurement.
measuring part. How did they do the measuring part, please?
He already told you. It's because he assumes gravity.
Why are you guys going
constant is a
around?
thing.
Just give how they did it.
I said
Exactly.
Just give us
using
the
It's
method.
simple.
That's all we're asking.
Yeah, why you guys keep going around this question? Just
Well,
answer it.
when I explained it, he said it's not a measurement, it's a calculation, and now he's asking how we measure. Oh, I already answered
Yes.
that. He's
No. Here's the problem. No. Here's the problem. All right. Okay. Hold on. All right. Okay. The difference between a measurement and a calculation. Right. If I say x plus y equals z, right, you have to know what the value. Like at some point, someone has got to go out and measure x, and someone has got to
Exactly.
go out and measure y to put
Mhm.
those pieces of data I'm sorry, value like a number.
Those are your
So
baselines, right?
sure.
those are your
And what was the?
numbers.
Can
Then
you
you
repeat the
can
problem?
determine what z is. So if I have x apples, which is 4, and y oranges, which is 9, then I have x equals the number of fruit. Like someone had to go and count the fruit.
Okay, but
Does that
is
make
z?
sense? That's the
is-
measurement.
I agree, but is z then measured or calculated?
It has to
That
be
would
measured.
That's the calculation. No, the z.
No,
is
he
the
said he measured
calculation of
x
x and
and
y,
y.
but somehow but somebody had to go out and count x and what is
I
y.
agree. Yeah.
So
So
no. The point being here, though, is that what you're saying is that when you're using a calculation of Earth, just to say gravitational constant, right? You're already assuming the 3959 radius of
No,
Earth, but that
no,
well, so where else are
no.
you
I
getting the
answered
constant?
that because we can calculate g without in relation to the Earth. We can measure it independently of the Earth.
No, you can't.
I already explained
How
the
do you
Cavendish
measure
experiment.
independent of the
We can
Earth?
only move. For example, the Cavendish experiment. It's set up in a way that the objects
That's
move.
Earth. Wait, so you're saying Cavendish is not Earth gravity? What are you talking about?
Oh, the measurement of Cavendish experiment is independent from Earth's gravity.
Yes.
Because the
That somehow
forces
gives you
are
the so you're
perpendicular.
saying Cavendish gives you the radius?
What?
No, the Cavendish
Cavendish
was
was only to do with the mass of the Earth. That's
Yeah,
all
it
its
was.
original calculation
But
was
isn't
for.
that the point? The mass of the Earth is what is given the gravitational.
You
The
can
mass of the Earth
derive
is
the
what gives you the gravity of the
gravitational
Earth.
constant.
But we're
You
not
can
talking about
derive
the
the
gravity of the Earth.
No, yeah, you
Sorry,
can derive
go
the you can derive the gravitational constant from the experiment.
Well, that's convenient. You don't. When did you? So again, oh Jesus.
So let me ask something. I really want to understand the distinction between measurement and calculation. When I measured
Are
the
you
velocity,
serious? Are you
yes.
serious, bro?
Let me ask the question then. So we might be. 'Cause I'm not sure if you're aligned or not. If can velocity be measured?
Yes.
I want to see C's answer to that. Can velocity be measured?
See, you've been asked a question.
Can velocity be measured?
Yes.
I suppose so, yeah.
Sure, but when you take a measurement of velocity, it's always a calculation from two different measures.
Based on no, but those based on real numbers that you can validate.
Sure.
and
You can,
base
yeah,
your
Sure,
exactly
then it's a
I was
measurement.
gonna
Okay,
say, yeah.
then my
Yeah, but hold
answer
on,
to the
but
then my answer to the
velocity is
stars.
measured in a human construct, whether it's miles per hour or kilometers per hour or inches per hour or whatever you want to say. That has to be calculated based on what denomination you're gonna, you want it in.
Measure.
But the
So,
point
okay,
is that you know that
if-
you know the distance that you're measuring. That's a known value. You're measuring the speed or the velocity of something from X point to Y point. So that's your framework. You know that everything happening within that is the
I
measurement.
agree.
Right?
But you're making
so
a
what the
distinction.
calculation based on that is accurate because it's based on a real something that you know. And
Sure.
that's the
So
point.
so saying no, that wasn't the point. The point was that that was not a measurement. That was a calculation. And when I point out velocity, which is the same thing, we take values and calculate a third one. Then you say no, it's not a measurement. It's a calculation. But according to what you just said, calculation can be a measurement because that's how we measure velocity. So your point that it's
can you verify? Hold on. Bacon, listen, this is what you got to understand, man. Can you verify that star's location? Yes or no?
I don't know.
You know the answer. You just can't say it, right?
No, I don't know. I haven't studied astrophysics. I'm not sure if there are other ways
let
to
me put it to you this way. In the history of star observation and distance, has anybody ever verified a distance to a star?
I don't know. Probably if there's more than one method of figuring out their distances, you can use one method to confirm the other.
You know the answer, Bacon.
No, I don't. I haven't studied astrophysics. But I can ask
know
to
the
someone
answer,
that did.
Bacon.
What do you mean you haven't? No one's actually been there themselves, which is a genetic fallacy.
No, it's
Well,
a
he didn't say
reality
it.
question. You know it's never been
Well,
verified.
in that sense, velocity is
You
also
know
never
the
been
distance
verified.
to the star to the sun has been 1 million miles. I posted a thing on it. Then I went to 2, then I went to 3, then I went to 10, then I went to 20, then to 94. Now it's 93. Right?
Well, you know why that is, Jesse?
Yeah, I know what you're gonna say, because technology got better, right?
That makes sense, doesn't it?
I know you're. I
Yeah,
know
I mean,
you're.
if you have very bad,
Which
if you have
technology got better? Which technology did we use to determine the distance to the sun? Please inform us.
Yeah.
Enlighten us.
Radar.
Radar. What? Oh, now you use radar to measure the
well,
distance to the stars? Really?
I think almost every technology got better from decades ago to now. So
Yeah,
whatever
yeah,
technology
well-
we were using, it probably improved, right?
Yeah, look, same as
It's funny.
communication. Look at
It
we're
doesn't
talking
sound
on
like
the
something
computer right
absurd
now.
to say.
We're not using 2 tin cans anymore, are we?
Yeah, we don't run mammoths off of cliffs anymore. We can actually shoot deer and things like that.
So you ping
No,
the star 20 light years away, or 10 light years away.
What was the question?
Have they ever pinged a star 10 billion light years away, for example?
Have they ping?
Yeah, ping. You said radar, one of the ways that they determined,
exactly.
right?
It goes there and back.
That would never happen. That would never happen, dude.
So
By the time they said that
So
yeah, that was a good point. That was amazing.
that's a
You just
great-
fucking bombed them,
see,
bro.
That's no one forget how to answer that. Whenever they say radar, say okay, cool. And how many times did they ping 2 billion light years away? When did that signal come back?
Well, there are stars that are 4 light years away. But I'm not sure. I never heard about measuring
Again, you're
distances.
still young, bro. You're still young. You got a lot to learn. It's all guesswork. Sorry, go ahead. I think I cut you off.
Well, I can't say if it's guesswork or not if I haven't seen how they do it. Have you?
Yeah, you don't know exactly. You're just
No,
you
but
just
if you
read
don't
something.
know, no, if we don't know, then you can claim it's guesswork. I mean, if you don't know, how can you claim it's guesswork if you don't know how they do it? You're just
I know
assuming
it can be done, bro. I just gave you a solid example of how
I
it
just
can
gave an
be done.
example how it can
But
be
you're
done.
not intelligent enough to pick it off, bro. What can I
No,
tell
no,
you?
I just gave you an example how it can be done. And you're
You
assuming that it can't be
can
done.
ping a
And
star 10 billion light years away, you're saying.
no, I was giving an example of closer stars, like 4 light years away, for example.
So you can ping.
Right?
No, I
So
wasn't talking about pinging.
Chose
I
one
was
of the
talking about
stars at
parallax.
random and hoped that it was close enough to get a
No,
ping back.
I was talking
But
about
here's the thing,
parallax.
NASA says
I wasn't talking about pinging.
definitively
I wasn't talking about pinging. I was talking about parallax.
So
it's one way
when
we can
NASA
measure.
says that there is something 1,000 years away, then that was done by radar.
I wasn't the one who claimed that. I don't know where that came from.
No,
You did.
no.
You said radar.
That
No,
was
I
the
never said
sun.
radar.
That was the sun. That was the sun.
Oh, jeez. Whatever.
Oh, it's a star.
Oh, so if that's how they determine the sun, so therefore, how did they determine the thing was 10 light years, 100 light years away, with radar?
I don't think
Radar.
he meant that those one were measured using radar. As I said,
No.
there are more than one way to measure the distance of a star.
To
Parallax is the
Yeah,
easiest one.
and you made us understand that you don't understand any of them.
Oh, I answered one of them, which is parallax. I
That's
don't know
not a
about the others.
measurement.
That's not a
Of course
measurement.
it is.
That's not
Of
a
course it
measurement.
is. Of course it
Of course
is.
it
You're
is.
measuring.
Yeah, of course it is.
Yeah, you're measuring how the angle changes with distance. That can triangulate a distance from the star.
No, you can't.
That's how triangulation works. You get two angles and you know the distance between those points, then you know the whole triangle. That's exactly what triangulation is.
Yeah, but you got to know the distance of the first one.
I agree.
He has
Which
no
is the
clue what he's
distance.
talking about. It's
Okay,
Bacon, give it up, bro.
where am I wrong?
Yeah, Bacon. I don't know why you arguing. You already admitted that you don't know anything about astronomy.
No, I
why
never
are you
said
arguing like if you were an expert?
Yeah, man,
I
you
never.
just have
You're
to-
just parroting what you have been taught, bro.
Silent. That's false.
I mean,
That's false.
you just
I
have
never
to-
said I
Dude, you
don't understand
admitted it
anything
yourself.
about.
What do you mean that's false?
Yeah, that's false. Let me clarify. I never said I don't know anything about astrophysics. I don't study
What you
astrophysics,
need-
so I don't know
Oh
enough
my
to give you all the
Listen,
methods. But I know
You
that
need to
parallax is one of
contemplate.
them.
You just need to contemplate for one moment. Just imagine the speed of light. Just, do you know how fast that is? The speed
Yeah,
of light.
yeah.
Imagine the
299.
speed of light. Just imagine the speed of light continuing for 4 years.
Sure.
How far is that, man? Can you measure that,
That's
like
what-
physically?
Yeah, it's 4 light
5
years
years.
old, by definition.
Yeah, 4 years traveling at the speed of light for 4 years.
Sure.
Bacon.
Do you know how
Bacon.
far that is?
By definition, you're wrong.
What do you mean?
What do you mean? What do you mean? I already just told you. That's the measurement. You're wrong.
No, I said that he asked it how long the light travels in 4 years. I said 4 light years old, by definition.
Well, by definition, yeah, but
Sure.
by definition, you're
that's
also
what-
wrong.
But that's what light years old mean. That can't be wrong. That's by. It's just
it has
how
to
it's
be wrong.
defined.
It has to be wrong.
Okay, so if I define x as being y and he's asking for y and I say x, I'm wrong by definition. If that's the definition of x,
If you're not wrong, then I'm wrong.
and that's
and
basic
how
logic.
am I wrong?
You can't get more basic logic than that.
How am I
If you
wrong?
define a as b and you ask for a and then answer b, that's correct by definition.
So you think a beam of light traveled, listen to this now, 186,000 miles per second for 4 years to get to your eye.
Not only that, but you're looking into the past.
Sure,
I
there's
see.
a delay.
Yeah,
Right,
yeah,
again?
that's another, yes, silent, yes.
Yeah, of course there is. I mean, see, if
What-
the speed
what
of light
about
is
it-
an instant, everything you see has a delay.
Yeah, what about
Just
that?
like
Besides being a big number, what about that is hard to imagine?
Yeah, for example, the speed of sound is quite fast, and if we're talking very close to a person, it doesn't seem to be a delay. But if you go very far
Sound is
from
not
them,
light. Sound is not. Don't.
I agree. I'm just giving an example.
Okay, so don't start. Why? Okay, this is why I get angry, Bacon. Why you guys keep doing this stuff where you cannot provide, let's say what we're talking about in this case, light, and you gotta go to sound to make your point.
No.
Why is that so hard for you guys to do?
Because I mean, what's your justification for laughing on when I say that there's a delay?
You
on
not
light?
being able to show it. You been trying to do it with
Why is that
something
laughable?
different other than what we're talking about.
That's no other than you're talking about. I was just objecting.
Light
because
is
you
not,
laughed
sound
at
is
it.
not light, bro. So why you bringing up
I
sound?
agree because I'm exemplifying for you.
I don't
why
care about
it's
your
not laughable
example
to
with
say that
sound.
there's.
Bacon. Show
What?
us with light.
Show what with light?
Your
The delay?
argument. Yeah. Validate it with light. Don't bring me sound.
How do you want me to do that for you?
Nobody cares about sound right now.
Silent. I wasn't trying to prove the delay of light by using sound. I was trying to show you that even though we know there's a speed to
Sound
sound,
does that.
let me finish. Even though we know there's a delay for sound, if we're close to people, it doesn't seem to exist. So you can't just laugh that when I say the light, there's a delay in light, just because you don't perceive it.
What does that have
Did you
to do
just
with
say
light?
if we're close to people, we don't perceive the sound, the speed of sound? Is that what you just said?
Yeah,
Right.
you don't perceive a delay when you're very close to the person you're talking to. It seems to be instant. Sure, if someone is speaking a meter from you, the sound you're listening to seems to be perfectly synced to their mouth. It doesn't seem to be a delay in the sound. But if they're very far away from you and they scream to you, then you can notice that there is a delay. So if something is faster, it needs to be even further for you to realize that there's a delay.
A delay? Oh, my bad. You're okay. I
You
missed
bite
that.
there, SE.
You
see how you bite
I'll
you
be
know,
right back.
his argument
So I
though?
misunderstood. I didn't hear what he said. Delay.
Who
I heard
cares
delay.
what the sound
Delay.
does, SE? We're talking about light.
Yeah. He's not gonna get away with switching it. It has nothing to do with delay. What does
It was
delay
just-
have to do with anything?
It was just an analogy to.
I don't
It's a
care. I
bad
never
one.
asked
Here,
him.
let
I
me
never
give you.
asked him to
I thought it
compare
was
light to
good.
sound, buddy. Left lane.
Let me give you a thing in his analogy. Are you saying by your standard, Bacon, then that sound will travel forever?
He's
It'll
he's
travel for
definite.
4 light
He's
years?
deafened. SE, he's deafened right now.
Oh, is that why?
I guess he had something going on in his house. Something.
Okay.
He deafened himself.
Okay. I guess something came up. All right. Fair enough.
Yeah, so they keep doing this, right? And me personally, I'm at this point where if they try to bring an analogy with something different, I don't care. I don't care to listen because that means that they cannot demonstrate it with what we are arguing about, right? If they have to show it with something else, that means that they cannot show it with what we are talking about. So that's why imagine the sound. Imagine the sound. Oh, well, but we're talking about light. Yeah, but imagine the sound, how it works. but we're talking about light. But imagine the sound all day, every
I
day.
hear you,
It's
bro.
the same
Yeah.
shit.
They did the
Yeah,
same thing with centrifugal and centripetal force
yeah,
with the
exactly.
spring attached to a ball. Come on.
That's
That
all
like
that they can do, right? They cannot show their own. See, they cannot even show their model. They have to show with other things.
And they
Amazing.
say and they say that flat earthers cannot fathom those distances. It's not about fathoming those distances. It's whether or not those distances are measurable. I can imagine those distances, but they're just not there in reality.
They've been convinced that a photon can travel for billions and billions of years before it
Imagine
gets
this
to your
guy.
eye.
And not
It's
only that,
ridiculous.
ST, when they do the measurement, imagine at those distances, if you are off by the smallest amount measured that you can have, if you're off by that, over that distance, that line is gonna be off the target for the distance is gonna be huge. There's no way
Oh,
you
yeah.
can verify that when you're pointing out to the star, you are actually pointing out at the star if you are at those distances.
Yeah,
It's ridiculous.
you know what's funny? You know what's funny, Silent? They think they can triangulate the star from Earth.
That's what I'm saying, bro. They don't. I don't know, man. It's indoctrination. That's what it does to your brain.
Look, they watched a few Nova programs. They watched a few things, you know, they heard a few lectures and they think they know everything. Like they just repeat it, but they don't use critical thought and say, wait a minute, 4 billion light years. What does that even mean? They don't do that. They just, they buy whatever is sold to them.
Those distances are there only because if they were not there, their whole model crumbles. They need the stars to be at those distances since we don't see them deviate, right? So the only explanation is that they have to be really, really far away. That's it.
They're so far away that I can zoom in with my P900 and almost get the whole screen covered in star.
And then get me a couple $1 million. I'll give you whatever you're asking for when it comes to relativism and stuff like that. It's what they do. They generate jobs for these people so that they are happy with their diplomas, what they've been teach.
I'll do the Cavendish experiment for them, and then I'll show them how everything is oscillating. It's not really just attracting, and I like how when I mentioned the fact that it's repelling the mass that's supposed to attract, they say, oh well, it already touched it and it hit it, so it bounced off. Wow, yeah. I can really see Newton's law playing in there where it bounces so hard it just has to rotate completely opposite direction, like all the way. Really, I can't. I don't really see how that can happen. It's just really a hand wave.
Yeah, they just have
they're
to
just
reverse
missing.
it, right? They reverse engineer the whole lot because without reverse engineering, they cannot have the 3959 or whatever it is.
And you can disprove that by going to the beach any day of the week. For real. You're going to see a boat going further than 5-6 miles. I guarantee you, every time.
Yeah, and I can easily make observations over Lake Michigan and see Chicago from 40, 50 miles away. And there's literally like no obstruction. There's no curve. In fact, actually the only curve I see is not there. It's
Well
MIA.
said.
It's on a
Well
wanted
said.
poster. Wanted 600 feet of curvature. If you have seen this, please let me know. Contact me. Like $2,000 reward. Go ahead. Find me
Amber
that
alert.
curvature.
Amber alert.
Yeah. Last seen on a NASA poster. I don't know, man. Like I don't know what
Gets
to do
me
with these
angry though.
Globers.
Gets me angry how they not able to critical think about the things they're saying. It does get me angry.
I just feel like I'm verbally knocking them down on their back, and they're just turtling, repeating over and over again, like praying to their heliocentric gods.
That's all it is.
Yeah.
It's not even hard anymore. It's easy. It's it's easy. It's like logic, you know? I mean, that's it. You have a black hole. What? So you're saying that time and space, a lot of it combine and collapse a star? It's like, just tell them back their fantasy. It's like, it's ridiculous.
It's not hard to argue on their side, right? There's not actually like really hard. You just read Google, go for definitions or whatever. Just parrot them and there you go. It's like Bacon right now, right? He doesn't know much about astronomy, but he's happy by saying trigonometry. Just like that.
Yeah, you have an angle, bam. You can measure the distance to a star, 1 trillion miles away. Yeah.
I just put a GIF and a link to the North Star and the Polaris with the P900, and it's amazing. You can show this to somebody in a debate, and they can just say, "Oh, well, what would you expect to see? There's no, there's no interference, so that's we could totally get the definition that you're seeing in that GIF of Polaris from 6 trillion times 430 light years away." 430 times 6 trillion miles. Are you kidding me? Can anyone really honestly say that's what they'd expect to see? It doesn't even look like a light.
Man.
It doesn't even look bright. You can see definition on it. And they can say it's an in-camera thing, or sometimes it is out of focus, and that's what's causing some kind of illusion. But that's not always the case. You can see signatures with every single one of these stars that you zoom in on. I thought the P900 was going to crack this whole thing open, like that it would be over. I mean, once enough people were taking these and posting these, that the ballers would have to think twice. But it doesn't phase them. It's amazing.
Think twice about cameras that are out of focus.
Sometimes it is a focus, but sometimes it's not, man. You can see definition. There's no way you would get that from just an out of focus. You're seeing lines, and you think it's just out of focus. You're happy with that?
Yeah.
That solves it for you. Just okay, out of focus, all of them. Really? That's what I'm amazed with. Whoever's saying that here, is that Lewis or somebody?
Yeah.
Now, how many years are they supposed to be looking into the past? Does anybody know? I'll look for it right now.
I bet Lewis knows. Yeah, it's a function of their distance in light years.
Yeah, but how many years?
What is it, Lewis? 13.5 billion light years in the past we're able to see now? Something like that?
Well, it's whatever the farthest distance
Yeah,
is.
just whatever it is. As the stars come up tonight over the horizon, that light that I'm seeing is from how many years ago, Lewis?
However many light years away it is.
That is a great story, man.
I'm glad you like it.
That's what it makes me like it. Then it really becomes like, do you really believe it, or are you just having to accept it because that's what the model requires?
Right, exactly. It's not something you're seeing. come over your horizon like you do every other object. It's a light that's so far away that the light that you're seeing at that very moment is not the light from that object. It's from years before, Lewis, from the same object. And
Why
how
is
far
that a
does it
problem?
travel?
And then
How
just, yeah,
far,
why is that a problem?
why is that a problem?
Yeah, but see, that's what gets me. It's like one thing to be like just to believe it. If you really believe it, that's one thing. But then to act like, oh, of course, you know, and not even at least say, yeah, that is pretty amazing. That is pretty
Why is that a problem?
unbelievable.
That's what it is.
At least give it that, you know. At least
Do
give
you
it like,
think?
wow, that is
Do you think if you taught kids
unbelievable.
that, like if you literally sat kids down and taught everyone that that's what's happening, that the logic wouldn't kick in, like the common sense of things, and going, well, you know, really, I'm going to look for something else because that is fantasy, right? That just doesn't add up. It can't
Isn't that
add
what
up.
happens in school?
No, that's not what happens in school. People
Kids
like
aren't being
you.
told that story in school.
No, people like you, yeah, they're being told that story, and they're being told if they don't answer this way on the test, right? This is the correct answer by someone like you going, this is the answer. You need to answer it like this. The curve is this. And light years away, the light comes in, and if you answer it this way, you'll get an A. If not, you will fail. Which way do you
No,
think kids are
school
going to
doesn't
answer?
test you on whether or not you believe something is true. They test
Kids
you on
test
whether or
you
not
on
you
what you can
understand
repeat.
something.
No, not what you understand. What you can remember for the test.
Yeah, your belief in it being true is not relevant.
Exactly. You can believe in fantasy, right? As long as you get the answer right, you pass. That is the problem.
Yeah, that's the problem.
Why is
That's
that a
the problem.
problem?
Because it's fantasy, young man.
Because it's not
Well, you
proven
think
at
it's
all.
fantasy.
No, it is fantasy. You just said they could teach fantasy as long as you repeated it back as fact, you would get the test question right. That's exactly what happens in school. They teach us whatever they want us to know. And if you answer it right the way they taught it at that time, period of time, you get the answer right. Now, 10 years from now or 10 years before, the answer might have been different.
Yeah.
Right, Lewis?
Yeah, as it should be.
Yeah, as it should be. Just whatever the fantasy is of today. You repeat it
Or
right,
maybe
you get an A.
or maybe people decided that some ideas are bad and now different ideas are good.
Maybe
Yeah,
people like
people did decide that. They decided that. They didn't.
Right.
They didn't come up with that out of logical, conclusions that were made out of really actually looking through a P900 and seeing. Does that make any sense? No, they were just like, okay, this is what it is, and this is what we're going to say because it supports the model, and so therefore it's fact.
Right, the model. The only reason things have changed, like the distance to the sun or that light years away and light travels this fast and all that, is because it needs to fit a particular model, Lewis.
Exactly.
That's the only reason those distances have changed. They're not using any different processes to measure the distance to the sun. They're using triangulation. They're still doing the same thing.
Yeah, I don't think you're correct about any of that.
Obviously.
Yeah, obviously I can't be correct or your model would be wrong, right? So I'm cool with that. Hold on to it tight, man. You need to.
Well, if you displayed
that's why
any real understanding of it, then it might be more credible.
No, we understand it. That's the problem. We understand
No,
what
you
it's
don't.
trying to say. We do.
Yeah.
We understand what it's trying to say. We're just taking contention with the reality of it.
No, you don't understand
Challenges,
it,
Lewis.
and you're
What don't we
pretending
get?
that you do.
Challenges.
Yeah,
You're
which
looking
part
at
of
that.
Question.
You're looking at Polaris, that GIF that I posted, and saying that makes sense, that that's coming from 430 times 6 trillion miles away. Then what does your opinion to us mean, really? You know?
Yeah, I'm looking at thousands of stars in my view in my sky right now. You're telling me all those stars that were there last year are there right now at the same time are light from how many years ago?
I mean, if you don't believe it, that's fine.
No,
That's
I don't
just you
believe
not
it.
believing
You're
it.
damn right. I don't believe your fantasy. I don't have beliefs in that. I want to be.
Well, you don't
strong
know
and-
that it's not true, though.
I don't need to know it's not true. I don't care
Yeah,
about your
and more than that,
fantasy, whether I
why do
believe it
you
or not.
think it's ridiculous?
It's your belief.
No,
Lewis.
that's not what I
It's
asked.
your belief, not mine.
Why do you think it's ridiculous?
Look
You
at that
need to
GIF.
ask, if you don't know why
Look at
that's
that GIF, man.
ridiculous, then
Yeah, that-
you're the one that needs to check your belief system, not me.
Exactly.
Yeah, why do you think it's ridiculous?
Because you don't
tell
see
you.
it in anything else. It's ridiculous.
I'll tell you,
It's not
Lewis.
logic.
In
Go
your
ahead.
fantasy, Lewis, there was a photon that left a star, okay? 10 billion light years away. It's been traveling at 186,000 miles per second. That's why, Lewis. And it reached your eye.
Why is that ridiculous?
Yeah, it's a waste, man.
Yeah, it's a
Yeah, I
We're
tried,
laughing
man.
at you, Lewis. Not at
I
what
tried,
you believe.
Lewis.
We're laughing at you directly.
Yeah,
Your
I know.
belief system is laughable
Yeah,
What makes it laughable?
because you can't prove it either. Oh, here you go, Bacon.
Oh, that's different from laughable.
No,
That's
both of y'all have
infalsifiable.
beliefs. You can't prove it. You can't prove it. You believe in it, and you can't see the
something being
ridiculousness in your
something.
belief.
Just because
So
something is unprovable to you or to me doesn't mean that it's laughable.
watch, I'll show you
It
how
means it's a
illogical
belief
it
of
is right
yours.
now. Is it a particle or is it a wave? Which one is it?
He doesn't know.
You so far you haven't given a reason why something is laughable.
Because you don't know.
That doesn't
You're
matter.
lying.
Yeah, it does matter. Your belief is
There are all
fantasy,
sorts of
man.
things that people believe that they don't know and they can't prove, and they're
And
not
I'm-
These
laughable.
aren't facts.
Well, I'm laughing. I'm not saying everybody is. I'm laughing.
Well,
Yeah, I
Every
know,
day.
and I don't
can't-
think you have a
can't-
good reason to
Don't
find it
care
laughable.
if what you think of
saying,
me or
saying
why I'm laughing. It is laughable.
I believe in unicorns.
when beliefs are laughable, usually there's a clear problem on those beliefs, a clear contradiction or something.
There
like that.
is.
I don't
There
see
is
any
a clear
contradiction
problem.
on that.
You're telling me I'm
Particle-
seeing light from billions of miles away, years from now. You're ignoring the inverse square law of light. You're ignoring all the other science that goes with it, and
Yeah,
telling
that's
me I'm
not
seeing
true.
light from millions of
No,
miles
we're not
away.
ignoring that.
Okay, well now you're telling me something is trillions of miles wide and so bright that I can see it from that far away, that many years.
No, see,
In
this
the
is
past-
right here. When you start talking about this stuff, it's so obvious that you really don't understand it.
That's all you keep saying, but you don't explain nothing. So tell me
Well,
how
I
wide.
don't need
Tell
to.
me how big and bright a star is. Our closest
I
star.
don't care if you believe it or not.
Then why are you here? Why are you here? For us to laugh at
Hey,
you?
any ballers in here that haven't heard or read King's Dethrone? Our old buddy Cathexis audio recording of reading King's Dethrone gives you some explanations of what we're talking about here. Just to let you know, I put it in the chat.
If you,
go
Rakia,
ahead.
if you or any of you other guys in here displayed a real understanding of this stuff, your opinions would be a lot more compelling.
Okay,
Yeah, I'll show
explain it
you.
to
What
us.
don't we
Show you right
understand,
now.
Lewis?
I'll show you
What
right
don't
now.
I understand about the
Particle
inverse
wave
square law?
duality.
Explain it.
Show me any inherent dualities within nature. Show me, Lewis. Does nature deal in dualities?
I don't know.
Well, at least you're being honest about that. I can tell you that that's not the case. Inherent dualities
Okay, well,
are
how is that
concepts.
relevant?
Mother Nature doesn't deal in concepts. So when you say something's a particle wave duality, what you're literally saying is that you have an abstract concept that you're trying to convey to the masses.
And
there's no phenomena there. There's no reality. There's no logical conclusion to deduce from this understanding. It's hyper illogical.
it's a logical framework to understand reality with.
What does
Hyper
that mean?
illogical.
What does that mean? A logical framework to understand
Well,
reality. What
no,
does
what's
that mean?
hyper
That's just
illogical?
words. You just
Hyper
spouted that out.
It is words. Words
Yeah,
have
I know.
meaning,
Explain
Rakia.
it. Yeah, explain it. What does that mean? I asked you what it means.
It means that you set up rules of logic to try and explain something. Logical,
Okay.
the
In your
logical
own rules,
framework
you
is
make up.
saying that, look, we see this thing in nature. There's this thing. We're going to create
Star.
these. We're going to say, okay, it works. It works this way. This is how it works.
Use
And
the star. Walk us through
until
it.
we see it work a different way, we're going to say that that is the way that it works.
You haven't seen a star work that way. You haven't seen any other light work that way. That's why it's illogical. You
Neither have you
can't
seen a
show it.
photon.
You're just wrong.
No, I'm not. I can show you light
Neither
and go
has
away from you
neither
with
has
a light that's so
anyone
bright. and it eventually will go away. It will get so small and so dim you can't see it. Now show me that with a star.
Or a photon. You got a photon?
You can't. That's why it's illogical. You're taking something that's never been proven, never been shown. It's only a concept. It only is there to fit a model. It changes rapidly due to the model constraints. And you're teaching it, you're telling me it's
because
fact.
philosophically, the way knowledge
Well, who
works
cares
is that
about
you.
philosophy?
Yeah.
You can stick your theories up
Let
your
me ask
butt when
something.
you're trying to teach me.
Let me ask something to Rakia. Okay, what are the experiments related to the existence of the photon that you know of?
None. I don't know any that prove.
You just claimed it was never
anything.
proven, but you never looked it up.
He hasn't shown me anything. What do you mean? I shouldn't have to look it up. You should have it ready to show me. If you're
The
going
thing
to
is,
claim
you
it.
made
It's
the
your
claim.
claim.
Rakia, no. The claim.
Show us the picture.
You made. Die,
No, the claim is on you that it exists. I don't have to prove your fantasy,
but you made the claim that there is no proof of it. You might make the
I'll
claim
tell
that
you
there's.
this. I'm going to go out on a limb and tell you this. A unicorn is more
Jesus.
verifiably
If you
provable
change-
than a
if you
photon
change-
is.
If you
Listen,
change
I
your
can
claim,
show you.
Does this mean you don't have proof of a photon?
Yeah, they don't. They have zero proof.
Yeah,
of a
exactly. Because you're asking me for proof. Does this mean you don't have any ready
Well,
to show me?
I can show
might
you a
not have
picture.
any, but you can't say.
I can show you
can say
evidence
that
of a
Right.
unicorn.
That was my
universally.
point.
You can't show me
show it.
evidence of a photon.
Y'all are talking all over each other.
Because the claim that I heard was that there is no proof of it, which is different from you having shown proof of it, right?
No,
I mean,
the
if
claim
you
is
change
that
if you change your
that's
claim
not the
to
claim.
you have no proof of it, then I
I
accept
don't
that.
have to change my claim. My claim is you can't prove your fantasy,
Oh,
which is
that's a different
photons
claim.
traveling. No, that is the claim. Maybe you came late to the party.
No,
Y'all are
I'm
claiming
referring
that
to something you said seconds
Why
ago.
are you talking now? I'm trying to explain my claim because you obviously don't know it.
You made a different.
Y'all's claim. When you were gone, Lewis said that light travels years and years to get to my eyes every night from stars. That is his claim, y'all's claim. I would assume you believe that too, since you are a globe believer. That's what you have been taught. That's what your claim would be.
Sure, but
I
that's not
said
what I'm
it's
talking about.
laughable.
Why is it laughable?
Because it's never been proven. We get back, it's circular, right? We're
What
back
do you
to
mean?
the
No.
same thing. You
That's
can't prove it.
Stop! You don't have to scream all the time. That claim that you just made has never been proven. I want you to back up that claim.
Why do you want me to back up? That's something that's never been done. You show me it's been done, and then I'll back down.
Well, you clearly haven't
No,
looked it
you
up.
clearly need to
You
show me
admitted.
a
You
light from
admitted.
star.
But you
Why
made
would
the
I
claim.
admit anything to you right now?
You admitted that you
You're
haven't
just
looked it
trying
up.
to revert. You're just trying to reverse the burden of proof onto me. When
No.
it's clearly on your fantasy model to show us.
I'm asking
how
to
that
back up
works.
a specific claim, and that
Don't care
specific
what you're
claim
doing.
has a burden of proof.
I
No,
don't
Bacon,
care
let me
about
tell
your
you what
fantasy.
happened. You were deafened. You have no clue what we're talking
Right,
about. You came in again. So please be quiet. Either add something to the conversation or be quiet.
You're
What I'm
taking up for
referring to-
Lewis now, or
See,
did
you
Lewis
can say
leave?
that. You
Let
can
me
say-
let me just guess.
Oh my
Lewis left. That's why you're talking now, Bacon.
Yeah, Lewis left. Yeah,
Yeah,
there's
that's
a
right.
reason.
Bacon went on deafen. Lewis came in and goes,
Well,
no,
maybe their
guys, you're
ears
not
hurt.
understanding.
Maybe
Well,
somebody's yelling constantly for like an hour.
Maybe so.
Yeah.
So I've been here for 10 minutes, so that's a lie. And you're muted. So
And
let
I'm
me get my
unmuted.
point. Let me get my point out, and I'll go on
check it
mute
out.
and
Hey,
let
check it
you
out.
take over.
Let me just jump in here before you get your
Hang
point
on,
out.
let me finish and go on
You're
mute
not-
because
you're
I'm
not
tired of
shouting.
being in this conversation.
You're not shouting.
They came in and started all this light from millions of years ago. Bacon went on deafen. Lewis came in and told us how we were basically dumb and uneducated. He left, and now Bacon is talking again on a subject that is different than what me and Lewis were talking about. So if
Actually
I'm
not.
loud or whatever, maybe you need to turn your volume down because I've been talking like this until I was interrupted or overtalked. So carry on. I'll go on mute. Y'all can have it.
I didn't mean to overtalk you, Ben. I was just trying to point out the fact that you weren't any louder on my end than anybody else was in the room. So it
He
didn't sound
wasn't
like you were
mine.
shouting at all to me.
We'll
Who
get some ears.
unmuted Riggs?
I did.
You can unmute yourself. You're a mod.
Yeah, I'm a mod.
When did you become a mod?
Doesn't matter.
You don't
Yeah, it
care
really
that I'm
doesn't
asking?
matter though.
Okay, cool. I'm okay.
You're a
Bad question.
Let me just address something. It doesn't matter. I wasn't here 10 minutes ago because my point was to something that he said when I was here. You made a claim when I was here, and then I challenged that claim. That's all. It doesn't matter if I wasn't here before.
No, Bacon, you do this all the time. You have no clue what the conversation is, and you just butt in.
But what do you mean? He made a claim. I asked to back it up. That's all.
Sorry?
He made a claim. I asked him to back it up. How is that being clueless about the subject?
Because you reverse the burden of proof. That's why.
No, because I asked.
You guys do that all. Yes, that's you guys do that all the time.
Asking to back up a claim is not reversing the burden of proof. If you made a claim and something was never proven, and you actually never even looked it up, you can't make that claim because you
How
know
do you
nothing
know
about.
what he did and what he looked at? Okay, tell us.
He admitted it.
That light travels for millions of years. Go ahead.
I'm not making the claim that they did prove.
I got a
he made the
question.
claim that they didn't.
Bacon.
Because he
What
made
did
the
he
claim that they
claim?
didn't.
What did he claim?
That no one ever proved it. That was never proven.
So you assume that it was proven then for you to be
No.
making that claim. You have to have some.
I'm
you
not
have to have some
denying that.
knowledge of the subject, right, Bacon?
Of course not, because I'm not denying what he said. I'm asking him to back it up, which is different from saying you're wrong.
Bro, you're
Saying
very annoying, bro. Maybe it's just me, but I find you very annoying. I'll go on mute.
Oh, well, this is the way I look at it. If you've got the proof, then I don't care whose burden it is. Why don't you just present the proof that it did happen, right?
That would be fair if I said that it did prove.
So you thought you'd butt into a conversation without knowing what happened after you've been deafened and demand somebody to prove something to you. And you feel you have the right to do that, sir.
Actually, I didn't immediately ask that. I was here for a while after I asked that. I just asked
Bro, you're behaving like a schmuck. Do you understand?
No, actually, I don't know what the word means.
A schmuck means a punk. Like a little spoiled brat.
I don't know what those means either. Sorry.
Well, look him up.
I would need to know how they're spelled to do that.
It's just insults, like, yeah.
Oh yeah, it sounds like it. Oh no, I'm not gonna bother then.
Look, man, this is the point. You come into a conversation, you don't know what we're talking about, yet you feel you have the right to question somebody and to prove something to you. That is very arrogant, sir, and
No, it's
very
not.
annoying to
He
me.
made a claim.
Do you
I asked for
understand that?
proof. No,
You're doing it again.
It's
You're
not
doing it again.
arrogant to ask for the proof of
You're
a claim.
doing it again, bro.
It's not arrogant to ask a person for the proof of their claim if they're claiming it. If you don't want to answer that, fine.
Wow, man.
But what's the arrogance in that?
You're like a little child, bro.
What do you want, Bacon? Just tell us exactly what you want.
He wants attention. He wants his hand to be held. That's what he wants. He wants to
He
be
wants
heard.
us to prove his fantasy.
Yeah.
No, I want to prove your claim.
No,
because
your fantasy.
I hear this all the
can't
time.
Prove your fantasy. It's not real.
I hear this all the time that something was never proven, and of course there are experiments involved on that on the knowledge of that. And if you can't even point one, that shows you never looked it up. So how can you claim it was never proven if you never looked it up?
Well, this is the thing. You're the one wanting us to look things up for you, man.
Hold on. Let me handle this schmuck.
Because
hey,
that was the
schmuck,
claim.
how do you know what Rakia has done or not? You just
Because
made a
he
claim
said
that he's
himself.
never looked it up. How do you know?
Because he said himself. I asked him if he looked it up. He said
No,
that
you
he
didn't. No, you didn't.
Yes, I did. Okay, I'll go to the stream and
Go
get
ahead.
to the
Go
point
get
where I
it.
say-
Go get it.
You're just a spoiled little child who wants attention, and I'm calling you out now. What do you know about light travel?
Is it is it because he
Oh, I
was
wasn't making
asking
any claim
for
about that.
evidence of a claim?
No, he's
Well, I
this guy irritates me, and I just want to get it out of my system. What do you know about light travel, Bacon?
About light travel?
Yeah. What do you know about light? How light travels? What do you know about it?
I know the speed that it goes back and forth, which is
what is it?
about 3,000 kilometers a second.
Okay. And how did they determine that the light from a star takes 4 billion light years, like 4 billion years to reach us? How did they determine that?
I don't know.
Exactly my point. You don't know. You don't know what we're talking about, but yet you feel that you can come in the conversation and talk about it.
Well, how much
I
do you know?
wasn't talking about it. I wasn't talking
And it
about it.
irritates me, Bacon.
I know
It's
you're
an open
irritated,
forum.
but that's just
It
false. I wasn't
irritates
talking
the
about
fuck
it.
out of
I
me.
just
So
asked.
stop talking now.
Is everybody not welcome here to talk about stuff? SE, what's wrong, man?
Oh, you want to
Yes,
start
yes,
that?
yes.
Huh?
I just want to. I just want to point out the spoiled child does it every night, and I just want to point out he doesn't know what we're talking about, but yet he felt that he could come in and challenge Rakia on something. I just want to point that out. That's all, and I'll be quiet now.
Well, it's an unfair point because I wasn't making a point about what you're talking about. I just
There
asked
he
for a
goes again.
specific
You hear
claim.
him? You hear him? He's going to change the story now to something
No.
else. Go ahead.
No. I
Change
just
completely what I just said. Go ahead, Bacon.
I just
Bacon,
asked.
you have no idea. What's the conversation me and Lewis were having? Tell me one thing about our conversation.
Yeah,
Go ahead.
you're talking about the inverse squared law that we shouldn't be able to see stars that are billions of years. And when he answered that light did
Okay.
travel for billions of years, you laughed.
Okay, is that right?
And then you start talking about whether it's
Okay,
laughable.
we're back on topic now. Is that right? With the inverse square light of, I can't even say it. Is that wrong?
No.
Okay, how big is the nearest star?
Oh, let me Google it.
Google it.
You see?
No, what's the problem?
Has no clue.
What's wrong with that? What's wrong with him googling?
What's wrong with not having all the values of the solar system?
Because he just comes into a conversation after being muted, and he doesn't know what the conversation is. He does that all the time.
No. That's not what I said. I don't know. I didn't say I don't. Wait. I didn't say I don't know what the conversation is
That's
about.
what you did. Yeah.
No, I said that I don't know the size. I said I don't know the size of the closest star, which it's what you asked for. Not knowing the size of the closest star is not the same thing as not knowing what you're talking about. Don't
You
equate
remind
those.
me of
That's
a 12-year-old little girl. That's how you talk.
Great argument.
So tell me now, how did they figure how a light takes 4 billion years to come from the star to my eye? That's one of the things we were talking about.
That's the implication of it being billions light years away from you.
What the implication? No, that's your model.
If you're seeing something that that is billions of light years away from you, it means that the light is traveled through billions of light years to get you to your eye.
That's not what I asked you. I asked you how did they determine? That's your model, right? How did they determine that?
That is specifically is just implied.
Just implied. So
yeah, that specific is just implied. Yeah.
So specific. So I can say that star is 100 trillion billion light years away. I specifically imply it, so I must be correct, right?
No.
Why? What's the difference between me or them?
Just implying doesn't mean you're correct.
So neither is it on your side then, correct?
Sure. What makes it correct is not that it was implied.
But you just said it was implied.
Yeah. And I didn't say it's correct because it was implied. I mean, what you're asking for?
Dude.
You're just putting words in my mouth now.
You are living in La La Land, bro. I just want to expose you you're just a sophist. You just come here night after night, make stuff up. You have no clue whatsoever of what you are talking about. You just make stuff up.
You're making that up right now.
No, you know what?
that's a
Actually,
fact.
Bacon, this is the way I look at it. Is the way if I presented wild these wild inputs, these all this data that you claim, it just would be challenged, and you don't like being challenged because why? Because Google gave you the answer, and
Actually,
you
I
don't
do.
have any kind of measurements from yourself. You haven't confirmed it besides with Google. Is this what it's all amounting to? Is that what's happening, Bacon?
Well, I do like to be challenged. That's why I come here, because I was challenged on subjects that I didn't know, and I actually learned them. That's
No,
why
you
I come
just
here.
repeat what you hear. You have no critical thought. Give me an idea that you came up with on your own. Go right now. Something
What do you
that
mean?
Bacon has thought of. Go.
What is one second.
Which going to the moon?
Give me an
Uh,
original thought you have, and I'll give you one of mine after.
Oh,
about
dude,
what?
I
Make
want to make
fair.
this joke. Is that his handler in the background?
Yeah, I think they're
Handler.
calling him in. They're calling him in.
Yeah.
What are you talking about?
We're just
I
making
think you
fun.
know.
Give me an original thought that you have of the universe, of this realm we live in. Go ahead, Bacon.
I don't know. Not sure if I had original thoughts about the universe.
So everything that you've said tonight, everything that you've ever said in the past that you come here, comes from somebody else, correct?
Probably, yeah.
I rest my case.
And
Why is
I
that
think
wrong?
you should hold yourself to a better scrutiny, man. Make some like actual observations of yourself. Like, have you ever tried? Like, I don't want to say you haven't. Like, out of the blue, maybe I'll just ask you: have you ever made any observations of yourself?
What type of observation? Like in regards to what exactly?
Any observations?
I'm observing things all the time. I'm not sure what you're asking there. Are you talking about experiments that determine
No, I mean I like something that is compelling. You can be like, well, I looked at the data, I collected it, it was measured, it was all this stuff was minute by minute, every minute of every day of every year. This was the value, and we're going to show you the values and put a graph, all that. Maybe something like that. I don't know. Have you
no,
done something
something
like
like
that?
that. No. Why?
I don't know. I was just curious.
All right.
Maybe somebody else can talk to this guy, I guess.
Well, I
No one here
verified
has.
some
No one
claims.
here has. No one here
Right.
has that kind of measurement. No one's been measuring anything second by second through a year.
Well, I mean, some people do like me, but I guess that's just me.
So you've been awake for years to make measurements second by second. Stop lying.
Yeah, I can log data like that easily.
Sure. So what did you measure second by second, year by year?
I measure how the sun's not 93 million miles away in a floaty
Okay.
vacuum.
How did you
Oh,
measure
I
it
can tell you that.
second by second?
I can tell you that's how
Yeah.
I measured
you?
it.
Yeah. How?
And the data proves it.
Okay,
How?
show me that. I'm
Yeah.
open.
You know what?
Me
I
too.
lost it all. That's old
Okay.
technology.
So that was a
Oh,
You're
lie.
just gonna have to
Yeah.
believe me now.
So it was a lie. Another. Oh.
Yeah, there you go. Fuck is you
Yeah.
saying? Just believe it.
Oh, I never said we lost it.
No.
I mean, you can
No,
find
it's okay.
almost
I
everything
already
online.
already put up a good backstory, you know.
Yeah, you lied already. So yeah. You
Second
can
by
just stick with
second
it.
though. What if it was second by second? Would you be more satisfied? I was just doing it by minute.
You don't even have it for year by year.
It wasn't mine equipment, you know. I was just the employee.
Employee
I was just doing what I was told, man.
measuring the sun.
Yeah.
Sure, that's another lie.
No, you think I'm just saying yeah for no reason, but it really is the answer.
Sure, my job is to measure the moon.
Yeah, I guess it's way over your head. You think that's impossible.
That's impossible.
You know, I don't know. What did you ask me? I'm gonna have to turn you up, put you up another 50% so you can actually say it. Go ahead.
You said you measured. You said you measured the distance to the sun not being 93 million
No,
miles.
I never said something about distance.
Oh, you did. Big troll. Big troll.
Oh, actually, I remember making measurements in high school.
This was like actually so deep into the chat. I'm gonna have to send 50 messages. We'll have to refer to you all the 50 messages above, dude. Scroll up, man. Fucking get fucking caught up. Catch up to all this shit. This Chief Squatting Dog wanted to fucking queef about it all night into the chat with his useless bullshit, just denying all this shit. Like you do, Bacon. And you, Rakia. All fucking night. You don't care. You don't give a shit. You won't even do it. And this is kind of like the end of the conversation at this point, Bacon.
Yeah, we're not going to do what?
Because you've got no measurements. And the whole night, you don't give a fuck. You just come in spewing a bunch of fucking burden of proof. Well, guess what? I'm sick and tired of fucking tired of hearing that when you have no fucking proof.
But the argument of burden of proof didn't come from me. I was called out as
I want you to prove to me unicorns don't exist, Bacon.
an inversion. I was called out as...
I'll tell you this right now. I think
let
a
me
unicorn
just finish,
is more easily provable than a photon.
I just started,
because I can show you a picture of a unicorn.
Dyson, let me finish. I was called out
Show me a
as...
photon.
I was called out as committing inversion of burden of proof, so I didn't come up with burden of proof. I just answered to that. Because if you made a claim, you have a burden of proof.
Let me ask you a question, Bacon, now that I'm calmed down. Sorry, maybe I overdid it a little bit before, but you did pick me off a bit. Can you name me one thing that you don't believe in the model?
That I don't believe in the
model? Or
model?
even find suspicious. I'll even be easy on you. Even find suspicious.
Let me think. I don't know. I don't think there's something.
Wow, man. Come on, bro, man. I gave you all the chance in the world, man. Nothing you find suspicious.
Yeah, actually not. I mean, there are things that I don't understand. Of course, that the whole model is something enormous, right? That there's
okay. What's
fields.
the one thing you don't understand the most? The one thing you don't understand the most, since you're going to put it like that.
Let me think.
I
don't understand anything about. Yeah, I don't understand about like physics involved in subatomic particles, for example. It's very
I'm trying
mysterious
to
to me.
think of you, me in your shoes. You're 26 years old, right? So I guess we got to be easy on you, bro. You're still young, so.
Oh, again, I don't understand almost anything about the physics of subatomic particles. That's
But you believe it though. But you believe that somewhere there's somebody that could explain to you how a particle could be both a particle and a wave at the same time. You believe, you just don't get it, right? But it's possible, right?
Sure. I mean, the same way I studied computer science and I learned a lot of things that I didn't know about, there are people who study astrophysics. Probably they're having the same experience. They're learning things that they didn't know about. So why should I be suspicious on their knowledge?
Well, let me teach you something real quick, Bacon. A wave doesn't exist, bud.
Oh, not as an entity. Yeah, I understand that.
So then why would you create this duality when you already know that it's...
Because it's... Yeah, when you say it's a wave,
contradiction.
I believe it means it works as a wave. But it's
it's
an
not a
entity
matter
wave.
of how you want to feel about it. It's a matter of
Oh,
how the
that's not what I'm saying.
information is being... No, because that's not what they say.
I think that's what they say. That they describe it as a wave.
It exhibits wave-like properties.
Exactly.
Well, that's funny because fundamentally they'll tell you that all particles are essentially nothing more than just waves.
Oh, that's not.
Which one is it?
Actually, that's not a consensus on
Oh, really?
physics.
Because Lewis loves quoting that. That's Lewis's favorite quote.
Right, but I think there are different interpretations on the physical models on subatomic particles. I'm not sure if all of them. Oh yeah,
Let
you
me
could be
ask you
true.
something. Does reality change depending on your interpretation of it?
Of course not.
So why would we just settle for these descriptions of vague fallacies instead of getting to the explanation of the true nature of light?
What vague fallacy you're talking about?
Particle wave duality.
Why is that a vague fallacy?
It's a conceptual abstract.
Well, it's mathematically described. You can say it's vague if it's mathematically. That's complete.
Mother Nature is not governed by mathematics.
It doesn't matter. That's not my point. You can say you can say something that is mathematically defined to be vague.
Mathematics doesn't explain. Never has. Never will.
That's not my. That's independent from what I just said.
Yeah, but again, you're dancing around what I asked for. I asked you for a concise explanation as to the true nature of light, and what you're giving me is a vague,
Well,
abstract concept of a description, a loose interpreted description at best.
I just made it clear that I have very little understanding on the fundamentals of subatomic particles. Why would I have? How could I answer that?
Light is not a particle. Light is not a wave. Light is not an emission. Light is not a speed.
Well, light is distributed to photons, right? And
there's no photon. Photon has never been the input.
I know you don't believe it, but that's what it's attributed
real
to.
Quick, Bacon. Real quick. A photon has never been observed. A photon has never been the input or output of any experiment ever done in the history of science. This is a preconceived notion called a false supposition.
So there are no experiments that led to the conclusion that photons do exist.
There's not one. You don't have an image of it. You don't have any indication of it.
Of course, we're not going to have image of it.
Of what?
Yeah, you should.
But of course not. I mean, by the very meaning of a photon, there's no way we can have an image of a photon.
Zanuck has an image of it.
Of what?
Because the idea of photons is that when you see things, what you're seeing is just the photons being reflected by it. How could you have an image of a photon? That makes zero sense.
Zanuck posted an image of a photon yesterday.
If it doesn't have form, or you can't make an image out of it, or it doesn't, I mean, if it doesn't present itself, why are you talking about it, Bacon?
Well, having an image of it and it doesn't present itself are not the same thing. I mean, everything. There are other ways.
Here and it doesn't exist, and it can't make an image. There's no design pattern to it. It doesn't have. I mean, like, what are you talking about?
Yeah, you can't isolate it. You can't do anything with it. This is nothing more than an abstract concept, Bacon. You're done.
All right. Well, we can claim that I have no idea how to verify that. As I said, that's exactly what I don't understand about physics.
Disagrees with you, Dyslow. There's all kinds of information on photons out there. All dating back to 1886.
Yeah. The word photon came from Leonard Trollin. That's how it was originated, and he was a fucking
Why can't we have a
fringe.
photon though? Instead of all kinds of information about a photon if they exist, why can't we have the photon? You know, we have a car.
I don't know.
Information about a car. We can go get in a car, right? Can we go get in a photon? Can we look at the photon? No. Oh.
Yeah, of course you can't look at a photon, right? Because that's what photons are, the things you're looking at.
That's usually how you figure out if stuff's real.
Sure, but no. I mean, given what photons, what the concept of a photon is.
A ghost?
Given what the concept of a photon is, it wouldn't make sense for you to have a photo of a photon.
So it's a ghost. So it's a ghost-ton.
Do you agree with what I just asked? Would you answer yes to that?
Yeah, I heard you say that it was a ghost that you can't see, but it's there, and it's
How
a
did
ghost.
you heard that? I never said that. Well, in some way, photons are everything you're seeing, right?
No, they're not. Not at all.
Nope.
Okay.
Photon is nothing more than an abstract concept. I don't know if you know what those words mean, but you should
Yeah,
really try
concepts
looking them
are.
up. Do you know what an
All right.
abstraction is? Do you know what an abstract object is?
An abstract object?
Yeah, something that's abstract.
I'm not sure. I mean, I use the word abstract in other contexts.
Thank
For
you.
example, I know what levels of abstractions are, but I'm not sure what an abstract object is.
Bacon, are you trying to describe just the reaction of a reflection through the medium of light, just bouncing off stuff or reflecting? Is that, I mean,
I
isn't that
just
just light?
said that subatomic, the physics of subatomic particles is not something I
So
understand.
you have subatomic photons now. Do you have potato photons and apple photons? Is that what we have? What do we have? What?
Well, when you're a materialist, everything's a particle. This is the problem. And when
Why?
we're talking about reality, reality isn't consistent of discrete particles, especially charge-carrying particles, nonetheless.
Well, how do you know
So
that?
to invoke this concept is nothing more than a fallacy.
How do you know that?
We have charge.
That
We have
doesn't conform
charge
to reality.
carrying. We have charge carrying mediums, and then the material in the medium with resistance. But yeah, we got like sand, grains of sand. Are you talking about grains of sand?
This whole concept is a mathematician's endless desire to subdivide
Right.
particles
It tries to
into
turn light.
discrete units and to be able to count them, to quantize. That's
Right, they're trying to turn
that's
light
their only.
into a
If they
green
can't
sand
count
or a
it,
drop
then
of
it
water.
doesn't exist. And if it exists and they can't count it, then they add particles to it.
Right. They're trying to add it as a grain of sand or a wave of water. They're trying to turn light into a piece of sand or water. It's not going to happen. Not going to
You're
happen.
giving, yeah, you're giving attributes to inanimate objects and things that aren't existent.
But inanimate objects don't have attributes?
Well, I'm saying objects that aren't existent, just like things like waves, shadows, space, time, chaos,
Waves exist, but
emptiness,
as entities.
emptiness. These are all concepts. You can't show me any one of these things of itself by itself because it's all maybe a byproduct or an attribute of the
Waves
principle.
exist, just not as entities.
Waves do not exist at all. Waves
Okay,
are
so
what
I don't think we
something.
mean the same thing when we say the word exists.
Waves are what something does. Waves are not what something is.
Right,
Just as
but
happiness,
it's a noun. So if
happiness
something is
does not
doing that,
exist.
then that exists.
Happiness does not exist. Happiness is what something exhibits.
But
Have you ever seen happiness walking down the street? No.
that's
Happiness
not
is a
the
byproduct.
criteria.
It's an attribute of humans' emotions.
That's not a criteria for existence. Things don't have to walk on the street to exist. And they don't have to be entities to exist.
You have to have a principle.
No,
You have to have a source.
existing is being part of reality. If there is a pattern in reality, then that pattern exists, and patterns aren't entities. Just like waves, waves aren't entities, but I can recognize them as a pattern, and that pattern is part of reality, which means they exist. They just don't exist as entities.
Waves are not what things are. It's not a noun. It's not a person, place, or a thing.
Wave
It's
is a
something
noun.
does.
Yeah,
Wave is a noun.
noun.
Wave is falsely identified as a noun in the dictionary, unfortunately. But where can you show me a wave of itself?
I can't because they're not entities. That's the whole point.
Oh, wow. So now we're learning.
Do patterns exist, Dysley?
Do patterns define things?
I'm not sure what you're asking there.
Well, I'm not sure what you're asking either then.
Never mind.
Let's get back to the true essence and nature of things. Real science, right? Not just falling back on descriptions, loose, vague, abstract descriptions, and act like we've got things figured out, because that's not real science. That's pseudoscience.
Well, once we have things figured out, we can't not act like we have things figured out, because we do.
Not quite. That's why you're at a standstill.
Yeah, you can have a particle of sand, but not a particle. I mean, you can cut a potato into particles, but is that potato a particle? No, a potato is the potato as what it is. You can't scrape a piece of a potato off and be like, that's the potato. It's a piece of the potato. It's not a particle. It's not a wave of potato. So different things have different names for a reason. You can't claim particles to light or waves just because somebody is ignorant or insane and just like assigns attributes of ignorance to stuff.
These physicists ain't loyal.
You just might be seeing an electrical imprint of static of electrical continuity, an imprint of such, or magnetic field and the static of such. But no, you're going to call it light, waves, and particles. I wouldn't be so sure.
I just want to say when when chicks are twerking, electrons are being excreted. This is what they'd have you believing. When you lift a weight, when you stretch a rubber band, there's electrons being excreted. We got electrons, photons. Oh, God. Gravitons. Welcome to the cult of bumping particles. All light rebounds in a coaxial circuit, manifesting and demanifesting as the perturbation propagates itself in its own medium, the ether as such. Matter as such, being ultra-high energy light, mutually accelerates towards the lowest null pressure in counter space.
Explain how all of Alex Jones's predictions come true.
Just as the EMR circuit of light rebounds itself in cycles or frequency at the force dissipation of the magnetodielectric geometry, as light's circuit is cycled and exhausted as such over and over again. As meaning the frequency of the circuit field compound phenomena so deemed light, matter being ultra-high energy light as such, rebounds mutually towards counter space due to its generation of an impulse current in the ether and its resultant strain phenomena, or torsion as such. This can be conventionally called induction towards inertia homeostasis.
Beast.
You memorize all this shit, Taislo?
Some of it, not all of it.
Then you have some of your input, right? Your own.
No, I read that one.
Okay.
Fucking go.
Stuff can't be string fit theory. String theory makes no sense.
No,
That would mean everything is so simple and stems from one point and always follows the path of the piece of spaghetti. That's not what happens.
They don't believe in
Stuff
string
spreads
theory.
out.
They believe in bands, rotating, vibrating rubber bands.
No, I don't think so. No, it's not. It's not anything to do with any rubber bands. It's not a fucking string. It's more like,
There's no vibrating
well,
G
it's more
strings.
like clouds. Well, it's more like packets of liquid and packets of liquid, or packets of liquid and packets of gas.
like
It's like
powdered,
everything.
it's like Powerade,
Well,
the powdered Powerade.
well, dropping something into another liquid from one medium to the next, it can go into it. It's not going to turn to a string. You know what I mean? It's going to spread. It's going to spread for where it can in each medium. Each medium will spread to where it can in the next medium. There is no string.
Tell them about your bleeding effect.
That's what I'm explaining. The bleeding effect. Things can bleed from one thing to the next. Light can bleed into the next medium as far as it can. Radiation bleeds into the next medium off you to where it can.
So this is what they would call energy, and this is what I would call field proximity.
Yep, it's the bleeding effect. Yep.
Yeah.
And for
I like
gas, liquid, light, energy, everything, magnetism, everything from the source outward, not inward like gravity, outward.
Inward and outward, right?
Well, yeah, from a seed to a tree to a seed to a tree. Yep. Kind of like that.
Yeah, life is very much kind of like a wave. And you can be sick one day and then healthy the next. There's a lot of things going on, I guess, that we can't even predict.
I just want to
We could
say
try.
space-time. This came about. It was birthed by atomists and relativists as a necessary resultant to create a new medium after the dismissal of natural order of the only actual medium of nature, that being the ether.
I just want to talk about forces, to be honest, guys. Like centrifugal and centripetal. Like really, I feel like they got that mixed up in science. They define it wrong. And I think it's intentional.
They do.
Just to make
Right,
everybody mixed up and confused, and I feel like this shouldn't even be an argument. It's like the thing is that centripetal force should be the pseudo force. It shouldn't be that centrifugal, which is actually observable without strings attached.
Here, I'll just tell you what it is real quick. When you're talking about centrifugal and centripetal, centrifugal divergence is the force and motion vectors of magnetism towards the creation of magnitude and space as seen in fields, nature, growth, and nearly all natural phenomena. Centripetal convergence is the inertia and acceleration vectors of the dielectric towards counter space. Also, you got to look into like vortexes, because this kind of helps extrapolate what it is I'm saying. But all nature from macro to micro, whether phenomena, galaxies, and so on, form these inverse pressure geometries of simplex pressure mediation, where force is either generated or canceled, but almost always mutually both simultaneous.
I don't really have anything to say really much about that. What I was really thinking about though is if you have like an office chair or whatever, gaming chair for your computer, this is an experiment you can try yourself. You spin yourself one way clockwise and then counterclockwise the other way. All right, and you'll feel one force, which is apparently a pseudo force, a fictitious force. Well, where is the actual force? Where's the centripetal force? How do I make that chair produce a centripetal force? The real one. Not the fake one that we all feel, but one that we can't feel and that none of us can really reproduce.
Well, since they can't reproduce it, it must be real, and they must know everything about the effects and the calculation.
Well, I think it's really just because everything to them is balls. So there's always a flip side to it, maybe.
Yeah, it's called
And
globodolia.
and then it's like, well, we can reverse it and say dark matter and antimatter.
That's just helium.
Then the suns turn to black holes.
No, that doesn't do that. Just helium. Yeah.
Yeah, let me know when one of the stars disappear. Let me know.
Let me know. Let me know if the star's light is really the star's light and not a source of the sun reflecting from the star. Tell me when you can figure that one out.
Yeah, well, yeah, exactly. That's a good point. You know, what about like we're comparing like things in the sky to the sun, and it's all like, oh, well, you can only see it because it's illuminated. But I always see a full Jupiter, a full Venus, a full Mars. But what about the stars? How come those aren't like planets? You know, how do you even know that those are not planets? Because all the other ones are fully illuminated. They pretty much look the same, dude. Besides their motions.
Well, I mean, how do you know they're not a shined out frequency into a liquid and giving you a pattern? How do you know they're even their own source of what they are? I'm saying like the sun could be the source of what they are. The sun could also be just reflecting off whatever they could be. The sun could be their source of light. They might not have their source of light. They might not be so far away and dots of powerful light like you've been told like they're little suns. They might just be little things that are, reflecting. And when the sun comes out at a certain portion of time, it reflects off the motherfuckers because they're close. And not
or check this out. It could be kind of like a Tesla situation where the sun is more like a big ass bright Tesla coil.
Right.
And instead of being close to it, like once it's lined up on the other side and makes a connection with Earth, that's when the stars just brighten up. Because look, man, like if it's daylight, I know the sun's out, it's covering up the stars, but you can see Venus. All right, that's interesting. That's another thing. The morning star Venus in a heliocentric model, you just would never see it. Like you would just never see it. Only in the day. But we can see it at night because there is no hump of curvature in the way.
Yeah, it's hard to say. It's like the North Star, the ones that are supposed to be so bright. Like, are they really?
It would actually be. It would be so cool to see like a time lapse of the North Star, from the day to the night. It's always pointed at it.
Well, that's
There's
the thing.
a few at night.
Well, yeah, but the other ones are rotating around, so they're not really ever where you think they are, really, are they?
Well, in the southern hemisphere, I think that it's definitely different, and even Globers know this, that it's not really their heliocentric model working out for them on that situation. They can, I've heard that they've got a video of a 24-hour, 20 or 23-hour, whatever, sun. And, you know, I mean, what is it other than really a 24-hour sun in the North Pole, just reversed, right? But here's the thing, man. Like, that's they don't even have the good solar filters. It's not like they even know what the hell they're using. They're using some stupid telescope. And I don't know, man, like it's someplace that nobody's ever been. So it's really hard. It's really hard to really like take that and be like, okay, that's proof that the Earth is a globe. I feel like it's good evidence though. It's a good argument. But it doesn't take me there and let me experience it myself. And that's like really the best they have. There's no it's really hard to get there. Like you know, it's like a military. It's a military base, basically.
Do you know your eyeballs are the best telescopes, are better than observatories, and better than everything they've got? Because you can see from the ground, you can see the ISS and all its glory, right? But they can't see anything from the ISS down. Isn't
Oh
that
yeah, dude, I got like the in between of autofocus and manual focus. I've got like human focus.
what I'm
It's
saying
literally
is, you can see the
like
face of the moon, right? You can see a spot, so like a 50-mile wide portion of the moon from 238 supposed thousand miles away. But that you don't. But then you can't go to Walmart. You can't go to the science lab. You can't go to the observatory and zoom in on anything that's on the moon. But you can see the moon from your eyeball, the face of it. You can see designs on it. But you can't go to any observatory that's powerful enough to zoom in and see a flag, a rover, the tracks, all the big ass track they left on the moon. That's supposed to be like the tire tracks, supposed to stay there because there's no wind. Yeah, can't see none of that. Crazy.
Yeah, you can see so much with your eyes. The eyes are incredible. You know, this is actually like my favorite thing about flat Earth. Like, let me be real with everybody in the room. I'll tell you what. I used to doubt myself so much just what I was seeing. All because of that globe model, dude. I'm not gonna lie. And when I became a flat earther, there was no doubt in my mind. Too much confidence to like even doubt anything that I've seen. No, I'm not gonna die. I'm not gonna be hit by a meteor. I'm really seeing what's coming through my eyes. I'm not blind. And I can believe what I see. I don't have to really believe it. It's like I kind of just know. My brain is way good at interpreting what's coming through my eyes. And I don't have perfect eyesight, but I can sure see some really incredible stuff. And I'm not going to lie, it's not going to give me all the right answers. Like there's some times where it's like, okay, I don't know what the heck that was. What that whole little show was. And that's one of the things, man. That's a double-edged sword. You see some stuff that you just can't unsee, and you'll never have any experience like that with anybody, even though they might just be right next to you looking almost in the same area and they didn't see it, they missed it. Everybody in the world missed it. Maybe just you saw that.
Think about this one.
Globe or flat?
Well, listen to this. The atmosphere is only supposed to go up to 60 miles, right? And then it's like supposed to be the Kármán line or whatever, and then space or some magic fucking invisible barrier that doesn't exist between the two, right? It's 60 miles, right? Straight up from the sphere, right? That would mean that straight out from the sphere, 65 miles, right? So if we built a straight building, 10 feet, 10 feet, 10 feet, 10-foot buildings all the way all the way connected, 10-foot straight flat buildings level, all the way connected for 60 miles. 5 miles is supposed to be, we're supposed to be out of the atmosphere there with that, out of our atmosphere from this globe. But isn't that funny that that would never happen?
Isn't it funny that that isn't the claim?
Oh, that is the claim. That's my claim. Non-globe haver. Do you have a globe model to show us otherwise?
Yeah,
Do you have a globe model to show us otherwise?
Can you globe model doesn't say
how? Listen, hold on a minute there, car salesman. I'm not buying your car. Hold on a minute. Now, do you have a little globe model where 60 miles up is the air, right? To scale from that little globe, and where you can go forward on that globe 65 miles or 63, where you know forward the distance of the air, and then a little portion of the globe you got to go forward off of to get there. Can you show us that?
no. I was just saying that the claim of the globe model isn't that the atmosphere stops at 60 miles.
Where's your Kármán line?
Kármán line isn't a line where the atmosphere stops.
Well, no shit. In reality, the atmosphere never stops. Everything's in the atmosphere, the sun and moon and everything. But on your model, your atmosphere stops.
No, it doesn't.
Yes, it does, fucking idiot. How else do you have a vacuum?
Fucking
vacuum does not have air in it. How much air is in a vacuum, man?
How much air? Depends on the vacuum.
Well, your space vacuum.
So yeah, there's air there. But if the if you're saying that,
so you can breathe in space.
No, there's little air.
You can't breathe.
That you can breathe there.
Oh, okay.
Yeah.
So which one is it, man? Can you breathe in space or not?
No, because there's not enough air for you to breathe. There is air there. So when NASA says
you can't breathe
that
there,
the atmosphere, yeah, sure. There's water. There's air in the water, and you can't breathe there either. So if the
no, there's not any air in the water. Who the hell told you that? Show me some. Go get a cup of water and show me how much air is in there.
It's H2O. So yeah.
No, it's not. That's your dream.
Sure.
That's your ignorance.
If when you're saying that the globe claim is that the atmosphere
is air, there's something wrong with you.
So when you're saying that the globe claim is
a cup of liquid is liquid,
at the Kármán line, how can NASA say that the moon is in the Earth's atmosphere if the atmosphere stops at 60 miles?
Well, I don't know. How do they say all kinds of different stuff?
Yeah, because the atmosphere doesn't stop at 60 miles.
Changes by day and second. My flat earth model.
You don't. Sure, but you don't know what the Kármán line.
You don't know what your model is second to second. What are you talking about?
That's because it's not pseudoscience.
You're discovering your model isn't even your model, right? What are you talking about?
Right. Changes with new information.
Your model
like
doesn't exist. Every second you figure out how much more your model doesn't exist, but you're talking about what? Your fake model that doesn't exist now?
Yeah, so science changes with new evidence.
Means your idea of what you thought you knew was wrong.
Sure, yeah, we get things wrong.
You're talking out of some wrong information, so fill us in on some right information.
Yeah, the atmosphere doesn't stop at 60 kilometers, 60 miles.
Where did your atmosphere stop, Mo Man?
I have no idea.
Oh, so you don't know?
Yeah, I know that it extends to over 60 miles.
Well, I know that when you go up on mountains, after you go a little higher, you can't breathe, and those aren't 60 miles up, are they?
Oh, so there's no oxygen there?
Can you breathe in space?
No, you said that when you go higher to a mountain, you can't breathe. So that means that there's no air in there.
Yeah, I'm trying to tell you there's no air in the water. There's no air in the water. You're not going to go down.
Just said that when you go high to a mountain, you can't breathe.
You said you can breathe in space.
There is no air in there.
No, I said after you go up past the mountains, further than them, by miles, when you're past the mountains, I said, clean your ears out.
No, that's not what you said, though.
Yeah, that is what I said. That's exactly what I
Yeah.
said.
So how
I said
high
when
have you
go up
been
past the
to
mountain,
verify that you
I said you
can't
can
breathe
barely
in there?
breathe. I said you can barely breathe on the tip of a mountain. When you go past that, what happens?
Your claim. I don't
You
know.
don't know. You don't know all of a sudden
Yeah.
again? You can breathe good up
But you
past the
can't
mountain,
breathe.
right? So 10 miles up past the highest mountain, you can breathe good? Can you show us
I
this?
haven't been there. I haven't been there. You said that
So
you
what are
can't
you
breathe there.
telling us about?
You said it's your claim, not mine. You claim that you can't
Yeah,
breathe
I'm
there.
going by your globe claim that there's no atmosphere in space.
Ah, okay. So you don't accept it. Okay. So you think that you can breathe. Okay.
No, I've always known there's air out there. But what I'm trying to tell you is your globe model says your air stops. You know, like when you go up to a certain point and then you're weightless.
It doesn't stop. No.
You know what that means,
Jesus.
Mo Man? No, Jesus
Yeah,
doesn't have nothing to do with it. What's Jesus?
You don't know.
Jesus.
What do you mean
Now
with
you're
saying that
bringing
you're
religion into
weightless
it.
when you go higher?
Why are you
What do you
bringing
mean when
religion
you go
into it?
high?
What do you mean by Jesus?
Jesus is a word that I use when
What
someone
does
is
it have to do with
higher.
height?
Height. You said that you become weightless when you get high enough. How high do you need to get to become weightless?
Where's your ISS at?
It's orbiting, so it has nothing
Where's it
to do
at?
with the altitude.
Hello, can you answer the question? Where's it at? How high is it?
400 kilometers, if I remember correctly.
250 miles up?
Yeah, it could be. Yeah, I don't know. I think it's 400 kilometers. Yeah.
So somewhere around there, they can't walk outside and start breathing, right?
Sure. Yeah, there's not enough oxygen to breathe.
So now do you understand?
Yeah, I do understand. There's oxygen there, but not enough for someone
Now,
to breathe.
when have you ever shown yourself a model that exists like that on Earth?
What?
For you to ever believe it exists in your mind, because it only exists in your mind. Now, can you represent that to where we can go have a little scale vacuum that's nothing? It's nothing. It's no problem at all. No big deal. There's atmosphere. There's air in your vacuum space. Hold on a second.
You can go into
Your
a vacuum
space is
chamber.
too easy to fucking. Your space in your Earth is so easy to reproduce. It's only a harmless little vacuum you can stick your hand out in and go play in. It doesn't hurt you, right? You can use your finger to plug your holes. You can use your finger to plug the holes if something busts in it. No big deal, Mo Man. Can you show this on the ground? Or you getting a live vacuum chamber inside a thing and then pop a hole in it and then you just plug it with your finger? See how that works out?
You could do it. You could do it. Yeah, you can go get a vacuum chamber and put your finger on a hole, drill a small hole, put your finger on it, and pull a vacuum.
It's not my model.
Sure, but I just said that you can
Is
do
there
it easily.
somewhere you've ever seen this happen on Earth, or is it just in imagination?
No, I haven't seen that on Earth. No.
Have you seen anything on Earth that resembles a globe, orbits, or anything?
Sure, yeah, I've seen the sun move at 15 degrees, not changing in angular size. Same with the moon, different speed though. And yeah,
on the Earth?
yeah, those are observed from the Earth.
So the sun and the moon are on the Earth.
No, I said those are observed from the Earth.
No, they're not. That's your imagination. What? Have you seen anything do this in reality that you can verify? Me and you can stand next to the objects and see them do this thing called orbit. I've never seen it on Earth.
Yeah, you can.
Not in your imagination, looking up in the sky and saying, "Look."
Observe the sun.
Listen, when you look up and see birds, you don't say they're orbiting. Now stop saying other stuff's orbiting. That's ignorant. That's dumb.
Yeah, the birds are not orbiting.
Birds don't
They
orbit.
change in angular size and everything. So
birds
yeah,
don't
they're not
orbit. Birds are not
yeah,
orbiting.
they don't. Yeah, birds get smaller when they get further away, but the sun doesn't.
You don't know anything the sun does. You haven't produced one.
No, I can observe one. So
you've never produced a sun. You've never seen one in a lab and a little model do what
you've never produced the Earth. So
I don't need to. All I need to know is yours is dog shit and you don't have one. I'm waiting for yours.
Sure. Yeah. Yeah.
That's
but
all I
yours
need
is
to
dog
know.
shit.
All I need to know is you can't produce the one that's been stated by everybody in the world, by 99% of everyone, has stated a claim about a globe that they can't produce in any way, shape, or form on this planet. In any way, shape, or form. Where does that leave you, globe model man?
It leaves me with reality.
It sounds like you're Santa Claus. Sounds like you live in the North Pole and you got a red reindeer with a red nose, and it's like so far away, and you can breathe this high in orbit.
I can actually take the angle to the Polaris.
The angle
of
to
my latitude,
Santa Claus's house,
and then I know the distance to the North Pole. From my
and that's how you find Santa Claus. I get it. And do you ride with Santa Claus? Have you ever had his hot cocoa? Have you ever went to Santa Claus's house and had any hot cocoa with him and the missus?
I actually have been to the Santa Claus village in Finland. Sure, yeah.
That's what I was saying. Now, does your globe exist there?
No, the globe is reality.
Oh, so the globe doesn't exist in Santa Claus Village?
No, the globe is just reality.
Which, can we see it in a lab?
No, because it's reality. So
no, you can't see reality in a lab?
You're trying
So you
to,
can't
you're
see
trying
reality?
to verify the model.
So you have to imagine reality. You can't see it.
No.
You're so good, Mole Man. You are good. You're teaching us all some good stuff. So you have to imagine on a computer. Close your eyes and observe your imagined globe, because you can never see it in real life in your hands. That's cool. It's a cool story.
Observe reality. Yeah.
On a computer, yeah, on your TV screen, and in funny colors and graphics that aren't real.
Trying to verify the model. I mean,
on a piece of paper that you got. Does your piece of paper have water on it and stuff? Can you fold that paper into a ball for us?
I mean, yesterday when I was at home, I poured some water on the table and it fucking fell off. So I mean, yeah, it can't be flat.
It fell
water
off.
Would fall off. Yeah.
Isn't that sad? Your table's smaller than the Earth.
Oh, so you can't? Oh shit, you can't scale it down. Jesus. Well, you can't have a model then.
No, I didn't say
so
that.
Your reality is
I didn't say that.
Yeah,
I said your table's small. You threw too much water on it.
Oh, too much water.
Can we do that with your globe?
Yeah.
Now, can
If water fell off your table, it was sloping, sir.
Now, can we throw some water on your globe and see how much it holds on your table? Can you put your globe on that table? No?
Yeah,
you can't put the globe on that table?
I can. I already said I can.
I can put a little globe on that table.
Yeah.
How about an orbiting moon? How about orbit? We can have water, waterfalls.
Yeah, you have to change the thing.
Right on top of your table, right?
You can take a basketball. Dip it in water, put it on the table. It's wet. Yep.
Yeah, and you're gonna pour. You're gonna show waterfalls working on it.
Sure, more
waterfalls on your basketball.
Yep. I mean, there's no waterfall on the table.
Just turn your camera on and shut up and show us.
Yeah,
hurry up, basketball.
Just take a basketball and make it wet.
Which ball are you going to use to orbit the basketball? The cue ball? That'll work, right?
Sure. If you want, we can take a cue ball.
Oh no, you can use a little beach, one of those little balls, little plastic balls, or a lot of like the kids things, where a kid plays, where a kid can be a
sure.
Kid. So you can use the basketball. Now you know how to do waterfalls, you told us, and show us how waterfalls work on a ball, on your table, in your room, live, with orbit. You got two spherical objects. We're waiting. This is going to be awesome.
Sure, I will do it just after you give me a 2 centimeter long
it's funny how you can pour water on flat surfaces, but you can't pour them on balls. Weird, right?
The water just fell off from the table, so
no water
you
fell
can't
off
have it on a flat surface.
No, you can't
it fell off on the table. No, you can't do it on a table. The water will fall off.
It's going to fall off your ball. So you mean
it's going to fall off your table?
10 pounds of water. So pour 10 pounds of water on your Don't fucking say what. Your basketball holds water, right?
Yep.
It's going to hold the water. So pour 10 pounds of water on your basketball, and it's going to stay on there. All 10 pounds.
Stop
you're
saying
saying
what,
that on
Glover.
the so
So
you
I'm
are
saying
saying that on the
you have an ocean that weighs a big amount on the outside of your crusty dust ball, right? So your basketball has to have a big ocean and it has to stay on the outside of it. So sure, yeah. You have to mimic
it
reality.
does.
You
It
like to
does.
say the word reality. Mimic that.
Yep. Yep, it does, and it's even more than we have on Earth in relation to the when you scale it down. Yeah, it's even more than in the oceans.
So your basketball is going to hold 10 pounds of water. We got you, buddy. We know. We're waiting to see it.
No, it's not 10 pounds because even the
Stop making
basketball
excuses
weighs
for
much
your
less
glove.
than 10 pounds.
No, we don't need to hear excuses. We need to see.
Oh, so you want something that isn't reality? Okay, sure.
need to
I can't
see your
replicate something that isn't
not
reality.
excuse. Well, just stop making excuses and get the presentation going.
How much does a basketball weigh?
As much as your globe, presenter, globe boy.
So a globe weighs as much as a basketball.
That's representing your globe. You picked the basketball, not me, Glober.
Yeah, sure.
Stop fucking crying. You picked the ball.
And then when I put it, make it wet, there's more
stop
water
making excuses.
on the surface than on the surface of the Earth. Yep, done.
No, you got to have a little ocean on your basketball, and it's got to stay there, not come off.
Yep,
none
and
of
it does.
Not
And
one
it does.
drop. Hurry up and show us. That's a cool story.
Yeah, it's easy. Just make a wet basketball.
Yeah, it's a
Done.
cool story.
Yeah, I mean, that's what you get when you make a
So how
basketball
long
wet.
does the basketball stay wet?
It depends on the
It
circumstance.
depends. So you mean the ocean disappears in a couple minutes off the earth? It just depends.
No.
Are you crazy right now?
No. No,
So
no
you
one
got a
said it.
dry earth with no ocean now is what you're telling me after a couple seconds.
No, that's not what I said.
Then
There's
that's not
humidity
an
in the
earth.
air.
No, that's clearly
So
what
it
you're
still
saying to
it
me.
stays wet. It
How
stays wet
long
because
does your basketball earth hold water, the ocean?
as long as you want it to hold the water.
Forever.
Hmm? Did you cut
Man,
out?
this is painful, isn't it, Mo Man? Trying to
The water
present the
stays.
globe to us. It's painful, isn't it?
It's easy.
Show us. I just want to see some waterfalls.
Waterfalls?
On your basketball, yeah, like that works on the globe. A
It's
waterfall
tough
in
to.
Australia,
It's
a
very
waterfall
hard
in the
to
jungle, a
scale
waterfall
down
in
because
Hawaii,
you can't scale down
waterfall
water
in
molecules.
Canada. Stop making excuses for your fucking globe and make the waterfalls.
Can you show me waterfalls on a table? Oh, you can't.
I didn't claim waterfalls are on tables.
So there
You're
are no water.
claiming globes are real, Mo Man. Listen, stop pulling
You're
everybody
saying
into your
tables
shithole.
are real.
This is your shithole. This is your hole. This is your globe hole you dug yourself into. We don't believe none of your dogs, none of your stuff. We need to see it.
Sure, and you can just make a basketball wet.
Yeah, okay, cool. Where's your globe?
I mean, it's reality. So
Yeah, Santa Claus, I know. It's just Santa Claus, we know, but where's your globe?
if reality is well,
So you can't present orbit or a globe or anything.
well, as much as you can't present an elephant that is 2 centimeters long. Yeah.
I never
Elephants
claimed
are
we
fake.
lived on a 2-centimeter elephant, stupid. I never claimed Galileo and all millions of people and 99% of everyone claimed we live on this thing that you have all the proof for. Stop making up stuff for your globe that doesn't exist and just present, please. Present all your
with
8
what?
billion years and times and thousands of decades of evidence. All your scientific, geological, scientific evidence, man. I mean, come on.
I mean, so you want every piece of evidence for the globe
I
that
want a
ever existed.
little ball. No, you keep making up shit. Listen, it's real
That's what you
simple.
said.
Your little globe, your little basketball with some waterfalls working, please.
Yeah, you can't scale down water molecules or gravity or any molecules for that matter. So it's hard
Oh,
to
so you mean
scale
I
down
can't make
a
a little cup of
waterfall.
water and a big cup of water? What the hell are you telling me now?
No, the water molecules don't
Yeah,
scale
you
down.
lost your mind. So now you're doing something with water molecules now? Oh my God.
Yeah, if you want
So
to
now
scale
you can't mess
something
with the
down,
globe.
you
Now you're
have to
bringing us
scale
the
everything
molecules
down.
of water, which don't even
Do
exist.
you
Don't
know?
even make any
Do you
sense.
know what scaling means?
There is no molecule of water and there is no globe. They're on the same thing. There is no
Sure.
scaling. The only scaling is you
Yeah.
don't have a globe to present. Everything
Only
else,
thing you know is
city
that
can be
there's
scaled down.
hydrogen.
Listen, Mole Man, you can scale down cities. You're the only goofball that says you can't.
Oh, you can't scale down
Stupid.
cities.
Yes, you can, and they do all the
Oh, you
time.
can. Show me little people in a town. Show me little people doing their shoppings.
Who said we live on little people?
No.
I said,
There's no
you can
people in
scale down
towns.
a city. And then
No,
you
you
said
can't.
people. I didn't say people. Where's
So
your
people
brain
don't
at,
live
man?
in
Did
cities.
you last in school? So
Do
when your
people
teacher
live in
said, "Hey,
cities?
Mo, man, we're gonna make cities today. We're gonna make little
You're
cities
too retarded
to
again.
scale.
I'm gonna
We're gonna make
stop this.
Mole Man. We're gonna make little cities to scale." This is the teacher talking, and the Mole Man wants to make little people, right? Is that what we're doing here? So you do your own shit. You go on your own path, and you still haven't shown us a globe with waterfalls. It's just sad. Hey, teacher, let's make people. Listen, an ant is a person. An amoeba is a little person. Anything that's smart and does anything and moves and eats and shits is a little person. Come on, next. Everything's scaled down, buddy, and scaled up. That's ignorant of you to say. That was just dumb. The only thing you can't scale down is your globe.
Okay, amoeba.
Well, yeah. Where'd you come from, Glober? You came from a fucking amoeba. So apparently an amoeba is a person. Now shut up and present your
Well,
globe.
would you rather be an amoeba or a neophyte?
Just saying, if we came from amoebas and single-celled organisms and all this other dog shit, where's the globe? We were already that. We don't need to present
Would you
that.
rather be a neophyte or a troglodytic neophyte?
But we have that already. Mole Man's quest is granted. We already have single-celled organism people that we made in little molecule rocks and dirt that made people. We came from that, right? Let's get this globe on the road now. Come on.
Get this show on the road, boys.
Come on, Mo Man. We are little amoebas, buddy.
I don't think the globe exists.
It doesn't. I'm waiting for it. I've been waiting for years. They keep saying Santa Claus stories like you're standing on it. Like, huh? I'm standing where? In the Wizard of Oz land? Where am I standing? The pile of dog shit?
I did this a while back, the model thing, and it's so easy with the. I would hate to be a glober trying to model. That's all I'm saying. I mean, any other theory is so much easier. Just enclose it, bound the water. You can make different ponds and lakes and seas. You can even make waterfalls. You can put ants or whatever creatures in there. They'll survive. Plants will grow. Condensation, heat and cold, light and dark. Can do it like many different ways, and it works. It is really tough to model the other one. Damn near impossible. Seemed like there would be models of it everywhere. I'm waiting for that vacation spot that takes you out to the center of the lake, shows you the measurement of curved water. I mean, wouldn't everyone want to see curved water? I know I would.
I want to put the flag in there. Yeah, mark it. Field trip city.
Instead, we're told when you create a horizontal pipe, fill it with water, the water will stay right there. But when you take out the curvature, right, the water will flow to the middle as you make the ends of it from the center point higher. But then when you move and go to the, like, add pipe to it and go to that center, you'd have to lower certain sections of the pipe and then raise the other end so the water would still flow to the middle. It's a strange paradox that they create for themselves, especially when you take out the hump theory like Sean G did. I mean, he really stepped all over Walter Bislin's hump model when he did that. And then if you don't have a hump, you have just drop everywhere, like you're always on the top, like we always hear. That's a pretty big top when everybody has to be on that part. When you factor in more than 3 or 4 reference frames, people looking or measuring from a certain spot.
Well, it's weird also how you only have to go straight up so high. You're in the atmosphere, right, from the globe. And then we're told that only out so far, and then there's the horizon, and the globe's supposed to drop off and go away, and you should be in the atmosphere going forward too. Just a little bit more of a distance than going up. So you go up a mile, you go forward 6 miles. You should be in the atmosphere going forward. But if you make buildings that are level right next to each other, and you see them all next to each other for 6 miles, you're not in the atmosphere all of a sudden. What's wrong? Where'd the globe go?
Yeah, I don't know. I can't answer that. I don't think there is a globe.
Right. But Mole Man sits here. I can't comprehend it.
I'm being asked every day to prove their model, right? To prove their fantasy. And when I tell them I can't, they go, aha. And I'm like, no, I can't prove it because it's fantasy. It's
right. Aha.
Aha. You can't prove it.
That's wrong. They're saying it wrong. Like, aha,
Yeah.
you guys don't have it.
Yeah, they should be going, aha, let's see, you can't prove it. That means it might not exist. I can't prove it either. I know I can't prove it, but you can't prove it. Ha!
Right. All I can do is say, I'm standing on the ground. Look, guys, I'm on the ground. Therefore, Globadolia.
I don't know if you've noticed this. You probably have, but may not realize it. Every time we ask to measure curved water or anything showing the curvature, they want to go up in the sky. Look at this, get in a plane, climb a mountain, look at the stars. It is a strange world we live in, man. How do I measure curved water here on the ground? Oh, well, you gotta obviously go up and look at the stars. I mean, that's obviously how you would do it.
Yeah, or they ask you to make a small person. Like, we didn't claim we had all the schematics for a little person or person shit. Like, and then we do have stuff for a person. Persons are touchable and real. The question isn't, can we touch a person? Can we see your person, Mole Man? Do you understand how your question's like asked backwards? Like, we're asking for something you guys are making a claim of. If I said a person exists, Mole Man, and you looked and seen me, there you go. You're done. That's done. You're done. You don't need a smaller version of that. You can see that. Don't be ridiculous. Clearly, persons exist.
Sure. And I mean, I can say that clearly gravity exists.
Oh yeah, I wanted to ask you about gravity while you were on that topic, Mole Man. Does the force of gravity get stronger the closer towards the center of it you go?
Sorry, I gotta say that I gotta go on mute. Like, if
Oh yeah, sure.
You
But
just
I'll
want
be
to go
back.
out
I'll
off
be-
gravity.
I'll- So I was saying that I'm at work, so I'll be back in 25 minutes, but I have a few minutes now. So what about gravity?
Yeah, is there a center to your force of gravity? And if there is, does it grow stronger or lesser towards the center?
Depends if you are are you in the mass or outside of the mass? Are you traveling inside the thing that is causing the gravity?
I'm just asking about your gravity, man. The supposed force of gravity. I'm wondering if there's a center point to it, And I'm asking if it grows stronger the closer you get towards the center, or if it gets weaker the closer you get to the center. You should know. This is your story.
Sure, it's m1 m2 over r squared. So if you get closer to the mass, then sure, it grows stronger. Like if you go
I'm
higher,
asking beyond the surface, like past the surface towards the center of gravity in said mass.
well, then the amount of mass that is like below you and above you is different. So it might be getting weaker because
Let me rephrase the
mass above.
question, kind of help you out a little
Okay.
bit. So if we were to go down below the surface of Earth, right? Hypothetically assuming with your understanding, would
Sure.
the force of gravity grow stronger or would it get lesser and weaker?
I mean, I'm not sure because the mass of the Earth that's under you is getting smaller and smaller because you're digging into the Earth. So I'm not 100% sure. Can be weaker.
Yeah, I've heard some people say that it would become weaker, and I've heard other Globers say it become stronger. So I haven't heard any consistency from your camp. So I was just wondering what your take was.
Yeah, sure. I mean, I'm not sure. I mean, I'd have to look for the answer.
Fair enough. All right. Well, I'll dismiss you to go back to work. Just be back in 25 minutes, or I'm gonna dock you for late fee.
Yeah, I have 25 minutes work to do, then I get home.
Well, I hope you got your trick or treating out of the way.
No trick or treating over here. No one does it.
Oh, that's a shame.
We only do the Easter thing. We go from door to door. Well, kids go from door to door and get chocolate eggs.
Oh, that sounds fun.
It's sort of the same. Halloween isn't a big thing over here.
Yeah, I wish they never introduced it to New Zealand either.
Really?
Oh, when I was growing up, we never had Halloween.
Do
Yeah,
people
man.
go door to door over there? No.
Yeah, over here it's always been a thing, man. You get dressed up like your favorite character,
No,
and you go
but
around.
New Zealand.
Oh,
What was the question?
Do people go from door to door there now?
Oh, they do. Yeah, they do. But now it's lockdown, so you've got people
Oh, yeah.
leaving bowls of lollies like tied to their fences because they're so scared. You know, and a lot of people just aren't doing it because they're so scared. You know, of the cooties.
I'm wondering when people over here start going from door to door. I guess someone has to start it so it becomes like a thing.
Yeah, in New Zealand, the people that started it are the ones that own the stores that sell all of the merchandise.
It's like Valentine's Day. Send a card from your card company.
just another Hallmark holiday.
Yep. Can't blame the business.
Yeah,
I mean, they're
it's
just
like
doing business.
I saw a birthday card the other day. It was $9.
Yeah, I bought one. I was that guy. My kid had a birthday party to go to, and it was last minute, and I got stuck just grabbing a card, and I got in line and finally made it to the register, and it was $10, and we were gonna be late if I. Yeah, so I just went with it, but oh my God, man, $10 US dollars.
Yeah. Did it have like a song when you open it up, like a
No,
speaker?
nope, nothing fancy. It had a little bit of felt on the outside, and it said, "Feel this. I hope you feel good on your birthday," or some shit like that. Something on those lines. You know, it's just a piece of felt.
It's crazy.
Yeah, it was pretty bad. Everything's going up at least a good 33% around the board. Gas is super expensive, milk, you name it, everything, man.
It's called in New Zealand. They've really coming down hard with this shrinkflation. It's crazy. I thought it's a Mandela effect. You buy a packet of individually wrapped chocolates, like 8 in a bag, and they're like half the size, but they're the same price.
Yeah, it's not right.
I want to see a water molecule. That's one.
I want to
That's
see how they
industrial.
know how they know all of the different layers of a cell and what individually every single little tiny bit, every tiny bit of that cell, they know exactly what they do, what the function is, and the mechanism and the relationship between each other. There's like, what is it like?
Right, you got a
50
hair, eyeballs, lips, mouth, saliva. Like scrape a piece of your knuckle. That's you. That's your cell. Get the fuck.
I mean, it's obvious they can see one, but can they actually see those individual bits, and can they know exactly what they do? I forget what it is. Isn't there like, it's in the late 30s. That's how many bits to a cell there is. Or maybe I'm underestimating it. It's just crazy number. But I bet you if you walk down the road and you bumped into 100 people and you ask them all in what part of your body is DNA stored, they would not be able. Most people would not be able to tell you. Oh, is it in your blood? Is it in your skin? People don't know shit.
Well, if you bump it by Mole Man's account, if you go into 100 people, one of you guys is a cell. One of you is a people molecule. You're a molecule person.
They came from stardust.
Yeah.
Hello, little molecule.
Rather be a molecule than a pedicule.
Shut up.
What's that? A pedicule?
I'd rather be a molecule.
So when you're holding hands with your girlfriend, you're actually melding cells.
Yeah, you're blending the DNA cells.
Yeah. Oh my god.
Just two molecules just getting along.
I always wonder at what point does it stop being like if we're talking about gold, at what point does it start being gold a material and then start being atoms?
Right. That's really that's one of the main questions, really. When the stuff materialized from whatever nothing is, or what, right? Like a freak. I mean, is that what you're asking?
Yeah. Like if you sand the gold, gold is I don't
Oh, mining gold and stuff. You're talking about what?
no like what point like you can make it as smaller as you want, and then but it's still gold, right? So at what point do we say it's an atom? Like
Right. That's what I'm asking about these amounts. Like, at what point do we say water is a molecule? At a drip, a drop, a squirt, a dab? I mean, a lollapalooza? I mean, what? Like, Yeah, exactly. That's the question. Like, how small is a piece of sand still a piece of sand? Like, when's it become the atom of sand or the molecule?
Yeah, it's just like gravity when they can't see it anymore and they cannot measure it anymore.
When something cannot be done anymore, then at that point you can start claiming things, right?
Yeah, it's like when there's nothing left of that gold. That means there's nothing, right? If the gold's not there, it doesn't exist. So how
Right.
does that atom exist if the gold's fucking not there?
It's the atomic structure of atomicism. Is nothing of gold of nothing. All the atoms of nothing make up atoms of something.
That's what it is, Dima. Yeah.
Oh man, you just teach us so much.
I just went strawberry picking with my kids out in a country field. It was so much fun. Got a bit sunburned though.
Are you trying to take shots at Silent right now, man?
Don't know what you're talking about. I just walked in.
You assuming just because Silent's Mexican, he picks berries?
Who picks berries?
Fuck.
Who picks berries?
every culture talks down about another culture, right? Like the Chinese, they say that inside their clock is a little Mexican turning the clock. That's how the clock works.
Bro, you should see how the Puerto Ricans and Mexicans fight, bro. Holy shit. We are freaking hostile towards each other. I don't know. And it's fun, man. It's fucking fun. Remember,
Would you rather be a solote or a mayata?
Huh?
But I bet you it doesn't extend to sports because Mexicans don't play sports. Except for soccer. So what do you fight about? What do you guys argue about?
I cannot say what we fight about because I mean people nowadays will call it racist. You know, I don't know, they call it
Who's got
racist even
the
when
bigger
we're both
nargas?
Latinos, so I don't know what the fuck are you talking about, you know.
Okay. Just humorous. It's not a racist thing.
Well, one
It's
of the
just
things that we start is
social.
like we will call them like people without country or shit like that, you know. Just being
It's political.
Oh yeah, it's calling them names and then they call us names and wet pants, all that stuff.
So you're driving down like a drive-by shooting, and you go like,
Oh no.
"Person
I'm talking about like in video games and shit like that, and or if you, because I don't think people will do it in person. We'll fight right away. So people
Do you guys
behave
when you
different
get
than online.
Have you
angry?
ever? You guess you've never been on the construction site.
Oh yeah, I've been. Yeah.
When you get angry, do you take your shoes off and throw them at them?
No.
Oh, la chancla.
Take my shirt off and
show your
start
tattoos.
fighting. No, we start fighting, bro. So they cannot drag you.
Mexican women usually take the shoes off. That's a Mexican woman thing. Yeah.
The high heels, and they come flying at you, right?
Yeah. Mexican women are known to take the shoe off and beat you with the shoe. It's called la chancla. That's what they call it. And then the Southerners usually use water. They'll throw water in the face. They call it the huita. ¿Quieres
Yeah,
huita? Elote?
that's embarrassing in a restaurant when they chuck a glass of water in your face, isn't it? Oh my god.
Yeah, that's a big insult. That's what they do over there, huh, Silent?
What?
They throw water in people's faces and shit, huh?
Where?
I don't know, over there in Southern America.
In Southern America? What? I don't. What is the context of people throwing water in people's faces?
We're talking about how violent the women are.
It's like a cultural thing, you know, in the household.
Ah, I never heard of that. Maybe it's the California thing, which Mexican Californians are not actually Mexicans though. You know that people from Mexico, from Central Mexico, don't like too much the people from California and stuff like that.
What's up?
People from Mexico.
Yeah, we got people from Mexico here. We got everything here. El Salvadorians, Guatemalans, Puerto
But no,
Ricans,
you're
you
missing
name
the
it.
point. What I'm saying is that people from actually that are living in Mexico, they don't like the people from California. Maybe how do I explain this? I don't know how to explain it. It's like when the people here from California go to Mexico, they are so like show up and everything, and they give the wrong impression to the people that live down there in Mexico. So they don't like them, right?
Yeah, I mean, it depends.
It's a stereotype. That's what I'm saying.
Oh, yeah, there's always, yeah.
You guys can come up to California and kill all of them for all I care.
Fuck no, California sucks, bro.
Just get rid of all the those techies. Those canvas shoes techies.
To me, Mexico seems a bit like Thailand, the land of smiles. So we never got an answer for how they got the ping of that star. You'd think that if they were able to ping a star, right, and the Earth is spinning, right, by the time whatever you're using, whatever device you're using to get out of the Earth's atmosphere, by the time it got out of the Earth's atmosphere, whatever it is you're using to ping that star would not be in the same trajectory as it originated. There's just impossible, right?
Anything's possible in Globe Zone. Time travel, all kinds of stuff.
Has anyone ever seen a ghost?
I have. You?
Well, my friend said that he saw a ghost, but it wasn't a human; it was a dog.
He what? What'd you say?
He saw a ghost, but it was a dog ghost, not a human.
Oh, interesting.
I think I saw one. It was kind of blue. Looked like a human. I only saw it for an instant, then it disappeared.
Blue?
Bluish, yeah.
Some people that I knew, my next door neighbor said they saw like a ghost that was like a baby, and they said it was blue looking. That's weird.
Yeah, that's what I saw. Mine was blue looking too, but it was like if you were to have a black light on something that would reflect, like a white shirt reflected from a black light glowing. That's what I saw, dude.
Like a day glow blue.
Yeah.
Yep.
That's pretty weird.
Yeah, it was fucking scary and shit, dude. Especially when you're in a 1-bedroom apartment and nothing else is in the room. But
yeah, they were in a
like
little
that.
bitty house. It was all they had in their house was just like front room, their bedroom, bathroom, kitchen. You know, it's a little bitty. And they saw like a baby go in and under the door, like through the door. And they like opened the door. It was to the bathroom, and it was like it was in the tub, like it was drowning, and then it was playing. It was weird. I mean, that's what they described to me. I didn't see it. It's what they told me about. And I guess they actually found the corpse in the house later in their crawl space, a couple of dead or bones or whatever, the bodies.
Yeah, I was in a 1-bedroom apartment. My mom was in the kitchen doing dishes, and it was nighttime, and I was running around freaking playing Ghostbusters and shit. And yeah, I walked into the bedroom, fucking closed the door, and no lights were on, and a shirt from the clean clothes on the bed that wasn't folded, like a white shirt, just literally popped up from the bed, like filled out, like something was wearing it, and it was glowing, like black light was on it, and I don't know, I just fucking freaked out and ran as quick as I could.
No, I thought I saw, like, personally, I thought I saw a shadow on the wall one time, and that freaked me out. I was like, what the hell? I had to do a double take. It looked like a person.
It's one thing when you see something from your peripheral, but when something's like spot on in front of you, you can't deny it. It's yeah.
This thing was like, it wasn't as predominant as what you're saying. It wasn't like a shirt. It was like a shadow on the wall. So I saw it up front, but then when I like, did like a double take and looked, focused in, it like wasn't there no more.
This was just like a white tank top shirt, and there was like no arms, no head or nothing. It was just a shirt filled out.
Mine, mine was daytime, and it was like a shadow on the wall. It was weird. Like it was bright. It was like bright in the room I was in. It wasn't dark, basically. But I haven't saw like a ghost yet.
Yeah, this was the closest thing I saw to a ghost. It was just, I wouldn't even say it was a ghost. I don't even know what to say, but just a shirt filled out. Like obviously something was there, something supernatural. And then how the fuck was this thing glowing? You know what I'm saying? Like there was no light source. I don't know. It was weird, man.
Yeah, that's a weird one.
The freakiest one, I was walking home on a country road one time with those, a metal road, and the stones, and I would hear the footsteps behind me. It was so dark, no moon. And I would stop and I would hear the footsteps like continue, like 1 or 2 steps. Fucking freaked me out. I had like 3 kilometers to go before I got home.
That doesn't sound fun.
That was freaky.
Those are always fun ones when it's like dark as hell and you gotta walk home like, yeah. This one guy explained this weird story about eating some, man, I wish I had the episode. We recorded it. He said he had ghost cookies from 2 ghost old people. He said him and his buddy were doing something, and they went in this yard, and then like they hit a tree or ran or passed out or hit their head or something. And then all of a sudden they were at the front door of the house, and the people gave him cookies and they ate them. And he went back to the house to thank the old lady or guy for the cookies, like he wanted some more. They were really good cookies. And he said the house was abandoned and the people were dead years ago.
Oh, wow.
I said, I want the recipe for those ghost cookies.
Yeah, no shit.
I just want the ingredients, man.
That's what I'm saying. He went back for the ghost cookie, not even the people. He's like, man, I want to go back and get a ghost cookie. I was like, are you sure you didn't fall in a pile of bull poop and like hallucinate? Yeah, he said a bull chased him and he passed out and hit a tree. I said, no, dude, you were dreaming. You did not eat any ghost cookies, because if you did, I want the recipe.
So it kind of lets you know there must be another dimension, or atoms aren't real.
I've always thought they were just somebody's explanation or cartoon idea to try to give you a layman's way to understand things, really, like putting it in a Dr. Seuss cartoon.
Did you say that ghosts show that there's another dimension or matter is real?
One or the other. It's either there's another dimension in between the ether, or atoms aren't real, because, I mean, what's a ghost made of then?
Or you're seeing hallucinations?
Well, nah, man. What I saw was not a hallucination. It was directly in front of me, and I was completely coherent the whole time.
That's what everyone who's been abducted by aliens say.
Dude, it was a short period of time. I was a kid. I walked into the bedroom, playing around, closed the door. This thing fucking appeared in front of me. I didn't want to run for the door too quickly because I wasn't sure what was going to happen. I had to get my bearings, got my bearings, and I fucking lunged for the door ripped it open and fucking got the fuck out of there. I mean, there was nothing. There was no loss of time. There was
The problem
there.
with ghost stories is if there's never a witness, you know, if you don't have someone with you that saw it as well, then it's kind of lets me think that it may be either another dimension and you're the only one able to see it, or
I got another story that similar. Wasn't a ghost, but I heard something that was supernatural, and I had a friend with me, and my friend was just as scared as I was. We both had guns. We were in the forest, and we got the fuck out of there. And he was just as eager to leave as I was, and just as scared. But after talking to him about it years later, like he just wanted to act like it wasn't as bad as he was. He wasn't as scared as he was. Like he tries to make it out to be something it wasn't. You know what I'm saying?
is he one of those guys that when you're having a beer, he tells everyone that he was born on a really stormy night?
No, he's not really a tall teller. I'd be more that guy than he would. But I like to exaggerate things a little bit, you know, just to kind of emphasize the story. But
Now, I
no,
mean, if that's true that both of you can witness a ghost, then it's not just in your mind. It either has to be in another dimension or it has to be built of atoms.
So I'll share the story. Basically, we're up in the forest. I got a train horn on my Jeep, and we're in the middle of this prairie. And I hit the train horn to try to spook these cows that were there. And something screamed louder than I've ever heard. And I've heard lions, and I've heard bears, and I've heard tigers closely, intimately. I worked at that animal wildlife way station when I was in Boy Scouts for a few projects.
Yeah, well, lions are pretty loud, man. If it was as loud as a lion.
It was louder than a lion, dude. Louder than a male lion.
I used to live next to the zoo, and the lion's roar would fucking rattle my windows.
The lion's roar, dude, is something majestic. If you've never heard it, man, it's something to witness. This would trump that by multitudes. The sound I heard.
Is there like a YouTube video similar sound?
I don't know.
Super
sound I
big
heard
daddy
though.
grizzly.
The sound I heard, dude, fucking rippled through my chest, dude.
Like the Aztec scream, something like that.
So, what was your conclusion, that it was a Yeti?
I don't know what it was, but we were looking in the tree line for it. We got out of the Jeep. I had a gun. He had a gun. It fucking screamed again. And the only thing that my mind could justify was that there had to be somebody with like a concert equipment or like a loud bullhorn, like something. Like I was trying to make sense, but we're in the middle of nowhere. And it was so loud that you could feel it in your chest, like as if it was like a 12-inch subwoofer or something, you know, like rattling you. And it got louder and louder. It screamed like 3 times at least, and we just got the fuck out of there, dude, terrified. The gun I held didn't feel like it was enough to do anything, really. I just didn't feel comfortable at all. And when I talked to him about it, my friend tells me, "Oh, it was probably just a bear." That's what he tells me. He knew damn well it wasn't a bear. I knew it wasn't a bear. We had guns. If it was a bear, he wouldn't have wanted to leave because he's a hunter, you know. So why would you want to leave, you know, if it's a bear and you got a gun?
Well, it could have been a bear that was maybe making a sound that you never hear, like in extreme distress, and its sound would be much louder and different. Yeah.
It's possible. I mean, I have heard bears roar and shit, but maybe not necessarily.
Yeah, I mean, what if
in
they got
distress.
what if they stood on a really sharp stick and it went right through their paw? They would be screaming so fucking loud, you wouldn't even know it was a bear.
Possible. I mean, it is possible, but I don't know, man. What I heard was just fucking. Your mind starts trying to imagine, you know.
It was chupacabra.
Chupacabra.
There used to be a spot where I used to live in Christchurch in the middle of the city. Although the Americans used to come, the tourists, and they used to say that it was a small town, but in the square they had like this particular spot you could just find it. It was just a random spot on the pavement in the middle of like this paved sort of a courtyard square, like the town square. And I always knew the spot because I take my friends and say, stand here, man. And when you stand in it, you get like 2 foot around you of like no sound. So it's like going into a tube or something where you talk and it's like your sound is so loud all around you, like you're standing in a perspex tube or a tunnel, and you walk 2 feet any direction and you're out of that that experience. It's really weird. Always wanted to know what that was because it was just a random spot with no particular sort of design to the area, no particular format for this sound, sort of a void. Anyone else ever experienced these sort of, it's like a dead spot? It's like being on some type of a weird node. It's like, yeah, and someone talking outside you can't hear them.
I feel like
It's
I might have, but I
it's kind of like
just never really put my finger.
Hey,
I feel like I might have, but I never like really like thought about it, you know, at the time. You know what I'm saying? Like you knew something was off, but you couldn't really place it.
well, since the earthquake, I have never been back to Christchurch, but I was thinking like going back down there and trying to find that spot. And even if there's been an earthquake, I've got like an idea if they haven't built on that spot, that it might still be there, even if the pavement's been removed.
Yeah, maybe bring like a EM or a EF frequency gauge or something.
Yeah.
Try to bring some, you know, sort of devices to see if you can gauge.
Well,
any
back then, like
activity.
if I had have seen that yesterday compared to back then when I was, you know, just going to barely going to college, I was just started university. So now I'm 47. That was when I was about 18. You're going a long time ago, and you know, if I had of the type of thinking that I have now and I found that, I'd be like, whoa, and I'd just want to test it and I would want to know everything about it. But back then it was just like, oh, it's pretty cool, it's quite interesting, and you'd show your friends and no one else could find it. You'd have tourists walking through the square and just stopping, and all the tourists were like, what the fuck? You'd see the expression on their faces, but no one ever sort of, you know, tried to find out what it was.
Interesting. Well, I really wish you'd go back there and check it out, man. See if it's still the phenomena is there.
Oh, I saw some weird stuff one time that I don't know if it was a ghost, but I was in the woods looking for like this box thing. It was just like this contest to find the thing. If you found it, it was full of money. And I was close to it looking for it. And in the woods, it was like this lady in a white dress just walking. Pure white dress in the pitch black woods out in the middle of nowhere, just a white lady in white walking. I was like, what the hell? And when I went back to show the other people, like, look, the lady, it wasn't there. She wasn't there no more. Just weird.
Where did she go?
I have no clue. But we were in the woods, and people, I mean, you can have property in the woods that are set off, you know, from the road. Like, you just have to go down the driveway or whatever. So, I mean, it's possible that could have been some fucking lady walking. It just was weird that it in like a, you know, clean white dress in the middle of the fucking woods, walking down some random, I mean, a ditch ass road, like basically like a back alley. It was like a 1-lane road. And it looked like a wedding dress, like all pure, decked out, pure white. Just weird.
You seen any of those videos of people in caves coming across weird shit?
Believe it or not.
Well, back in the day when I was much younger, I went through a little bit of depression for a few months, and someone suggested to go and do this Nam-myoho Renge Kyo, this chanting. It's like a
That's
Japanese
the Lotus Sutra.
So I went to this place.
Nam-myoho Renge Kyo.
I went to this place to get out of my depression, and so during the heavy chanting for the next couple of months, and I had prepared to go over to China, and I didn't have any money because I was just a young student, but I wanted to go, and I had long hair at that time, and we decided to go for a walk along the esplanade, and as we were walking along, I was complaining about the wind blowing the hair in my face all the time, and I looked down below the footpath on the man-made sort of a rocky area before it hit the water, and there was a brand new hat. So I gladly picked it up and put it on, and the day before I was going to China, I didn't have much spending money at all. I found a wallet on the road with $2,000 in it. And when I got to China, I ended up in a school. I was there to learn Chinese, to improve my Chinese, but then also to be a teacher. So it was a classy joint, man, and it had more than 700 Korean students and 300 Japanese, blah blah. The list goes on. It was about 1,500 altogether from all around the world. And I had my chanting book. I ended up in the same room with a guy that had the chanting book. And I was like, whoa, what's the chance of that? So, because it's a Japanese chant, right? So he asked all the Japanese, 300 of them, and none of them had it. So we continued the whole school. No one had that chanting book, just him and I. What's the chance of that?
Yeah. Do you know any more of that chant, or do you only know that little?
Oh, I used to know the whole book off by heart. So it takes like, I don't know, 40 minutes or whatever to chant, depending on how fast you're chanting, and that's non-stop. So the first part's like Nam-myoho Renge Kyo Hoben Ponde Ni Ji Se Samju Sanjay. It's like that.
Yeah. Wow.
But you just
cool,
chant
man.
Nam-myoho
Why do you do
Renge
that?
Kyo, you
Why
just
do you
chant
chant that?
Nam-myoho. Yeah, you just repeat it, Mil. You just repeat Nam-myoho Renge Kyo, and you can feel when you're chanting it in your throat and in your heart, the beat of your tongue moving your throat, and the tone and your heart together. These beats all synchronize.
There's another key element that you're supposed to do. You're supposed to hold your hands in front of your mouth, and you're supposed to rub them together up and downward, inverse from one another. This spreads the vibrational frequencies through the cosmos of your intent.
Sweet.
And exactly. Nam refers to the head. Myo refers to the torso.
Do you
Yo
notice
refers to
sometimes with like the Jewish meme that they have out there, like that we're all goyim, that's a picture of a Jewish guy rubbing his hands together, smiling.
Yeah, throw us off with a curveball there, Mel.
Yeah. It's just there's
But
different
no, that's
magic
what,
and intention, right? So it's your intention, the chant and the intention.
Exactly. You're talking about rubbing the hands together. That's what Sadhguru does. Eh? Have you seen Sadhguru?
No.
You
follow gurus.
You type in Sadhguru. When he talks, he rubs his hands together. He's very famous yogi. Yeah, he does lots and lots.
Does he have a
No,
lot of
he's a
money?
simple. He's a
Uh-huh.
simple game. Yeah.
He's got lots of money. Just rubbing his hands together. Yeah, that makes sense.
Bit longer nose.
Yeah. Funny.
Yeah, I'm kind of on board with some of that. That's why I mentioned to you guys the other day The Secret. I think The Secret was put out in an incomplete way, so you might have hit and miss results. But that power of the intention and the magnetics and the law of attraction, that's what they're talking about. They're talking about magnetics so that you can manifest and attract things to you if you know how to do it.
You get
Yeah,
a
well, that's how
haircut
I
and
felt.
you
I
attract
felt when
females.
it
Exactly.
happened.
Females, money, jobs, a new,
That's how I
whatever you
felt.
can think.
I felt the same. I was like buzzing out because all of these things were stuff that I had been requesting, you know?
Exactly. And then you moved in that
it's-
direction and things started to happen, right?
And it just
Coincidences, synchronicity.
it's also not like that. It's just like so easy, you know, everything just fell into place.
That's it, because you went through the right door.
Yeah, man.
Yeah, it doesn't happen to everyone, so it's just coincidence, I would say.
Well, that's the thing, because some
Well,
people
you can
hit walls
you
and
can
nothing will
manifest
happen.
it. If
Right.
you do this chant
You get it.
and you have the right intention, what you do is you recalibrate your moral compass as well as your karmatic compass.
Yeah.
Yeah, but it
See
can't
how many
help you find
components we have?
But it
what
can't
it
help
does
you
is
find a wallet with $2,000 in it. It doesn't help you
Yeah.
in that.
It does, because what
Needed
happens
money.
is, what happens is the things you're intending on and you're desiring will manifest before you. But also prior to that, you're gonna have your karma recalibrate first, and any ill intent you've had in the future will have to reset before these things will manifest to you.
Okay, so if I want to have $1 billion, I can just do the chant, and then I will find a
Ooh.
wallet with $1 billion.
Maybe try for a smaller thing first.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't go
Yeah,
for
I
the
didn't
big
do.
jewel
I
and
didn't do any
knife first.
chants. I won 8,000 euros from a casino, and I didn't do any chants.
Hey, I got
Just put money.
a question. So, like, let's say you have a lot of money, or okay, like the way karma works, it's not necessarily that maybe you win a lottery, but it's maybe what you do with the proceeds, right?
Sure.
Yeah, your intention, right? It's up to your intention.
Well, does karma allow you to win something or to gain like wealth, or is it strictly what you give out and then it returns in other ways?
Yep. The latter.
Yeah.
Well,
That's what I
what did
think.
you give out? What did you give out for the $2,000 that you won?
Well, that's what I'm saying. Like, you don't ask for $2,000. Like, money is not a proceed of karma, I don't think. That's what I was trying to understand is, yes, you can have good karma by like how you utilize your proceeds, but I don't think that karma itself can make you like win a lottery or something.
No, but the karma comes and it interjects because your intention is at a really high vibration. When
Yeah.
your intention is at a high vibration, you can attract all sorts of things because karma knows that your intentions are so good that you're going to share that good
So
luck.
wait, you're saying that the world knows that I'm the best person to have the lottery winning, so it gives it to me? I don't think so.
Yeah, and I don't think karma is the deity, like someone who is figuring out, oh, this guy's good, I'm gonna give some money to this guy.
Yeah, I'm just trying to challenge the understanding because I don't think it works like
the
that.
thing is,
Why?
the thing is most people that win lottos end up saying ultimately it was a curse for them. So is
Actually, the way I
people
see
are happening.
karma, Karma is relative to yourself. It's not relative for outside. So it's karma is a reflection that is you're reflecting on yourself. So you're allowing yourself to have something, or you're stopping yourself to have
Well,
something.
I
That's
allow myself to have millions of dollars. Just letting karma
Okay.
know.
Yeah, but on the same level,
Yeah, I've done that my whole life.
Look at all the people: Dr. Phil, Oprah, Eckhart Tolle, Ellen. They're trying to get people to be better, right? And they're using occult methods to help people manifest what they want rather than what they don't. So your desires can manifest. They can. That's a fact. We have innate creative abilities in us. Like everybody does. That's why humans are special.
You can't go out looking for karma. Karma just, it happens.
I think if your intention was good enough and you were able to really use this as a tool, you could probably grow a limb back, and get out of a wheelchair.
I want a second head just for the hell of it.
Well, maybe your karma doesn't allow you to ever
Get
grow
a
that limb
robot
back.
head.
Okay, I have a. I told you guys I had a tooth, right? That it was. I cracked it like 10 years ago, and I'd never tried to mess with it or get it fixed or anything. It started giving me trouble, so I decided that I would use brain power and dental floss, and I would actually wrap the dental floss around the tooth and tie it in a knot so that it would hold the tooth together. And I shit you not, my tooth feels great, and I can chew, and it's not temperature sensitive anymore. And like, I don't know what's happening, but
I think it's just dead, but it's not.
no,
anymore.
it's not dead at all. It's
Did you
it's
take
like
the-
a normal. It's
did
just
you-
like a normal tooth.
Hang on. Did you take the dental floss off 10 years ago, or was it still there?
No. I put it on like the other day. It fell off after 2 days, and then I put another one on, and then that fell off after 2 days.
Wow.
I mean, you can have a dead.
It's
tooth
not
that'll
dead,
just stay
bro.
there.
I can feel the tooth.
You could just go to the dentist for like $100 and get it filled.
Well, I did, and they said they can't find the crack. I'm like, it's right there. It's just it's a hairline crack in between the gap. They can't see it, I guess. I don't know.
And how do you know it's there?
Because I can split it with my finger, with my fingernail. I can literally just wedge it in there and twist, and it's like,
How couldn't they do it with their appliances?
bro, I don't know. I'm better than a dentist. I don't know.
Cocaine is a hell of a drug.
What kind of a dentist did you go to? Some kind of hood dentist?
A flat earth dentist.
Yeah. You have no teeth. You can't have bones.
Anyways, I'm gonna. You know what? It feels better, but I'm still gonna wrap some more shit around it, and
Put some
I'm just gonna
tinfoil
keep
around it.
doing that and see if, like, eventually, because, like, check it out. I get my nail in there now and I twist, and it actually doesn't want to open anymore. So I think I'm just gonna keep it wrapped up, and eventually, maybe it'll just grow back together. I don't know.
Sealed it.
It's just put some tinfoil around it so you can listen to radio.
Oh, that's right. Yeah, I'll just put some Alex Jones material around it.
Super.
When's the last time you swished around some hydrogen peroxide or Listerine in there?
Yeah, super glue.
Well, it stays really clean. Like, I don't have a problem with that.
Well, I'm just saying, like, if you should try that, because if it feels like it hurts or something after doing that, then
Yeah,
you might want to go to the dentist.
Oh, no, it's not. I promise you, like, it's a normal tooth that just happens to be cracked in half. It's weird.
Is your tooth level?
Yeah,
level toother.
Maybe my tooth has good karma. I don't know.
Maybe your tooth is the source of karma on the whole earth.
So has anyone else here experienced karma besides me?
I have.
I think everybody has.
Yeah, I mean that depends on what you mean with karma. I mean, there's bad karma. I've been, telling someone they're a fuckhead and then they hit me or something. I mean,
What are you talking about in this chat room?
I think he is.
Has anybody here experienced insufficient funds?
Yep.
Oh yeah.
I think Brenda has, according to Brenda's testimony.
That's,
yeah,
you know,
she said
like
she only has $25.
Man, I wanted to like give her some money after that. I felt bad.
it's
Yeah,
like
it's like
your,
have a 20.
it's like your teacher. It's like your teacher having a quiz and asking all the students, like, what's the worst word that you could ever imagine? Opening up a book and or just opening up a page and seeing one sentence or one word. What would it be? The worst word? It would probably be insufficient funds.
When I was a kid, I don't think I knew that expression.
I don't know. I think there's something worse than the insufficient funds. I think it's the penalty the penalty fees that come with not having the insufficient funds.
You don't have any money, so you owe us money. Okay.
Yeah, you get a $35 negative charge for every insufficient transaction you try to make.
Yeah. It's just going deeper and deeper. I think you got cancer. That's a bad thing to hear. Maybe even worse than insufficient funds.
Actually, I'm not afraid of cancer. Not even a little bit.
I think your dick's being cut off. That's a bad one.
That one's pretty bad.
Yeah.
Yeah.
I don't know. Some people pay for that.
Oh, sure.
It's trending.
Including some people. Yeah, trending on Twitter. Hashtag cut your dick off.
Yeah, I think it's offensive to have a penis at this point.
You could get a robot penis too. Or you could get a robot penis.
You get a vagina that's made out of
Anyways.
Yeah.
Good talk,
This
boys.
is the new world. This is the new world, though. Wait, what do women want? Like robot shoes?
You're
Robot-
offending people who don't believe in two genders, okay? Stop.
Seriously?
No, not seriously.
I don't
think there might
understand the
be-
whole.
What's the worst punishment that you could imagine for a flat earther? It would be like you can go to jail and you have to do your course, to prove that you're sane again to get back out of jail. And what they do is they put you
Rehabilitation
in
camp.
4 hours a day listening to Neil deGrasse Tyson.
I would fail.
Yeah.
Wow, I would fail,
That'd be
man.
bad. Bill Nye the
Because like,
Science Guy.
if they were like, okay, is it a globe? I'd be like, no.
Weird.
Nope.
It's weird when you put it like that, though, because there's man and then there's woman. So it's still got man in the word. And then you
Yeah,
go
but
male.
it's just like
and
more
female.
impressive. A
But-
woman is
but
just a
male
more
is in the
impressive man.
word.
That's why it's a
That's
whoa, man.
It's female as well. It's
It's a
man again.
woo, man.
Whoa.
I mean, I wonder if
Dominant man.
If the woman and man, if that thing comes from Adam and Eve, where Adam was first and then Eve was created from Adam, so they just have the man in the female or the woman too. It's like male and female.
So
I
many
think
questions.
it's man plus a womb, and you get womb man.
Have any of you guys ever seen what the actual whole clitoris looks like?
Clitoris?
What's
Do you know,
that? What's a
do you know that-
clitoris?
Well, you'd have to understand Euclidean geometry.
Clitorian geometry.
Vaginometry.
There you go. There you go.
Do you know the
Yes,
etymology and
we've all played Guitar Hero.
do you know the history of the word woman?
Go for it.
Actually, no.
So it's caveman language, and what means belongs to me.
Ooga
So
booga.
when they say war man, it means the woman that belongs to me, because I'm the
Oh.
man and I'm war man, mean my woman. It literally,
Nice.
it actually literally means my woman.
Hey, I'm curious,
How-
guys. Do
how
do
can
you
it
think that
really-
like actual like mongoloid like caveman humans actually existed, or is that propaganda?
Well,
I don't
I mean,
think
look
they
at-
really have. I think maybe there's dissidents or like people who grew up outside of society, but I don't think that like cavemen actually ever existed.
We have Cro-Magnon, right? And you have the Neanderthal. But when you look at like other current like races, like Asian or African or what do they call white people again?
Caucasian.
Yeah, Caucasian.
Yeah.
You can see the cranial plating is different, and how the suture, how the seams of the skull fuse together after birth, they're different. So there are some significant differences, and a lot of this is subsequent to virus and that interaction that's changed the genetic makeup of each other. That's what makes us different. Cro-Magnon from,
Well, I don't
Neanderthal.
believe in the dating methods or the timeline or any of that. Like I looked into carbon dating, and it's just it's a bigger hoax than I even imagined. Actually,
But cavemen had dating methods. They just grab the woman by the hair and drag her
There you
back
go.
into the cave. Yeah.
No, they would just
Without-
catch her getting a drink down by the creek.
Without this sounding disrespectful, could two say Mongol, like a man and a woman mongoloid, could they have like a really intelligent, fully functioning baby?
You
There
mean
is
like a
chance.
thriving sex life? Yeah, probably.
Oh, thriving sex life, but what would the kid be like? Like, would
I don't
the
know.
kid not be mongoloid?
Well, that's what I'm saying. I don't think that there's this big separation people are talking about. I mean, maybe there's people from different areas of the world. Like if you look at the Eskimos, they have like a really kind of a funky looking head, and they're just like regular people, but they have their own culture, so they developed different, like native Indians too. Sorry to interrupt. I think Left Lane, you were going.
No. It just talking about with two mongoloids produce a mongoloid child. It depends on whether it's the gene that's involved and whether it's dominant or recessive.
Yeah, I think there's different types of just people, but I think society's always kind of just like I've already explained myself. So
Isn't it amazing that scientists, they can see all of this stuff like genes and DNA and cells, and they're so high tech, and they know everything about the micro world, and but yet they still tell us we're on a spinning ball. It's like
What about the one where they tell you? What about the one where they tell you we know more about our solar system than we do our own ocean?
That's true too. Yeah.
I don't see any issue with that. I mean,
You don't see an
there's a
issue
lot
with that?
Yeah, there's a lot of.
It's actually quite retarded to
No, we
have
don't know
such
shit about the
intelligent science,
That's
and they
like
still
it's
don't.
like this, man.
Plane, man. It's a flat plane, right?
It's like knowing more about a country you've never been to versus your own city that you've resided in your entire life. Like, and saying that, this is just the, nature of science. And, subsequently we know more about the solar system than we do our own oceans in our backyard. Like, it's impossible, man.
I think that's just
Well,
a
it's it's possible to know more about your country than you know about your own city if you haven't traveled in your own city much, but you have toured the rest of the country. I mean, sure.
No, I'm saying somewhere you've never necessarily been versus somewhere that you remain and you've only known. Like,
No,
how could you make...
we can compare it as the micro scale and the macro scale. So the micro scale they know very well, but the macro scale they're retarded.
I mean, there's a lot
I
of...
wouldn't even say that. I wouldn't even say that they know the micro scale all that well, even.
There's a lot of places on the oceans that haven't been mapped too well.
What are you talking about? You guys got supposedly satellites fucking mapping every square inch constantly.
Not under the oceans, though.
Yeah, you guys got technology, ground penetrating radar. You got all sorts of doodah.
Yeah, I mean, I would like to have a citation for that you can use satellite to get the full topography of the ocean floor.
Well, I just want to see the device that they use to ping to the center of the Earth to know how deep the Earth went down to the center to get the dimensions of 33959.
You can just measure the circumference and get the radius from there.
Yeah. So what was the device that they used? What was that electronic device that they used to measure that distance?
The distance of what? The
to the center
equator?
of the Earth. They did the ping, right? Or actually, they did it from one side of the Earth to the other.
No, he said they measured the circumference. That's how they got the radius.
Yeah.
How do they measure the circumference, though?
They make up these funny little stories to match to go with their conclusion of the way that this place is made up. They have these funny stories like on the moon it rang like a bell, just to sort of make you think they must have went to the moon for sure, right?
I kind of felt that way about the that movie that came out showing them fake the picture of the Earth from the moon mission. A funny thing happened on the way to the moon. I felt like that was to kind of presume that space and space travel were real, but they just didn't do it that time. And also that it was a globe.
What was the ping that they sent through the Earth? I don't know about that.
The ping?
Yeah, someone said that they did something, sent a signal to the through the Earth or something.
Through the Earth.
Probably
S waves and P waves.
No, I don't know. I don't know what they
When
said.
there's a nuclear explosion, that's what happens.
Gotcha. Well, you have to make a model to interpret all that data anyway, so you don't really know what's down there in the Earth.
What do you mean? It's a molten nickel iron core?
Yeah, I mean, no one's been there, sure.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You don't have to go there. Science tells us.
No, I would say that's one of those things that you would say to the best of our knowledge kind of things.
Well, the people in that field and the people who defend it wouldn't say that.
How do you know that?
Because I've argued with them.
So you've argued with actual geologists and people like that, scientists?
In the course of 6 years in this discussion, yeah.
Oh, okay. What did they say?
They just defend it vehemently, like there's no room for error. Like they have to it has to be true. It's kind of like the whole geodetic surveying thing. Like you take your visual and then you interpolate it onto through a what do you call it? A chart. It's like basically a chart system, but it's not. The problem is the difference between orthographic and perspective. You know, so you're interpreting something using a visual when it's an optical.
So
Like
you rule
you
out
think
all.
you think it's physical and it's optical. So it's just an inversion of what's happening.
So what do you mean with it's optical and not physical?
Yeah, what I'm saying is like when you see when you think you're seeing curvature, that's just an optical effect. That's not a physical place.
I want to know what ballers actually think of flat earthers. Do you think that we're like the Big Lebowski? Is that kind of how you see us? The Big Lebowski?
Never
I
seen
don't. I saw it like years ago, but I don't know what you mean with that.
Yeah, because that's the kind of impression I
Like
get from
you're
most
so bored. You
ballers.
think of
It's kind of like you're the Big Lebowski, man.
I still don't know what you mean with us being like Big Lebowski, man.
Yeah, I mean it's like this
I don't
ego
know what
trip.
you mean either, actually.
I mean, there's something like Truman Show. I think that's a better example.
No, but that
The
doesn't
average
reflect
flat
the
earther
type of person
wants to
today
someday
that
like
flat earthers
run to the edge and be like, "Man, it's all a show." Oh my god.
Yeah, I mean, because for me as a flat earther, I definitely look at globies in a special way, and that's why I was thinking, you know, what do globies think of me? Because there must be
Well,
an image, like a stereotype, you know.
are you a theist or Christian?
No.
Ah, okay. Just wondering, like, if you are a Christian and you have all the evidence of God, then I would think that I would view you as a flat earther like a Christian would view an atheist. Maybe.
Well, that's quite kind. I think that's much better than the Big Lebowski, but he was a funny character.
Yeah, I mean, there's years since I watched the film. Don't remember if I slept through some of it.
Classic movie. You got to watch it. It's good.
Yeah, I gotta watch it again.
Another good movie. Talking about movies, I don't know. I think I mentioned it before. Called The Cube, or just Cube. Cube.
Yeah. I've seen
Yeah,
it.
I
1, 2,
think
and 3.
I've seen
That's an
parts.
older
But
one. I haven't seen in a long
yeah,
time.
Yeah, I like
did it
Cube.
came same time as Hellraiser?
Oh yeah.
It's like in the 90s.
Probably around that.
Practical effects were like, you know, like tunnels with a light behind a big van or something.
Yeah.
Well, I remember before TV was popular with movies, the only place to see a movie was at the movies. There were no videotapes, none of that. You either go to the movies or you watch the shit on the TV. And we couldn't wait. We bought tickets for the movie that were 2 weeks away, and we went to go and see the movie, and it was like, I don't know what it was. That was back in the day when it was like Bugs Bunny, The Experience, or fucking the Roadrunner show, and you had to book in advance, man. Back in the day, New Zealand used to be like Poland.
Oh, they used to get their shit like 5 years late.
New Poland.
New Schwabenland Pool.
We were back in the days, man. When I was young, we were still using a horse.
When you were young, things were still in black and white.
That's true. I didn't see the first TV until I was 12 years old.
Jesus. When did you start seeing color?
When did
Hey?
you see your first boob?
First boob?
When he was born?
Well, that you could recall.
My third daughter, my middle daughter, she's 8 years old. She was born in the sack.
A kangaroo sack?
She was born in the
Marsupial?
sack. So the water didn't break. She was born in the sack.
Oh wow.
In the ball sack?
And what I was thinking, like your umbilical cord is the only thing that's giving you life before you're born, right? You're in this sac, and you're sucking all the nutrients and everything through this umbilical cord, but yet you don't need to breathe with your lungs. And then I noticed when I cut my daughter's umbilical cord, that's when she took her first breath, so that everything was cut off. I wonder if there's a way in medical science in the future. There's some background noise. Like in the future, some medical advance where they could actually hook up your internal, which is still there, your umbilical cord to some device, and you could actually just be getting nutrients all day long, and you'd never have to eat ever again.
Well, they have some stuff that's similar
Tasty.
to amniotic fluid that you could potentially breathe in lieu of oxygen.
Exactly.
And,
If they hooked you up to some device with your umbilical cord, which is still there, you could live underwater until your skin rotted off, of course.
pretty much. You remember that movie Abyss? That was
Sounds like Dr. Mengele stuff.
you'd have to watch the
Well, I
movie
reckon
Abyss.
they've never
but they-
ever done a movie that or they've never done any movie or anything that talks about the umbilical cord. That's where we all come from, man. That cord. And you think about that division
Well,
between air
the
and
biblical
water.
cord has a lot of stem cell in it, and
Wait, there's no movie
supposedly-
that has an umbilical cord?
No,
Could
I
you
mean-
fact check that?
Documentary
Telephones come from
movie.
the
What do you
Somebody
want to
make
say?
a Facebook post. They'll correct
No one-
this.
No one's even talked about it. You show me one talk that mentions the umbilical cord as being the beginning of life and any discussion around it whatsoever.
I think I've maybe seen like one or two movies, to be honest. But you're right; it's not like a big deal.
Yeah, but it's where you come from, man. You were attached to that.
For a short while, yeah, I agree.
Yeah.
So you're saying this is like an appendage that shouldn't be removed, and maybe we could potentially utilize this thing somehow.
Yeah, just
You know
stick
how
it in
they have protocols when you're born. Maybe way back in the day, they didn't cut it like that. They'd leave it long, and then they'd wrap it over your head so that you and
Like a turtle.
they'd poke holes in it, like a mask that you'd wear if you're going to rob a bank.
I think I would use mine like a Indiana Jones whip or something.
You can hang yourself on it.
You could put it in the frying pan.
Yeah, the placenta and just eat it. Free food. Why waste it?
My wife's placenta was my
Still in the
third
freezer.
daughter. My third daughter was 5 kilograms, and the placenta was massive. It was like this massive dinosaur steak.
Jesus, that's a big baby.
Yeah,
It was a big
purple,
baby.
purple and red.
Has to be a big vagina too.
Oh my! I'll never forget it. When my daughter was born, and I was down there, and I was just amazed. I was like, wow. And Mary Jo popped out. I cut the cord, and placenta came out, and I looked up and I looked at the dog. I said, "That's going to go back, ain't it?"
You looked at the dog.
God damn! Yeah, it was huge.
Oh fuck!
I gotta
couldn't
go
look
to
at
bed.
none of
It's
that.
6:50 a.m. Catch you guys later.
Ciao.
See ya.
Yeah, I mean,
quickest way to ruin vagina for the rest of your life.
I saw a documentary a while back, and it was talking about how officially humans actually could survive with gills if you could figure out a way in the lab to make to place gills on a human. We actually have all the internal functions to keep the gills working. They just need to find out how to hook them up.
The Nazis figured that out.
You guys ever heard of when they were trying to man, my fucking throat. They were trying to cut somebody's head off and attach it to another body back in
Yeah,
like
they
the
did
30s
that
and
with
40s.
they did that with monkeys first. They started that with monkeys.
Yeah.
Shit's crazy.
Yeah, it's
Yeah,
just
I
all
watched
those
those videos.
all the nerve endings are just too
Yeah.
difficult to be able to stitch together.
Yeah, one of my favorite music bands of all time, an Australian band. They're called Severed Heads, and they had a I think they did it with a dog as well. Like the dog's head with the eyes
I
were
think I
open.
remember that. Was there a video of
Yeah.
it?
Yeah, a black and white one.
I wonder if they ever actually figured it out. Like for humans. I'm sure there's probably one dude, one weird guy. Like, you know what I mean?
Yeah.
Who already didn't have anything going on up there.
What if they could get that DNA from those lizards that the ones you chop the tail off when the tail grows back? If they could get that and they could sort of splice it with a human, you could just grow a new head, man.
What was
What
that
if you could
movie?
just have
Something Cop? RoboCop.
RoboCop.
Yeah,
RoboCop?
that's what it's about.
Yep. And the $6 billion man.
Right?
$6 million man, whatever he was. Yeah, they rebuilt him. He became bionic.
Yep.
He was better. And he'd make a sound when he'd run.
Stronger.
I used to love that stuff. Fucking hell, I grew up with American TV. Even the greatest American hero. I had all those Brady
He
Bunch.
could run 50 mile an hour.
I had Brady Bunch, Mr. Ed, Leave It to Beaver.
The Partridge Family.
Yeah, we had Partridge, Gilligan's Island, Batman,
Yep.
Good times.
Little House on the Prairie. Yeah, it was just all this American TV. All those shows
Yeah.
too, like Days of Our Lives, The Bold and the Beautiful.
Cheers.
Quantum Leap, man. I heard
Cheers.
they're bringing
Yeah,
Quantum Leap
Cheers.
back.
Quantum
That was a good
Leap. Oh, that's okay. There's part of that show that's like my favorite.
Yeah.
It's hilarious. This clip right here. Like it just broke all the rules.
Oh, did he come into a retarded guy's body? I think I remember that.
Like you just like, can you imagine filming this?
Bro, this show was fucking classic, dude. Like, it was light years ahead of its time.
It was like the Black Mirror of that age.
You know?
I mean, it's one thing to experience the clip, but can you actually imagine writing it, directing it, filming it, and then submitting it as like, this is what I did today?
Yeah, all that.
Yo, this is how I feel every time I wake up in the morning.
Don't be so hard on yourself, Bali. I was very discombobulated when I woke up today, so I definitely felt like that.
All right, Zanuck, tell us a scary story for Halloween.
You just invited chaos.
He wants to talk, so we'll let him talk. But we're just gonna
Was
keep
he
him in
muted?
Oh, is he muted?
What? No, you said he wanted to talk. I just wondered if he was prevented from talking.
When does Zanuck not want to talk?
Maybe we'll let him say
when
that.
when he's eating.
Oh, okay. What are you eating?
What's the top? Is it chicken?
Turkey sandwiches.
Chicken, some black beans, some rice, some cabbage.
Okay, sounds good.
What are you guys up to? You guys have been here for his percentage still? Oh, he went deaf. He was on for a long time today, man. He's on a mission. He's on a mission. How you guys? It's not Halloween yet. It's tomorrow, right?
It's today.
We finished our Halloween yesterday, man.
Yep, you're getting older.
Oh, you're right. It is 31. Look at that.
Yeah.
I missed the day.
Oh yeah, there was people knocking on my door. I didn't realize what they want.
You're like bill collectors. Fuck off.
I know, right? I thought it was last night. That's tomorrow night, rather. Sorry.
Poor
Jehovah's
kids.
Witness. Jehovah's
Right?
Witness.
Begging for candy.
He's a Jehovah's Witness.
What do you think that experience I had with that sound thing standing in the courtyard, and what was that, man?
Sound.
I would honestly, if I were to put my money on it, I would say it has to do something with magnetism.
Ooh.
The thing is, I didn't feel anything. It was only my eyes. Yeah, it was. I mean, so it was only my ears.
So-
It was only my ears. Yeah,
Here's
not
the
my
thing.
eyes. Something else.
Oh, not your eyes, just your ears.
Yeah.
Because it's a very strong magnetic field you can feel on your eyes, on your eyeballs. They'll feel like they're getting dry, like you'll keep blinking and shit.
Oh. That explains a lot. Maybe.
Well, have you ever held a really strong magnet up to a flame?
No.
I don't recommend that.
What happened?
Actually, it does nothing, and what it tells me is that there's no relationship between the flame and the magnet, and that kind of lets me think the world is designed.
If you
in
take
such a
two
way-
magnets and you put a flame in
Bro, he
between the
wasn't
two
done talking,
magnets,
man.
it will affect it'll affect the.
Fuck, I'll do it right now. I've got some magnets right here, right now. I'm gonna do it.
Yeah,
I've
well,
got a
what kind of
candle.
magnet do you got? Do you have a
Those
neodymium
little,
magnet?
yeah, those little ones. Yeah.
I have a big
No.
neodymium magnet. I have a big one. I
Yeah,
can
you
do
need to
test.
have you gotta have like an N35 Gauss neodymium magnet to like see anything.
Oh, okay, so it has to be pretty strong.
So I'll start a flame, and I'll put the magnet near the flame, and it's going to bend it or something. What's going to happen?
Yeah, there's YouTube videos on this shit.
I think you might have sent something like that before.
Yeah, well, it's not. It's actually the air molecules around the fire, more or less, than the fire itself that's being affected, which is affecting the flame.
I mean, magnets have an attraction and the opposite, right? That's only about each other. Can they affect anything else?
Yeah, everything with every bit of matter you see in the universe is
Hey, die slow.
affected by magnetism.
The Okay, so like a flame doesn't have a shadow, right? Or is that just a trick?
A
No, it
flame
does.
doesn't have a shadow.
It does have a shadow. I lived with no power.
The
for
smoke
long.
has a shadow, but the flame, like the
Actually, you're
exhaust,
right.
has a shadow.
Yeah.
Yeah, but the flame doesn't.
That's fucked up. Yeah. That's fucked up. That's a different dimension. No, but hang
You
on.
had a
If I had one of those lanterns for camping, right, and I held it up to the wall, you'd see the outline.
Hey, Carlos.
Wouldn't see
I'm not trying to be a rude, man, but I said, "Hey, die slow." About that. I just wanted to get his response real quick.
Oh, die slow, change your name, die fast.
Hurry up so he can say whatever he wants to say.
What was your question again?
Like, okay, flames don't have shadows, but how does that work with like? I guess it just doesn't make sense to me.
Well, do you know what a shadow is?
Not necessarily anymore.
Yeah, shadow isn't a thing in itself. A shadow is just the absence.
A lack of a thing. Yeah.
Yeah, the privation of light.
Yeah, well, how come during that eclipse, when we saw all of those shadows on the ground, there were many holographic sort of fragments of each other all over the ground everywhere? There's many moon-shaped sort of crescents.
So by that logic, then flames do create shadows because they introduce more light, and the shadows just where there's less light than the rest of the light. So
No,
have
but what I was trying to get to, is that
engulfed in light.
I was trying to get to that the moon is a hologram. Otherwise, how can you see so many fragments? I've seen the video of it.
Well, how does a hologram have a emission of light?
Well, here's the thing, man. If you had a big enough magnet, like a super magnet, many magnitudes, probably like the size of the moon, let's just say, it would literally vanish from observable phenomenal existence, but its attributes would still be present.
Yeah, but how come you can have an emission of light off a hologram? Like, if I have a hologram in front of me, it's going to be light, right? So why can't the moon have an emission of light because it's a hologram? It's about where the light source is coming from, a projector, right?
Mm-hmm.
So it's a projected hologram. That's what I reckon the moon is.
Well, I don't know. Ken did a pretty interesting video not long ago where he took a magnet and some ferrosurfactant fluid, placed the magnet in the fluid inside of a cup, but this cup was a radiated cup, so it had like heavy gamma beta radiation emitting from it. And when he put all this stuff together, there was a hologram that appeared in the shape of a crater, and it reminded me of the moon. And so I kind of started speculating on things about the moon being a hologram.
What do you think the moon is, Merle?
I think there's a potential that it's some kind of apparition, but it also seems to go in between. It's like half physical, half not physical. I don't know what it's made of or why it's there or any of that stuff. I've heard lots of theories.
You've heard all the theories, though, right? You've heard like all the theories.
I've heard that it could be phosphorus or it's a rock.
But which one would you choose if you had to choose one?
I don't know. I don't really think. No, I don't think it's accurate what we've been told about it.
But that's not an answer.
I know. I don't have an answer. I'm still.
How would you get it, though? Like your best intuition.
Well, the main thing I notice about the moon is it goes through cycles.
Yeah, well, that's not explaining what it is, though, eh?
Well, to me, the cycles is a good hint at what it is and what it's doing and why.
It's definitely not something that you could land on, though. It's not terra firma, is
No,
it?
I don't think you could go and walk around on it. And then when you look at some of the craters as well, it does look like there's some kind of fractal. I'm not fully on board with what Pete Shea's saying, but it's what I mean. Like, I've heard it from lots of different angles.
Well, I got an
That it could
issue
also
with the
be-
craters not indicating any sort of like side impacts, and I get a lot of like different answers from the Globers on this
The moon to
topic.
me appears to be submerged, and the craters appear to be like an electrical discharge of some type.
Would that explain Crow 777's like lunar wave?
I think the wave is like lower down where maybe that medium begins, and it's just fluctuating.
Yeah, I think
Or
it's
lunar
way
wave.
before the moon. I think it's way in front of the moon from our perspective.
Yeah,
That way.
definitely.
It's not
It
actually
may
on.
even be a different medium altogether. I mean, the moon is way
You believe
far.
there's a lunar wave?
Yeah.
I mean, with your
lunar.
eyeball, can you see it? Or just on a computer screen?
Dimok, you're really low volume.
I was saying, can you see that the moon wave with your eyeballs?
You can see it with a telescope.
No, with your eyeballs.
Yep, through a telescope.
No, not through a telescope. That's through an optical device. I mean, with just your eyeballs, can you see waves going up in front of the moon?
That's not possible because that wave is so like even zoomed in with the footage that I've seen. That of course it's only possible with really high tech gear.
So, do you have a pair of binoculars, like a big binocular telescope? Me and you can both look through it at the same time and see the same thing?
Yeah, that's what Crow 777 did. He actually did it on multiple cameras at the same time.
No. You're not understanding. With our naked eye, you're looking through a video recording of something. That's not what I want.
Are you suggesting that it's not real?
I'm suggesting it's not real at all. Yes, I've suggested that since the first day he said it. If I can't see it with my eyeball, it can't. I don't think it's real. If the only place it exists is on his computer screen at a bit rate of a screen rate, it's kind of weird.
Yeah, but bro, I can't see a cell with my eyeballs either.
A cell doesn't exist. That's why. Welcome to the reality.
So what about that X flare the other day? Was that real?
A what?
On Sunday there was a X flare from the sun,
now
like
you're
a coronal ejection.
What is that now? Can we see it? Did you see it?
That's what I'm saying. What is it? Is it a cartoon?
Saw some flares. Hold on? What are you talking about? Explain this to me real quick. Break it down for me.
No, well, I reckon that what they're showing us is just a
I've
cartoon.
never seen this. So what are we talking about? Why would you even bring it up if it's made up?
Yeah, it's like what is real, like with this place. I mean, is Russian? Is Russian?
There's radiant heat coming off shit. We know this. Now to say there's a flare coming 200 or 93 million miles away or something to the planet, no, get out of here with all that shit.
Yeah, well, I'm on your side, and I'm trying to say, like, what would, if you're thinking from the perspective of some channel like Russian
No, I'm
vids.
saying with my eyeballs, I should see a wave in front of the moon. If I see it on the camera, I should see it with my eyes, and I don't.
That's what I mean. That's what I mean. Like the channel Russian vids, he would probably say it's all propaganda and it's all cartoons, and I totally agree.
I mean, I see a refresh rate on my phone, on computers, on my game, on anything electronic, TV, video cameras. All the stuff's got a refresh rate. The videotape that you record with or the electronic thing has to take in the information at such a rate.
Well, I know. I have a problem around TVs that are 50 hertz. I get this terrible squealing noise, and no one else hears it. And I'm like, what? Turn the TV off, man. I can't stand it. I can't watch a 50 hertz TV.
Oh yeah, some faucets. It depending on how you. It's not the same thing, but it's just an example of like when you turn water to a certain thing in your faucet and you hear it, but then you turn it again and you don't. The same thing. Yeah, you can hear the frequency. They can't.
So you don't think the lunar wave happened, or you just think it's
No,
like
hell no.
you think it's visual? You think it's like they're playing tricks on us?
Effects of the thing that you're taking it with. Yeah.
Okay. I mean, I disagree, but maybe I don't know as much as you do.
Oh, I don't know anything, man. I just know that my eyeballs can't see it, so I'm not trusting it. I don't know anything.
I've got this condition. I've got a condition which is kind of weird. It's like most people don't have this perception, but like I could be sitting here in my man cave right now talking to you guys, right? And I'm really concentrating on what you're saying. And I can hear the sound of when I'm putting my glass down on the table. But I can also hear down in the park the mowing the lawns. And on the other side of my house, I can hear the next door neighbors playing on the trampoline. And I can hear everything that's going on around me at the same time. And most people can't do that. They sort of.
Here's the question. What are you focused on the most? That's usually what you're going to pick up on the most, unless it's just too overbearing.
No, it's like I can hear my friend coming up my long driveway from the very beginning, and no one else can hear it. And I'm just like, can't you hear it? They're coming.
The rocks and the certain thing, yeah.
Like I open my gate for them, and I know that they're coming. And it's not because I have a sixth sense. It's just that I can hear it. So, and everyone else is like, "How did you know they're coming?" I said, "I can hear it."
Hmm. But maybe you do have a sixth sense.
No, because isn't that like about being able to like see stuff and like imagine stuff?
Or maybe he's just sick and sensitive.
Like, okay, what exactly does the pineal gland do?
Like for me, when I go down to the beach and I hear the waves, the big ass surfing waves rolling really loud, like I can hear someone at my car talking about what towel they're fighting over way back at the car, like 300 meters away.
I think the pineal gland's like a musical instrument.
Yeah, but which
You
one?
hear a gnat fart?
Is it a harp?
Yeah, no, kind of like an organ, and it allows the ability to be filled up with a certain amount of liquid, and it can vibrate at a certain frequency, and it can be watched from the inside. Like that's how you see your dreams. It excites the liquid inside you, like the plasma and the liquid in your blood or whatever that flows through that part.
I always wanted to ask Merle when he went over to the jungle over there. Did you ever like what was it like? Did you find out that you had a pineal gland by doing that? Can you actually feel the pineal gland having an experience? Because didn't you go to where was it in Brazil, the Amazon? Merle?
Me. Sorry.
Yeah.
Totally
Didn't
tuned
you
out.
go to the jungle?
Yeah, I was in the jungle.
Fuck, that's pretty cool, man. I've been to some jungles in Thailand and kind of a jungle in China. But the Amazon jungle, from what I've seen on TV, is pretty wild, eh? It's pretty backwards. There's no 7-Eleven there, man.
Well, I met a woman there, say in her 30s, and she had a daughter, and anyway, there was this village, and we had a guide, and he said it's okay to go in her hut, like she was inviting us in, and she had
Oh my
huge
God.
like
This
anaconda.
Hang on. I've got to stop you there. Is this X-rated? Because you're with a single woman and her daughter. How old was her daughter?
Young, like 2 or 3. But the point of the story is she like no electric funky guitars came out, but she had like a
anaconda skin, like just on her wall. And I sort of looked at her and I asked the guide to ask her like what, and she said to him that she had to kill the anaconda, like to protect her daughter. So you know, I mean, it is a wild place, but they're so friendly. The people there, they're so relaxed and at one with it. They don't have. It doesn't look like any existential crisis. Doesn't seem to be going on. They're more at one with and in tune with what's happening.
I know how you feel because I've been with Sherpas and I've been in Tibet and all parts around there, Dunhuang in the middle of China and stuff, and it's like the people are just, they're just clay and mud. They're just really down to earth, man.
Hey, Gio, are
Yeah.
you there? Because I wanted to know if you had a take on the pineal gland before we moved on.
That would be nice.
Because I know he's like into a lot of that shit. So
Yeah, I mean, I'm going to start my recording now because, like, if you get into talking about that, I've got some really awesome background music to make it into something special. Gio.
No, he may not be there.
He's there. He's always there. Gio, take your mic off. Yeah, because he's quite like up to it with all of this sort of theme and you know, like narcotics and like mushrooms, and you know, he knows his stuff. So the pineal gland, you can see depictions of it, which is the pineapple in front of some of these old Tartarian buildings, you know. Like in front of the Vatican. They've known what the pineal gland is for a long time.
The pineal gland's probably like a liquid projector, like a plasma screen TV. Where do you think they got the idea of plasma screen TVs?
From the aliens.
No, from dreaming. The plasma in our blood. Pineal gland's just like a couple fuses and a couple things that like activate or you know what I mean, like a TV. You know, he puts the electrical into a picture.
Yeah, what I was asking Merle about actually was about his pineal gland, and he said that he took, like, was it ayahuasca or something?
All that does is give you a certain amount of information inside the liquid, and when that liquid gets there, when that shit hits that spot, you get the reaction. Well, I'd like to know about it too, though. I've never done it.
I mean, it seems like some people go down there like a tourist. You know, how people jump out of a plane and you know you can do it once and it's like a rush and you have the experience. But if you kept doing it, you'd get better at it. Like you'd just get better out of jumping out of a plane and knowing how to then maybe float with the wind, like put your body a certain way instead of just, you know, just not knowing, oh my God, and just
Take on the reactions. Yeah,
you know what I mean?
Yeah.
So it sort of seems
hall.
them like when you take like this ayahuasca, it's almost like a relationship starts to form, almost like it's sort of getting to know you and you're getting to know it, and you can sort of, there's sort of some kind of bridge, like almost like you figure out if you can work with each other.
That's what I think what's going on is, like, when you're on ayahuasca, you're not really, like, everything you're experiencing is internal, but it's because you have eyeballs on your head that it becomes external. You have ears on your head that can be internal and external, right?
Maybe you experience what the ayahuasca experiences. Isn't it like
Well,
a
there
body
was
of mark?
there was one particular ceremony I was involved in, and just all around the hut, and it wasn't hallucination, like it actually happened. All around the hut, it was just like strobe, not lightning, but like sometimes when there's electrical activity, you'll get just flashes of light.
Yeah,
Just
like when
all
you
around the hut,
sometimes, and you get
and
inside
and
your
it
eyelids. Yeah.
yeah, and the
What I
energy
would
went up, and the lightning started the lights, and then when the energy came back down, the lights stopped.
What I would always I'd really like to hear if there's ever been an experiment done with a blind person and ayahuasca. What would their experience be?
Yeah, what would they exactly? Exactly. You could probably Google it. That's probably a story out there somewhere.
Yeah,
Well,
because
a lot of it.
I think ayahuasca has a lot to do with your vision.
Well, a lot of it's done in the
Yeah, but why?
dark as well.
We can
So a
start
lot
with
of
like
people,
how blind people dream, too.
yeah,
Right,
yeah,
right. So the thing is like if you okay, Merle, what is the ayahuasca again? Is it bark in a vine or is it a vine and something? What is it again?
Okay, I
yeah.
got
It's
I
like
got a Google for it. There you go.
it's a vine and leaves.
So it's a vine and
It's
then
called
it's activated by the leaves, right?
yeah, yeah.
So
There's
maybe
a pulpit.
just a second. So you have to get the vine, then you have to go get the leaf, and then they activate each other, right? One
Yeah,
activates the other, gives you the ability to not break something down, so you can experience
yeah.
it.
It's an
Okay, so,
inhibitor.
right.
Stops you
So
from
one,
digesting it.
right. So one has a chemical that you can break down, so you can take that and break it down. You won't get that experience. Now the other one is kind of like a saliva or a protector that wraps around the other one and carries it in. So now you can experience the information from it. So
Mm-hmm.
basically, I think what you're experiencing is like what the plant is experiencing through its chlorophyll, like whatever it takes in through the information of its
Yep.
chlorophyll, you're
Yep.
receiving that, and however you, um, God damn it, however you translate it is what you're seeing. That's the high.
Yeah, that's really actually really on point because there's almost an awareness that a lot of people have experienced where because they call them power plants, so there's a clue there.
Right.
But you almost experience an intelligence and a sentience from the fucking plants, the trees. You just see that they're intelligent, they're alive. There's
Well, now
something.
you're taking on an information or a certain amount of liquid. Now your body can like cipher that liquid when it goes through your gland or whatever. You're getting like information from it. You're getting some type of reception of what they're experiencing through their
Kind of like
information.
what you were saying with the crystals is just like happening right out there in dirt and fucking plant life.
Right.
You know, it's all hooked up
Definitely.
like a system. And when you drink it, you just become one with it. Like there's no longer sort of a separation between you and that.
Well, I
And
was
then
thinking about,
you know,
yeah, I was thinking about the idea of intelligence also from a mushroom. If a mushroom just pops up real quick, right, and then can die, or just it can just be like within the day, like it pops up really fast. How can it have so much like intelligence or you know something that's like super good for you that like that's weird to me, right? But the liquid you
Well,
get.
well, what I was thinking is that with all the subliminal messaging that we're giving to Geo so that we can hear all about the pineal gland, it's still not working.
Well, that's what I was saying about the mushrooms. Like maybe that's what led me to think about it. Maybe you're just like whatever that mushroom has in its little packet of psilocybin, and you eat it. Now it's in your bloodstream, so now it's in your liquid. Now you have that information, and when it gets to that certain spot, you decipher it, and the high is the deciphering, just like the chlorophyll of marijuana you're getting high on. You know, it's not really the idea of some THC word. It's really just the chlorophyll in the plant.
Yeah, I'm just driving up the road and there's this dude on this fucking high-tech scooter. It's this electric stand-up scooter and it's got these big-ass wheels on it, which are like you'd normally put on one of those farm motorbikes, you know, the ones that can float in the water. And he's wearing like a fucking Jedi costume. And he's got one of those backpacks that has a hose from it to his mouth, and it's got like it's some type of liquid in it. Fucked up, man.
Yeah, that's a good question. What is the pineal gland? Like, what is it actually like? What, you know, what's the shape and design? How's it? What's going through it?
Well, it's pretty big, right? And it's got cone receptors.
Right. And if you had
So-
like one just sitting there in a lab, what could we do with it? Could we like put some electrical continuity through it? Could we put liquids? Like, what would it do?
I don't know what you're trying to do with your pineal gland.
I didn't say mine. I didn't say mine. We had one in the lab.
I'm just about to get out of my car and go into a local mini supermarket and buy a can of beer. And I'm going to leave my phone with my dog who's sitting in the back seat. And when he comes back, you better be good.
I'm scratching my toe with my other toe.
Is that Naruto?
Since we're like giving like random information right now.
No. We need to know what if we had a big pineal gland and we pumped liquid into it or electricity or had it hooked up, what would it do? Would it project movies? Would it fucking play songs? What would it do? Like,
what?
What would the pineal gland do if you had a big one on the table? What would it do? What would you do with it?
I'd want to know why I had one on the table.
To see what it's going to do.
Well, if it's not connected, what do you think it would do?
What?
Connect. It's not like where it's supposed to be.
To a piece of fat tissue of the brain?
Yeah.
Oh, fuck. Basically, all you need to do is connect it to some wires, right?
So, when did you become an expert all of a sudden? First you thought it was some kind of instrument that filled up with liquid and vibrated. And now you're asking me what it would do if you hooked it up to some wires on a table.
Hold on a minute. How does asking a question about what's something I don't know would make me an expert? What are you talking about? I said if we had a pineal gland on the table, what would we do with it? What would you do with it?
I'd put it back.
Okay. Well, I wouldn't.
I'd be honest with you,
hold on. Since he was the one that asked the question, what does a pineal gland do? You'd think he'd do a little more with it, but he'd put it back and not worry about it? Okay.
I wasn't supposed to have it in my hands.
Yeah, okay. How else are you going to figure out what it does? Imagine. Imagine.
Well, if you can't...
Well, if you can imagine isn't that all you can do with it? No, if you can't see it or have it in your hand and see how it works and work it, then what are you talking about?
I don't know, man.
Talking about some globes, man.
Is that what I'm doing now? I'm talking about globes.
You're talking about an imaginary pineal gland that all you can do is imagine,
bro.
So yeah,
if I didn't hear all that screaming and hollering in the background, I'd say you're shilling right now. But
well, I just told my dog to get in the back because when I came into the car, he was sitting in the front, listening real hard to what you were saying, man. I'm going to find out what you said.
He wanted in the front so he could see what the hell you were doing. He's making sure you're all right.
We've got one of those cartoon dogs. It's
don't mess with this game.
It's a what is it? A German short-haired pointer. So it's like a mini Great Dane. It's a hunting dog, and it's the cartoon dog that when you say something, it kind of turns its head sideways and its ears go all floppy. And I just said, "What did they say, man?" And his head was going sideways. He just couldn't get it, eh?
No, I was just wondering, like, how can we figure out what the pineal gland does if we just sit and imagine?
Is it a male dog?
Yeah, he's a boy. He's 8 months old now.
Well, maybe he's looking for a mate and thought D-Mock sounded like a bitch.
Yeah. Damn it.
D-Mock uses a voice changer, man. He's actually doesn't have that voice. It's a different voice. But I have heard D-Mock sing once or twice when he was under some substance.
Did you like it?
Yeah, and I've heard you do impressions of like radio hosts and TV presenters.
Hey, Riding on Eggshells thinks that we're AI bots for some reason. I don't get it.
Ask Writing what the pineal gland does. We need his opinion.
You should do some voiceovers. You ever thought about doing voiceovers for something like, you know, that program
Yeah,
that
if
you?
I can. Yeah, I'm down if I get some money.
What about that one? That's incredible.
I don't know. I don't know what that is. I don't know.
That's an American show. I used to watch it here in New Zealand. It's called That's Incredible.
I don't know about that one.
It's like Guinness Book of Records kind of stuff, like real weird shit.
That's incredible. Duke Nukem.
What about BA?
Talking about
From
we need to
the
see
what was that
level.
guy from
We
the
need
A
to
team?
find level. Can you hear me? It's Bev talking. We need to see level.
But
That's
is
a
it
really
perpendicular?
What are you trying to say?
But is it
You
flat?
sound like an American talking with an English accent.
No. That's Merle.
How can you define level without Euclidean geometry?
You
How
just
can
do.
you find level without Euclidean geometry?
Because x equals z and y.
No. Where did you get the 7? What are you talking about? It's not Euclidean.
That's quite amazing. You look at the list and there's no English in this whole chat right now. What are they all doing? Maybe they're all dead. We're the last
Dead
ones.
asleep.
We're the last ones here, man. They're all dead.
Well, if I count 7 hours, then yeah, they're probably getting up right now.
What pussies?
They ate too much candy, man, for Halloween.
They're just pussies. They don't know how to tell their wife, hey, I'm going to my shed and I'm going to be there all night long listening to fucking...
What? All right, let's make a little bit more sense than we currently are making. Just a little bit at least. I'm begging.
Okay, let's talk about did they land on the moon? No.
I want to know where they got a big pineal gland working in a lab. I want to see that shit.
Yeah,
I want them to tell you all about the appendix and then the tonsils and then a whole variety of other fucking
Oh, the
things that
appendix.
they
Oh
just rip
man.
them out of your body. They say it's no good. You don't need your appendix anyway. It's useless.
Oh yeah, and your tonsils. Yeah, might as well take out your pineal gland.
Okay, I've got a story about. Okay, so right now, like you have your stomach, your intestines, all that shit, right? But there's you've heard of breatharians, and breatharians they basically just eat air. You know, they live off the air.
No, they
But-
don't.
Well, hold on, man. Hold on. Let me get the bullshit out at least.
I've actually met one.
I'm almost done. Anyways, so yeah, like they eat. They don't eat like a meal, but they'll have herbs and shit. So like they hide this part. They'll eat herbs out in like the forest or something, and it's not considered a meal. But I think in China they would eat herbs out in the forest, but also like drink their own pee. And that was part of the the procedure of being a breatharian is that you're like, in order to be extremely efficient with your resources, you reconsume them.
Do you mean
that
herbs?
means you can, sure, herbs. Whatever.
Well,
I'm
I'll
here.
tell you, back in
I
the
heard
day,
you
a
back
long
in
time
English.
ago,
Alright,
China was taken over by Japan, right? And Japan came in from the north and from Nanjing. They landed in Nanjing. At the same time, they killed 60 million people just in the north alone, and that's nothing compared to the Great Famine that was 3 years in a row. And my mother-in-law tells me stories when she was a little kid. You know, they were pulling the grass out and eating the roots, you know, for 3 years. And then in the war, they were talking about the people in the guys in the trenches. They were cooking up their own leather belts because they were so starving they couldn't. They had no other way. They were eating their own leather belts, man.
Yummy. Yeah, they would chew on leather belts just for, I guess, whatever the hell's in a leather belt.
Well, nothing was in it. I mean, if it's like that movie, I can't remember what it was called. The last scene where the good guy gives the bad guy a can of oil and tells him to walk into the desert. And when he got thirsty, man, he drank that can of oil.
There's a village of people in Africa that are have basically been surviving off dirt. They make these dirt cookies.
Dude, I saw that. What the?
That's what they eat.
So messed
You're
up.
joking. You're
No,
fucking
they
joking.
eat dirt.
It's England, man.
I actually eat dirt. Yeah, I saw it.
What country is that?
Well, this is in Africa.
Don't worms eat dirt?
Yes.
Worms eat dirt? They got like
Jesus.
5 hearts, don't they?
I guess we never really tried it. I wonder what would actually happen if someone tried to do. But I saw in the Guinness Book of Records some Indian guy ate an entire airplane, and the reason why he did it because he was a yogi. He wanted to prove he had mind over matter control of his mind, you know, and over his body.
Whoa. No. There's a guy who actually just consumes metal, and that's the guy who ate a whole airplane. It wasn't a yogi.
Are you talking about the same guy? Because this guy, there was another guy that was his friend that rolled on his side from one side of India to the other on his side, right? And he had like followers that were brushing the road so he didn't get stones in his skin.
What? Okay, Google it. Man who eats airplane. It's, I mean, you know what? Let me just do it. Fuck it.
Cows eat grass and they got 5 stomachs.
I admit that my memory might not be serving me 100% right, but
Yeah, I know.
There's someone that
Worms
ate
have 5 hearts.
It's not the same Indian dude that stood up for 5 years, is it?
Leeches drink blood. They got 32 brains.
I mean,
That's
the
a
Guinness Book of
classic
Records.
Temuk statement right there.
You know, the Guinness Book of Records is like the normies version of the actual book. I forgot what it was called. There's another book that came out after the Guinness Book of Records, and it's got some shit in there that just blow your mind. I have to Google it. I have to Google it because it was like Guinness Book of Records on steroids. Stuff that people can do.
Ripley's Believe It or Not.
Oh yeah, Ripley's Believe It or Not. Tonight we're gonna find out about the
You get
pineal
20
gland.
you get 25 cents per subscriber for that message.
Thank
And imagine if you had 1 million subscribers times 25.
What would
Oh,
you do with that? What would you do with all that publicity?
You'd have a lot of money.
yeah, and you'd probably know Will Smith and Barack Obama.
You'd probably shake Will Obama's hand. Or Barack Smith.
And you'd go to a dinner party with Michael.
Michael.
Look, guys, I'm sober, so
have you ever seen the picture of Barack Obama with the dude standing next to him that looks exactly like Michelle Obama?
Have you ever seen the video of Michelle Obama doing a dance in some really nice tight white pants?
Oh shit. I saw that goopy show. But the one that's really convincing, there's a guy in Barack when he was younger, and there's a guy standing next to him, and it's basically it's identical. It looks like Michelle Obama, but it's a dude.
Yes. So what that lets you know is that they must have been high school sweethearts.
High school boyfriends, yeah.
What?
Hey, I'm still interested in the guy that ate the plane. Don't change topic now.
Well, I posted the video. He's easy to look up.
He ingested the whole plane gradually over a long period of time, and everything, like the oil, the metal, the seats, the works, the TV screen, everything. He ate
He has
everything.
Goat-like stomach acid, and apparently it doesn't bother him, so he just does it.
No salt and pepper either.
Can he fly now?
No salt and pepper.
You seen that guy that doesn't sweat and he can discharge electricity from his skin?
What?
Yeah. I've seen that dude. Does he? He has no eyebrows, right?
Yeah, I think so. Short guy.
I've seen quite a lot of Chinese lately with like tattooed on lipstick and tattooed on eyebrows. It's really weird.
They just really missed that filter.
Yeah, but if you want to get down to nitty gritty, how do you even imagine rolling from one side of India side to the other? That's a long way.
Yeah, that should take a while.
I've seen some extraordinary things in my time, and I haven't witnessed that. That was just in a book, but I've seen people do a type of levitation, and I've seen people manifest things. I've seen people move stuff without touching it. I've seen people. I've seen people move leaves with their chi.
I've seen chicks spit ping pong balls out with no hands and pick up dollars with no hands before. It was pretty neat.
In Australia, they use Mars bars.
Listen, hold on a minute. What did they move without touching it?
Like I've seen people like move like chess pieces on a chessboard without touching them.
Chess pieces. Anything bigger?
Yeah, I can do that.
Anything bigger?
Yeah, I could probably lift up a car.
Hell yeah.
I
that's
can make
what I'm
my
talking
junk bounce up and down.
about. What you know what the pineal gland's design reminds me of? You know the Victor Schauberger, like how he has that little thing for the water, the machine.
Yeah.
And it also reminds me of the design for the magnetic motor, the inside, how that's like the little fins and it goes in a spiral, and they have it
I
inside.
think all the cartoons are wearing down your IQ level, D-Mod.
Yeah, that's a cool story for you, fucking strip club guy. Go back to another strip club and tell us about it. So, I think the strip clubs are wearing your fucking IQ down. So listen, the pineal.
I love you.
Touche.
You love
It
me.
has it. Listen,
Are
man.
you
We're a
hold on,
fuck
hang on,
couple.
hang on.
We
Who
were
said
talking
that
about.
about who said that comment about our dear DMOC? We want to get to the bottom of the baller.
We want to know about the pineal gland. It has a certain design and a shape to it. I want to know what that's for. Is there a point to that? You know how an
Just go
organ
buy
has a
some
shape, a tuba, a fluid,
adrenaline.
a
Do you know
drum.
that flat earthers stick up for each other, right? Like on that flat earth app that you have, you could message any single flat earther on that map and say, "Hey, have you got any sugar?" And they'll say, "Come on over, come and get it." That could never happen in any other what do you call it, group. There's nothing like that. You can't do that on Facebook. You can't do that on any other platform. Only on that Flat Earth app, and you'd guarantee they'll say, "Come and get it."
Well, do you have an extra pineal gland for DMOC?
You know the app I'm talking about, right? The Flat Earth, what's it called? Flat Earth Sun Zodiac. Fucking, it's a
3D
long
print
name.
one.
Why doesn't he give it a shorter name, eh?
Yeah.
David Weiss and his app, you know, Sun
I thought you were
Moon
talking
Zodiac.
about the Flat Earth People Finder.
Yeah, that one. If you message anyone on
They
there,
call them blue dots.
yeah,
Why?
come on
That's
over.
the worst.
I tell you, and you're gonna get like your sugar.
Why would you make an app to find flat earthers and then call those people on the map blue dots?
Well,
Why would
it's,
you
you
do
know
that?
why? You know why?
Because you're Jewish and you're a shill?
Well, no, he could have put red dots on there, but why did he choose blue?
I would rather see a red dot. Or not a dot. Whatever. Just give them a name. Like flat earthers or something. You don't have to be a dot.
Have you tried it out? Have you clicked on one of them?
No, I refuse to download the app. Like even the fact that they call people dots just shows that they only care about data mining. It's so impersonal.
Are you a flat earther?
Yeah.
So what's wrong with the flat Earth app?
I don't trust that whole group of people.
Well, I don't know about in America, but where I am in New Zealand, I've clicked on a few and messaged a few people, and you know, it's always been a really good response, and the outcomes were always very positive.
Yeah, I'm not saying the people are bad. I'm saying that the people who make the app have agendas.
Yeah, but it's really limited. It's not a lot of money. It's not really, not
It's
compared
not
to
about
like,
money.
what's it
You're
about?
not addressing anything I'm saying.
Oh, so
Saying
you're
the
saying
people
it's
who
like
make the app have an agenda.
yeah, but didn't a flat earther make the map for a reason, just to get flat earthers community
Yeah.
together?
No, to track you all and get your data
Yeah, it's
and
like
listen in on your conversation.
there is
Maybe not the last bit. But
there is
I
a
thought I'd
history
touch
of
on it.
people trying to as in the same group. There's a history of people making an app and then tracking it, tracking, like just data mining the hell. Like even if you delete the app, it's still on your phone. Like it's
Are you serious? It's still on my
yeah.
phone. I delete it and it's still
That's
on
what
my
I'm
phone.
saying. Like the stuff that they go through to get what they want. I don't know exactly what they're going to do with all this data mining, but it's
Yeah. You actually jogged something in my memory about like data and phones, and it's like one time I factory reset my phone, right? And then I don't know how I pushed a few advanced settings and like advanced and getting into all these other like areas and opening up weird files. And I actually came across in there some like website searches and photos and stuff. It was still there, and I'd factory reset my phone.
I don't know. Did you have a memory card?
No memory card, no SIM card.
Yeah, I mean, there you go.
Well, if you have it
Factory
backed up on a
reset isn't.
laptop and you have the laptop near your phone, depending on the settings you have selected, it'll automatically restore shit onto your phone.
That's scary.
Wow.
Yeah,
You know they
it's
have
just all about tracking you and getting
Yeah.
access to your information and stuff. I really don't trust those networks, man. I really don't.
You know they have like tracking devices now, which are so small. It's just like this thin piece of plastic, and you could stick it. It's just a dot on the end of your finger. It's compared to your fingernail, it's tiny. And that little tracker, you can put it onto anything, and you can track it for miles. It's the technology that they have now is just unbelievable, and they're not giving it to us, man. But like we have these dots you can put on, like if you buy a TV or whatever, you can put these security dots on your items, and if any thief comes into your house and robs your house and they steal all of your stuff, you can actually go to the company that you bought these dots from, and you can find out where your shit is. And these dots are tiny.
Did you guys see about the recall on all the TVs a couple years ago that China was producing and sending over to the US? They found like backdoor malware in it and shit that was actually like spying on the people watching the TV and like sending data back somehow to China.
I heard that in the mainstream news, so I'm a little bit, yeah, but the technology definitely is there, eh?
Probably. I don't know. I got a TV in my house, dude. Flat screen that does some weird shit. Flashes
Have you seen,
randomly after while the TV's off. It'll flash and like I don't know.
like
It's hard to
yesterday,
explain, but
like it was yesterday or the day before when that solar flare happened. The chat was people were getting cut off left, right, and center, eh, all night long.
In the VC?
In this chat, like, was it yesterday or the day before?
I don't know. We've
And
had a couple, like a rough couple of days, I think.
yeah, and I think that could be the solar flare, eh?
I don't know. I think it's just people.
By the way, Facebook has only changed their company name. A lot of people are saying that the Facebook have changed their name, like it's not Facebook anymore. It's just a company that's changed their name. Facebook is still there, and all the other things they own under that are still there. But they changed the name to Meta. Have you seen the introduction video for Meta? It's all about virtual reality.
Is it?
Meta backwards is atom.
I saw an ad for breath mints you can wear under your mask.
I saw someone today in a restaurant, in a Chinese restaurant. I don't know what nationality they were, but they were putting they have their mask on, right, while they're at the dining table. I was waiting outside for some takeaways, and I saw them like pull their mask off and hanging off one ear and just eating, and then when they finish that mouthful, they put the mask back on. It was fucking hilarious. I said to my wife, "Look at this! Look at this! Look at this!" I actually got it on video.
Have you seen those nose masks where it's just like these little, this like little plug thing that attaches almost like a piercing underneath the nose?
Wow.
Like a Hitler
I haven't
mustache.
seen that.
Yeah, it's like really small. It literally just plugs into the nostrils and hooks under the nose.
Yeah, we've got
Welcome.
Halloween masks. We've got Halloween masks here all day long, man. It's crazy.
Welcome to Earth.
It's a weird place.
It is.
Oh, tell me about it. What's it like in Melbourne?
Awesome. Sun's out. If you just ignore everything, like, you know.
Yeah, that's what I do.
It's awesome. It's really
I'm on
good.
the same.
I love
I'm on
Melbourne.
the same page. Just ignore all of the bullshit. You know, I've got a T-shirt that says "Bullshit Inspector."
Yeah, I mean, let's just keep that between us somehow, because I don't want them to know that.
Yeah, because if they find out, yeah, where's the fun in that? We're going to have no land left because everyone's going to be going, "Oh shit, the Earth is flat." Everyone's going to start eating each other. We better find some land in the country, and the land is going to go up in price. Now, don't tell them, man. Don't tell them.
Just go and live in Nimbin. That's where everyone's got to go.
Imagine if all the ballers, or a big percentage of them, all woke up tomorrow and they all go, "Oh shit, actually it's a fucking flat Earth. What are we going to do?" They would all be looking for land. We don't. You know, if you don't have much money, man, don't tell them.
Yeah, if I just ignore everything, it's fine.
Yeah, but once you get your piece of land, this is the trick. Once you get your paradise, your little piece of land with everything you need self-contained, then you tell them, and your price of land is going to go skyrocketing.
I wonder if that was always the way, though, to get a little bit of land and stay there like your whole life with your family.
It is, and eventually people are going to find out that that's the way to live, because there's enough land on this fucking plane for everyone to
find a
have.
spot.
Right? So if you found a spot and you made it really luxurious, when everyone finds out that it's not a ball, everyone's going to want to do that.
Just have their own spot. Build their little
Well,
crib.
so you got to get in now. Don't spread the word. Just keep it hush hush. It's not a flat Earth,
Yeah.
okay? It's a ball. It's a fucking
Build an
ball.
Earthship. Yeah. Do you know what an Earthship is? Yeah.
We'll keep it a secret, Mill.
Pretty cool,
It's
those
a
things.
ball. We have to start talking in code, you and I.
Yeah. We should get into
it's a
real
ball.
estate.
Yeah, I reckon. Yeah, just buy the land and then keep it a secret, and then it's a ball. It'll come back. But that's my the end of my Powerland comedy hour. He was quite funny.
I want to
but-
watch that clip again of him doing his stand-up. It's
And the
always
velvet jacket and the sunglasses.
just kind of like,
Yeah.
it kind of brings you back, you know? I wonder if that clip's still out there.
You know, my friend,
Still out there.
my friend here in New Zealand, he's actually a magician and a children's magician. He does like shows in front of like primary schools and intermediate schools for like swim lessons and stuff, and he uses it as a topic, you know, when he does his like comedy, and he does adult shows as well, private functions, all sorts. And he actually had a flatmate that's a real solid conspiracy theorist, and this guy, his name's Greg. He actually, when he heard about flat Earth, he got on a plane, on a fucking airplane, and he flew all the way to America to meet Math Powerland, and he stayed there for a couple of weeks, and he came back, and I asked him, "How was it, dude? What happened?" And he was silent. He wouldn't tell me anything. It was really weird because he was real talkative.
That is weird.
So he
Yeah,
met Math Powerland.
he stayed with him for 2 weeks.
He got his booty hole touched, and then he just was really quiet after that.
No,
Didn't
no.
want to talk
Well,
about
he
it.
did say one thing. He said Math Powerland is awesome.
Yeah, in
That's
bed.
what he said?
He went
Yeah.
all the way for truth.
Hmm.
Because Math Powerland comes into the equation as a gay Hollywood actor.
Nah,
Just
come
saying.
on.
Yeah, he did.
You know,
He did,
I
bro.
know someone.
I
I know
swear. Those
stayed with.
clips are out there too. But he's
What
married
about?
now with a hot wife.
Oh no, she's not as hot as my wife, but it's all right. It's all right. I forgive him. But he's got a nice piece of land. He's got a piece of land, and he's in. Where is he? Florida?
I'm
Math
not sure.
Powerland's in America?
The last time I saw him, he did like a show in a church, and he put like a flag up, and he covered something they didn't want covered, and he got kicked out.
I thought he
And
was in
just walking
Canada.
around with his gun.
Or like Toronto or
Yeah,
something.
he did a
He's
tour.
Canadian. He's Canadian, but he had he's got American citizenship, and he bought a piece of land in Florida, and he made like a holiday camp, like a place where he can get a whole bunch of people and stay in huts. They all sort of, yeah, he plays music, and he's useless at the guitar, but at least he tries. He's pretty intelligent. He's got a really strange
He's already
backstory. Like
painting.
he came from NASA.
Did he?
Yeah, he used to work as an artist for NASA.
So he says.
But have you ever heard him talk? Do you know his
Yeah,
IQ? Do you know how much he knows?
I've had a little bit to do with him, just through Beyond the
He knows,
Imagination. Dell's had a couple of chats with him.
he's onto it. He's not stupid. He's not just a fucking joke. He's not
Dell called him
fucking.
Matthew.
He's not Julian Assange. He is the guy
No.
that woke you up in 2015, Mil.
Yeah. Him and Eric Dubé. I was annoyed at myself that I hadn't seen what. It was like pointing out the obvious, you know?
If
I
it wasn't
appreciate
for
it.
him.
So, speaking of waking up in the morning, Merle, have you read that book yet?
No, I haven't.
Hey, what book
feel
is he
bad.
supposed to read?
It's what's the fucking name of it?
The dictionary.
No, it's about a sailor.
What's it called?
The dictionary.
It's not a dictionary.
That's the
I've got
Bible.
a screenshot of it.
What book is most famous, the dictionary or the Bible?
Kool-Aid. What book is it?
It's called the American Practical Navigator. It's colloquially referred to as the Bowditch.
Well, if I'm trying to Google it, do they care about my colloquial?
Yeah, call it the Bowditch.
Boat itch.
Stand by. I'll post a link for you.
Okay.
No, don't stand by. Don't stand by. Come back and tell us, where are you?
Where am I?
Yes.
I'm at home. Where are you?
I'm in New Zealand. Where are you?
Oh,
boat itch.
There you go. I just put a link in
Thanks.
chat for you, Riggs.
Thank you.
I live in the center of the United States.
Which one am I supposed to read?
Yeah,
It
but
doesn't
why
matter.
does your voice?
They're all the same. It's just different volumes.
One's
Why does? Yeah, but why does
Okay.
your voice sound like you're like chewing tobacco?
Why does I don't know.
Are you chewing tobacco?
No.
Okay, must be your mic. Or
Yeah.
your voice changer.
Could be.
So at the end of the day, we're trying to look at this. What's the result? Did you send it?
Yeah, it's the links in chat. It is basically how nautical navigation works. This is kind of the textbook for it. And in it, the part that Merle had asked for was the actual navigational charts that he used to chart this. And all of that is detailed in any of the archived editions.
How can I see this?
There's a link in Livestream 1.
Jesus, when I click on Livestream 1, the only thing I can see at the bottom of the list is a bunch of like bread buns that look like boobies.
Should be right below that.
Yeah, those.
Drink of
I made those. That's it's actually just eyeballs, spooky eyeballs.
Yeah,
I'm sorry, man. I'm sorry, but those are boobies.
And
I
I'm
know,
cool.
they look like
the next
boobies.
link, the next link down is mine. You can. It will pull
There's
up
no.
the.
It's not
Did
coming
you
through.
make kids eat that?
I can't see your link, bro.
I mean, they're gonna eat boobies anyway.
Jesus, they are some heavy boobies. She must be on like a mushroom diet. What the fuck?
What kind of
Is it-
mushroom?
Who was saying they weren't getting it? Because I'll just send it to you, DM. I don't want to clog up chat by spamming it.
Dude,
Well,
just
it's just
spam
not
it.
There you go for plays.
I mean, I can see it. I don't know why they're having trouble. It's right there.
Yeah, because we're 1,000 light years away in the other side of the world, around the ball.
Yeah. Isn't it cool that we know that exact distance and the very fact that, like you referenced, we know how long it takes the light to travel through the underwater cable to get to us, so we know how long the latency is? All because we know the shape of the Earth. Sorry, guys, didn't mean to interrupt your conversation. Just had to give Merle grief like I do every day.
Yeah, but the distance that you're talking about, was that in relation to like what measurement was that in meters or was that in kilometers?
Yes. You can do it in meters,
So,
you can do it in kilometers, you can do it in feet, you can do it in nautical miles,
right.
you can do it in whatever.
So they had to have a beginning and an ending. How did that work? Was it linear?
What? The beginning and the ending of the underwater cables are junction nodes that sit on the shores.
you were
Your
talking
nearest
about
one's probably the one in Sydney.
You were talking about light, and like to measure the speed of light, they have to have a beginning and an ending.
Okay, this is over 1,200 pages, and you just expect Merle to read 1,200 pages for what?
No. This is a very long conversation that Merle and I have had a million times. You guys are just coming on the end of it. He asked for specifically one section about this guy's journey, and that's what it was.
Well, the context is so when people are at sea and they're in a boat and they're sailing over the curve, do they have to batten down the hatches and hang on as they sail over it?
And that prompted you to have to read this book.
Yeah.
That's
But I'm happy to. I'm interested.
That's totally worth it.
Yeah, but Merle, seriously, like, why would you be interested in reading that bullshit?
But because I asked about captain's logs and are there any captain's logs where they actually wrote that down? Like, okay,
there were certain parts of the Earth that were treacherous, and they're sailing over the curve.
I actually remember you talking about that. That was ages ago.
Yeah.
Yeah.
And finally come up with it now. It's like today.
Like even say like an ocean liner, like the Love Boat or something. Like when does that sail over the curve?
Always.
The Love Boat.
That's the
How
easy
could
answer.
the Love Boat? How could the Love Boat?
I used to
like
love
go
watching them. I used to love
down?
watching the Love Boat and the other one with what was it called? Something Island, Fantasy Island.
Yeah, Fantasy Island.
I think Australians and New Zealanders probably got more sitcoms from America than Americans got. Because I don't know anyone that remembers Simon and Simon. Or, well, that other one, Mork and Mindy.
I remember Mork and Mindy.
You remember, what was her name? Was it, she was like a factory worker.
Laverne and Shirley.
Yeah. Oh, yeah.
Doing it our way. Yeah, that was a good show.
But I don't know if predominantly all of our entertainment came
They're
from
gonna make
America.
their dreams come true.
We had a lot come from England as well, right?
Yeah, Doctor Who and Faulty Towers, The Goodies,
Oh
Benny Hill.
my God! The
We have
Goodies.
Going Round the Twist
My
here in
young,
England.
my young
Oh, yeah.
11-year-old cousin, my young 11-year-old cousin, who I've never met.
What's
Say that
that?
again.
Do you remember Laverne's boyfriend's name? I'm not going to test you.
Oh, it's
I should. Yeah.
Remember, he was into boxing.
Mm-hmm.
Carmine Ragusa. He used to be called the Big Ragu.
Your mic
the
is
big
really
ragu.
shit. I just have to tell you, your mic is really shit, Fe.
When I'm driving, it usually is my friend, but I do my best. I've got to get a new one. Sorry.
Yeah, but you must remember the one that was called what was it, the Blues or whatever, and in the beginning it had that taxi going over like a Chicago bridge or no, where was it?
Hill Street Blues.
Hill Street Blues.
NYP. Yeah, Hill Street Blues.
Oh my
Wow.
God. Chips, the two dudes on the motorbikes, one guy,
Yeah.
what was his name? His name was like Horny or something.
Buck Rogers.
And they had these two police motorbikes and they'd go like chasing cars on the motorway.
Mm-hmm. I had that as a show bag.
The greatest American hero. Remember that?
Yeah.
Yeah, and he could fly. What was his name? He was a gingerhead, eh? Believe it or not, I'm flying on air. What's that song?
That's it.
There used to be this awesome sci-fi show in about 1980, 80 or 81. It was called Blake 7. It was from England. And I find very few people who ever watched it. Any of you guys ever see Blake 7?
Yeah, I used to watch it, and there was another one called Red Dwarf.
Red Dwarf, yeah. Yeah, Blake 7 had like a cult following back then. It was fantastic.
Yeah, the good old days, right, when everyone was innocent and no one actually had full propaganda about space, but they still had imagination. Like that American one, Elf. You remember Elf?
Yeah, still good fun.
My mum introduced me to a program called Joe 90 from back in the day. That was
Joe
pretty funny.
90.
Yeah, that
Yeah.
was pretty funny.
What about the Kenny Everett video show? What's that?
Joe 90.
Did anybody watch Kenny Everett?
No, what stands out for me for some reason is Countdown.
Oh yeah.
So sort of go Doctor Who, Countdown, Monkey Magic, Roger Ramjet. They just slam the goodies.
Yeah. Oh, you're taking me back, man.
Yep.
And
Yeah,
after Doctor Who at 5 to 7, they used to play a film clip, like a music film clip. You remember that?
Yeah.
Like
Yeah,
Doctor Who went till 6:55, and then for 5 minutes they played a music film clip.
Yeah, see, ABC. I was in. I was dedicated. But I don't know. There's not shows like that anymore. I mean, I was young, but they used to take me somewhere. I was genuinely scared of Doctor Who. The fucking Daleks and shit.
Yeah, man. Yeah, they had some scary shit.
Yeah. I don't know.
Yeah, I remember hearing my older sister having to watch that from behind the sofa.
Yeah, it was just creepy. It was something. It was always a bit dark, and the colors.
Yeah.
It was a bit cold.
Creepy's a good word.
Just stick with Tom and Jerry.
Yeah. That was good. Like Roadrunner, Tom and Jerry, Bugs Bunny. We had all that stuff. Astro Boy.
What about Herculoids?
Atom Ant.
Atom Ant, yeah.
Danger Mouse.
The Jetsons.
Danger Mouse, Kimber the White Lion.
The Jetsons.
That's a classic.
What about the Flintstones?
Mm-hmm.
Yabba dabba do.
What about
Scooby Doo?
No, the Fraggles. Fraggle Rock.
Yeah.
The Fraggles.
Yeah, that was a weird show.
Yeah, that was strange, man. I'm sure, that was. I reckon there's a lot of subliminal shit in that show for sure.
Yeah, no, it's because there's a giant in that. Yeah, Dark.
You know what was the most like intensive subliminal messaging that was ever on TV for kids in America, and it was not Sesame Street. It was another cartoon called Fat Albert.
Oh yeah.
Have you ever seen Fat Albert? Hey,
Yeah.
it's Fat Albert.
Bill Cosby. Bill Cosby was the.
I tell you
man.
what scarred my brain was that bloody Labyrinth film with David Bowie in it.
David Bowie.
That was fucked up, man.
Did you scar your brain with that?
That was fucked up, man. Like, was there a part in it to do with tokens and like they lost their parents or something? And it's just so freaky, man. Like, yeah, nah, that was fucking, yeah.
Well, did
Something
you
like
watch Land of the Lost? Remember Land of the Lost?
Oh yeah. No, that was just called Lost.
No, Land of the Lost. It was a kids show, but it had these really creepy lizards that live underground. Police stack. It used to scare the shit out of me.
Land of the Lost.
Jesus. Oh, that reminds me of one called The Lost Islands from the UK.
Doesn't ring a bell.
The Lost Islands, it was about these kids that capsized on a ship and they ended up on this island and they had to live there. And
Lord of the Flies.
They came across lots of like spooky things like skulls on stakes.
No, I've not heard of that one.
The Lost Islands. It was like in the 60s or 50s. It was real black and white. It's kind of like a religion. I think they were really like primitive at doing Photoshop way back then, and propaganda was just at its, beginning stages. They've really managed to hone their propaganda skills so well now that people think that we're on a spinning ball.
I heard that.
Rick,
That's so crazy.
Rick, dude, where are the white women at?
I don't know. Let me go check the bedroom.
No, I mean from Blazing Saddles. Do you remember that movie?
No.
Can I ask who's hosting this show right now? Because I have a complaint.
No one's
Yeah.
hosting. It's a free for all.
Yeah. What can I do to fix the host?
Yeah, we have a complaint. We want to make a formal complaint in writing.
Yes. Okay. Go
and
for it.
sign, and make sure you put your little autograph at the corner of every page.
Of course. Who do you think I am?
Have you ever signed a document that's 90 pages long and realized when you got to the meeting you thought, oh yeah, it'll be easy as, and you're with your wife and you sign the papers and you find out there's 90 pages that you have to initial?
Yeah, that happens all the time.
That fucks me up, man.
Like exactly 90 pages too. How did you know?
Yeah, like my dad went to the United States many, many times, and he used to go to Beverly Hills, Los Angeles, and he said it took him 3 days just to get a rental car.
He's lucky, man.
Jesus.
Usually takes me longer.
Are you sure? Fuck, there's so much
No.
red tape in the States, man. We don't have any red tape here. We just click and go.
You know, you need to have a permit to sell lemonade in front of your own house.
Do you know that our Prime Minister before the last Prime Minister made a law that you're not allowed to grow vegetables in your garden and give them to your neighbors, because that would be avoiding paying some type of gift tax.
What the actual
fuck?
Yeah, we have a gift tax here. You can't grow vegetables and give them away.
You can't be generous. There's a tax against being generous.
It's fucking ridiculous. It's like the small
Well, I wouldn't
window.
give anything away. I would just let them find them somehow. I didn't have anything to do with it.
Doesn't someone need to hang for this criminal behavior? What they're trying to tell people to do this, to do that, don't do this, don't do that.
It's disgusting.
Yeah, I was thinking about that pineal gland too, though. Yeah, it is goofy.
Yeah,
What
but
about not being able to collect rainwater?
It's the original job. A lot of kids, that's their first gig.
Selling lemonade.
Yeah. Going door to door, selling chocolates or something. It's kind of fucked, isn't it?
I used to sell raffle tickets.
Yeah. I did a paper
To the
round.
school.
I got good money washing cars. I get $10 a car. That was heaps when I was little.
We were money laundering for school, selling raffle tickets. That's illegal, though, huh? All the little kids in the whole United States all sell Girl Scout cookies and raffle tickets for all the schools, all the magazines, scholastics, fundraisers, all this other stuff. That's good. You can, but don't sell no lemonade. Psst.
It's a clown world, man. What do you expect?
But I was thinking about the pineal gland. It's not as big as you think. It's a little bitty, I don't know, as little as shit.
That's what she said.
I know, it's weird, right? Isn't that crazy? But on the brighter side, it seems like a connector between two magnetic fields. Does that make sense? If the right side of your brain makes a magnetic field and the left side makes a magnetic field, then that little part in the middle would be like I don't know, the part between, the one that can they can both send the electrical continuity through that, and
Hey,
it doesn't
Merle,
interrupt anything.
Yeah.
what do you think of earlier today when I was talking about like the way stars trails move?
I like that.
They were all worked up that was some kind of trick, right?
Mm.
What'd you
In
say?
their
I
mind,
didn't see it.
in
I
their
didn't see what you
mind, they
did.
hey D-Mock, dude, at least in their mind they were thinking, duh, right? It doesn't work on a globe. Star trails don't work on a globe either. But they thought it was some kind of trick. Like, well, explain if this. I'm like, dude, explain if globe, right? Because I just walked you through it. None of these star trails work on the globe.
Because they don't
I
move.
don't think they'd ever. I don't think they'd ever. Well, he was saying to Dawn and Harry riding on eggshells, like, go to the go to a pole. What direction are you facing?
Let's see if he
what?
can do it.
Yeah.
Like he's right now in text chat. Let's see if I'll be able to walk him through it. Because I got what was it, left lane? Who's all there today? Left lane and
Harry.
yeah. Not Harry. No, that's eggshells, right?
Dawn. Dawn was there. Yeah.
Don. There we go, Don. I can't believe I was drawing a blank on his name. They realized it. They're like, holy shit, this does not work on the globe Earth. Let's see if
Been
eggshells
telling
can
them
get it.
this. We've been trying to tell them this for a while. They don't listen.
What's the argument that basically on a globe the stars wouldn't reset to the same positions as they do?
No, it's better than that. It's not just as simple as like holy shit, they just keep resetting each morning.
No, I meant annually,
Oh,
but okay.
yeah, you're right, annually, right? But I mean, like in over the 24 hours, they're not completely different. So, okay, this is what. Okay, picture this, right? The globe tells you that the southern stars move clockwise. Have you heard this before?
Yeah, clockwise, and then north is counterclockwise, right?
Okay, so now imagine me and you, right? Because I want to do this with you. We're standing in the north. We're looking south. What direction do the stars rotate?
Still, which ones? The north stars? Still
Yeah,
counterclockwise.
no, the southern stars. I'm looking south, and I'm facing south.
Well, you can't see them from the north.
You can see some of them, though, right?
I don't think so. I think maybe from like the equator or something like that.
Okay, fine.
Like
Let's
close
start.
to.
Okay, you're being pedantic on me, so I'm not.
No, I don't mean to. So okay, yeah, let's say you could
Okay,
see the
we're
southern
at the
stars, then
equator.
yes, they would be going clockwise.
Clockwise, right? I walk all the way to the southern hemisphere, the southern pole. This hypothetical southern pole.
Mm-hmm.
What direction are they spinning now?
Still clockwise.
Still clockwise, right? And which direction is north?
What do you mean? Which direction is north?
I'm exactly at the southern spot, right? There's no more. I can't go any further south.
Yeah, north would be every direction.
Every direction, right? I take one step north. Which direction do the stars rotate?
Still clockwise.
And I take 2 steps north.
I mean,
you see where I'm going with this, right?
I think it would still be clockwise regardless, right?
Okay, I take 100 steps north.
Yeah, still clockwise.
Yeah, I take steps all the way to the north to the equator.
Mm-hmm.
They're still clockwise. See
The
how
southern star still clockwise, yeah.
Yeah, and the northern stars would be going clockwise too.
Oh, why?
Because you're looking up at that point. You're no longer looking down. You're not looking through the earth. Because the whole time you have walked across the plane of the earth, looking up. At no point have you changed the direction that you're looking. So you're at the southern pole, this hypothetical southern pole. Everything's rotating clockwise. You
No, but
walk
like,
north, and it's
so
still
hold up. So when you're at the south, right, you're looking up, and then as you're moving north from the South Pole, after having like crossed that threshold, you're looking backwards to see the southern stars. You know, and you're
You're
looking
looking up.
forwards to see the northern ones.
No, you're looking up. Forward. All directions. It would be the same for all directions, right? When you're at the okay, I'm at the South Pole. What all directions are north, right?
Yeah.
Okay, every direction is north. There's no east, there's no west, there's no every step I would take would be north. How many of those steps do I take before the stars start spinning counterclockwise?
Where is the wall?
The what?
I mean, where is this most southern end?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. That place doesn't exist because it logically doesn't add up to a place where the stars would always spin counterclockwise. They would have to tell you in their model that if you walk far enough south, the stars spin counterclockwise again. The same thing if you walk far enough north, they would spin clockwise.
Doesn't make much sense.
It's a paradox. It's a contradiction.
It can't work.
That's why the two places they won't let you go are the two places that would solidly debunk the globe Earth.
Yeah, and it just conveniently happens to be on the axis of the spinning ball.
Yeah, they won't let you go to the North Pole and they won't let you go to the South Pole.
Yeah, it's such a convenience, right? Like there's two. Why aren't these two places that you can't go on the equator, for example?
Whoa, is this some Halloween shit? What's going on?
Yeah,
Do you,
I mean,
do you see it, Riggs, or not?
His voice sounds like scary.
Oh, I thought you were talking about the concepts being talked about.
Laverne and Shirley. No, it's like logical. It's like it's a setup. It's planned. It's like there's no other way. Yeah, I mean, why can't Antarctica be on the equator and the North Pole be on the equator? It's just too convenient that it happens to be these two places that you can't go to.
Well, it's convenient that if a bullet leaves the earth, that when you shoot it up, it comes right back down to the spot and nothing's moving. But if you shoot it forward, it doesn't leave the planet and automatically into the atmosphere after 3 miles. That's convenient too.
Or how come they don't have a fucking camera on the moon, man? McDonald's would pay for it.
How come you can't go to the observatory and zoom in on the moon right now and show your grandkids or your children or anybody for that matter anything on the moon live? Like real stuff on the moon that actually supposedly happened or was left there. Not even the strongest one.
Yeah, you'd think that if I landed on the moon and I did all that stuff and then I put a flag on the moon, when you get back, you want to have like a full-time high definition video of that flag. Minimum.
Yeah, and the mirrors you set up. And the tracks in the places where you drove around at. So you'd see like a big, like the whole area where they drove. Those tracks don't ever leave the moon. They stay there because there's no wind on the moon. Right?
Yeah, but is there, I mean, like the least they could do is, you know, the communication equipment that they had, right? If they had a clone of that or another set of communication equipment, why wouldn't you leave one on the moon so that you could communicate to all the Martians and the Moonans and all the aliens?
Why wouldn't you, if it was so easy to do that, why wouldn't you just send a radio communicator type thing there now? no person. Just send the thing that goes there and does all that, what you just said, and then it turns on live. And it also sends out something that just goes in a line and makes a line so we can see it from Earth with our eyeballs.
What I
Well, could you?
always what I contemplate is like what Tesla did with this car that he flew into space and it's orbiting. I mean, if he had the technology and the ability to do that, which is totally
Why isn't
absurd,
the car on the moon?
why didn't he just go the full hog? Like he seems like the kind of guy in the media that would like just go the full hog, you know? Why didn't he go to the moon? Why didn't he? I mean, if he had the ability to put a fucking car in space, why the fuck didn't he go to the moon? Doesn't
If
make
we
sense.
had telescopes, if we had telescopes and we knew where they were going to land, couldn't we technically watch them land on the moon through a telescope?
You could technically zoom in on his car floating in space, supposedly. But you can't do that either. So he should send his car to the moon. But what all these losers could do is just put a mark on the moon, like a big I or a big A or just anything that we can see with our eyeballs. We can just look out and be like, look, we went to the moon because look, we marked on it.
Yeah, or like McDonald's could be 10 times bigger than they are now if they had a big M on the moon, right? Imagine you could see with your own eye every night when the moon comes up, or even in the day, you could see a big M on the moon.
Your logo. Make it simple. Just an exclamation point, a line and a dot. Like the Riddler, you know, they know the question marks for the Riddler, right? So I mean, how hard would it be for exclamation mark to be a corporation, $1 trillion corporation's signature thing, and then put it on the moon and be like, look, there's the exclamation point.
It should
Or
just be
just
a
in their
a
own minds.
neon sign saying the moon.
Yeah, like that. But I mean, like in their own minds, they've already settled it because we have Richard Hoagland who talks about the fucking face on Mars.
Richard Hoagland.
He got the
Shout out to
ultimate
him.
Richard Hoagland. We got the ultimate commercial right above us every night, and no one is using it. Think about that. Trillions of dollars for 30 seconds on the fucking Super Bowl, but nobody went to
Best
the
billboard in the universe.
Yeah, I mean, it's like it's not that hard, right? We did it like in the 70s or whenever the late 60s, and
with a
we
calculator.
were I mean, like you'd think that some genius would have thought, what an awesome marketing idea, man. But no.
Why spend all the money on any Super Bowl? I would have never spent 1 cent on any Super Bowl. I would have saved all my money and spent just a little fraction of that and went to the moon and put my commercial or my logo there. And I would have more. That'd be more. It just forget anything else.
It was like that movie, The Minions, right? My daughter's just recently rented it and watched it online, and it was the first scene was about this crazy, this crazy guy that wanted to take over the world, and he actually wanted to control the moon. That was his idea. You know, if you can control the moon, you've got full control of this place.
That was the point of the Nazis before we ever went. That was the point of anyone. That was the point of the Egyptians. Any mastermind of war wants to go to the moon to set up the military base on the dark other side and control the earth from there. Yes, of course.
You know how there's this Tartarian thing going on with like, you know what it is, and there's this other channel, this guy called Wooden Nichols. He's kind of a flat earther, but he's not. But he's always like looking into the rabbit holes, and he's got a lot of discrepancies with all of the alternative views. Yeah, I don't know what to think of his views because it destroys my some of the stuff he says. It really kicks me
Like
back
you're
a
not
bit.
breathing water, air underwater, like for fish and shit like that.
No, the Tartarian thing, the Tartarian one.
Oh, that's a little different. Yeah, okay, never mind. That's different than like actual reality stuff you can see happening or not. That's something. I just think it was a water-faring people. I think they also used common sense with stuff. So instead of just packing solid ass fucking crazy stone, right? They put hollow stuff in there. They put air pockets in there. They put other material in there, and the ship floated. They did all kinds
Well,
of.
they do like one time I had a cousin in China, and they bought a sofa, some furniture, right? And their dog ripped the with their teeth. The dog ripped the arm of the sofa, and inside the arm of the sofa, not only was it just not filled with like foam and stuff that you'd expect, it had like used clothing, and it even had like a gourd, which is a type of pumpkin, as filling. They were saving costs like you can't imagine. Like just fill it however you can fill it. You know,
Yeah,
it was the weirdest thing.
Hell yeah. Fill your cigarettes with newspaper clippings, and you think you're smoking Marlboro or something, and you're smoking newspaper clipping.
Yeah, well, there's a lot of this fake shit going around everywhere, eh? There's so much fake stuff. I mean, I can go to China to the Guangzhou Hui, which is like that international commodities fair, and they have it once a year. I think they might have it twice a year now. But you can go there and you can say, I'm an importer, wholesaler importer, and I want to buy such and such a brand, and they will actually make it for you. So they'll organize a factory to make it for you, right? And then they ask like, where do you want it made? And they'll stamp exactly where you want it made, like Italy or wherever, and any brand you want. I've been to these factories. I've seen it. I've seen them actually do it.
I get you some money made if you know the right people. Just make me some American dollars. How many do you want?
One of the trips I had to do, I had to actually take like 2 train rides at a fucking taxi and like this cart and buggy into the middle of nowhere. And then I had to catch a motorbike taxi. And then I had to actually, track down this place. It was in the middle of nowhere. And they were making like these high quality, high fashion bags. And I used to work in America. For an American company called Procter and Gamble when I was in China, and some of the stuff you just wouldn't believe where it comes from. None of it is like half the stuff you buy is not real. Even the real merchandise stores, you can find them selling fake shit. Why would they have a $30,000 handbag in Dior or Louis Vuitton or whatever when they could have a fake one in there instead?
Well, why would you have $1 items on one part of your store and $1,000 items on the next? And it's the same material, and sometimes the $1 or $10 items it lasts better anyway. Fucking odd, right?
Yeah, exactly. What's fake about it? It's still the same material. It might just not be the actual brand, but
right.
No, but their stuff's not actually coming from like the source where it's actually made. It's actually not made where it's made, and they say it's made in somewhere, but it's not.
No, we know what you're saying. We know what you're saying. They're shiesty bastards. We know.
Yeah, man. Yeah, it's pretty dodgy. But do you know there's a lot of shit going on right now between Taiwan and China? Have you heard of that?
No, what is it?
All the stuff that's going on with Taiwan and China, they're going to take over Taiwan. And they've got American armed forces there right now, training all the local Taiwanese military, and the prime minister or whatever, head of Taiwan. She was on there talking about it, and in the background, all the American forces, doing their training exercises in the background. And I think Japan's going to get involved for, but if that happens, like,
what about North Korea?
Nah, that's just imagination. I mean, if it all goes down, then you've got Russia and America, Japan and China. Ouch! Ouch! With a capital ow.
So hold on, what would be the point of all these guys wanting to fight over some little skank ass place called Taiwan?
Exactly. Yeah, like that's what you really have to think of. What's the big picture? That I mean, in war games, that's what they play. They play war games all day long. That's what's the end game. They have their
Well, I
agenda.
mean, are they really going to war? Is it really that, or is it just like a national thing where they show you that this country is going to own that portion of land because they bought it or whatever secretly, or they own it, whatever, however they got it. And like the North Korea thing or whatever, that to me just seems like a CIA coup, like a CIA strong military stronghold where it can be anything you fucking want to call it, but it's CIA ran mainly.
Well, I don't know, but for me, I think it's a communist, Chinese controlled area. I don't think it's got anything to do with South Korea at all. I actually think all of Korea and North Korea were actually part of China, because I know a bit about it. I used to live up that way, and I think that what actually happened is totally political, and I think North Korea doesn't exist. I mean, the land mass exists, but I don't think there's anyone there. I think it's
You
empty.
think it's other Chinese land, basically?
It's just
I
bare
think
land.
it's a mix.
It's nothing.
I think it's CIA from China and CIA from America, and that's their connection right there for the militaries. And they do shit right there. And if anybody tries to like go and be allies with them or do anything, because they're psychotic and what they say. Oh, we'll kill anybody. We got all these rockets. We'll kill you. We'll kill your country. We don't care about this.
Do you know why they don't want anyone to go there? And they've made up this massive story. It's because that's where they do all the NASA fucking moon footage.
Well,
That's
no,
where
but
they
think
do
about this.
everything is filmed in North Korea.
They very well could, but think about this also. If you have that place being like the bad guy, if any other country or place next to them or near them wants to be bad guy too, or not like America, who are they going to cite within that area? Them.
Because I've seen like I've gone through China a lot, and I've seen landscapes that remind me absolutely like the Grand Canyon, and I've seen others that kind of look like what you'd expect Mars to look like in the mainstream. And if that's anything to show on the same latitude, if you go across to North Korea, I imagine they've got a lot of land there that they could use for anything, and there's no way for anyone to to compare it, because you can't go there to compare it.
There is no other. The only land mass pictures they have of any actual land or terrain is of Earth. Anything else is a CGI, fake, flat image of nothing. They don't have any terrain.
Can you get on Google Earth and see North Korea Street View? No.
CIA.
I reckon ultimately, I think they're hiding land. I mean, is the Indian Ocean really as big as it's depicted on the globe? Have you seen how big that ocean is? Millions of square kilometers of water. Yeah, my ass. Fuck, imagine being shipwrecked in the middle of the Indian Ocean. Can't wait to find some land, and it just never happens. I don't think so. Which city are you in, Demo? Are you in a city or a country? I guess you're away with your children. Omni Uber, what the name?
What the name?
What the name? Omni Uber, what's that mean? Are you an Uber driver?
Nope.
Why is your name Omni Uber?
Because
I can't hear anything you said.
I said,
It's
because
just.
why not?
Are you from the UK?
Yeah.
Oh, nice. I like people from the UK. Whereabouts in the UK are you from?
Near London. Just above London.
Oh my God, you're not joking. Like, there's a place called New London.
I said just above London.
Oh, what's it called?
New London.
Fucking hell. So there is a place called New London.
No, he said near London.
Oh, okay. Near. Can you talk in an Irish accent and I'll understand you? Like near London.
You know you're in the UK when instead of saying hello, they say UK.
Yeah,
Is that right?
that is confusing. Truth be told, because they'll go, "You're right," and when you first, because Australians, if they ask you in Australia if you're all right, they're actually saying like, "Are you all right? Are you okay?" It's not necessarily hello. So when they go, "You're all right," I'm like, "Yeah, why?" I didn't realize they were saying hi to me.
Yeah, no, that's and like, and
UK.
if you go to Scotland and they sound like they're complaining all the time because like, how's the weather? You know, and they're like, oh, I mustn't grumble.
Yeah, most Scottish people sound depressed
Or
and angry.
I can't complain.
Can I complain?
I can't
Scotland
complain.
to Greenland.
It's so depressing, right? Is it because it rains a lot or what?
Yeah, it's always quite cold up there.
Yeah,
Australians
but
wouldn't survive
I
in
think
Scotland.
it's definitely
I know a
sarcastic.
I know a
Like
Scottish
most,
woman who's pretty boppy.
is she a dope smoking DJ and a lesbian?
No, but
Oh, I
she's
thought it
cool.
was. Yeah, my
I
Is
know
friend
a few
Jilly.
that due
Scottish
to all
girls,
those cumulonimbus clouds?
My friend Jilly, she's a DJ. She's from Scotland, and she's a DJ, and she imports all of her vinyl records from like weird places, and she's a lesbian, dope smoking hippie.
She sounds cool.
She is, and she's a
Do
little
you
bit fat,
smash?
but not too bad. But Merle, seriously, get yourself a woman that can carry like a whole hay bale without even flinching.
Yeah, I saw
Like,
a documentary about something like that once. It was like an Eskimo woman, and she was like she was the hunter, and the men basically followed her around. They didn't catch any food, but she did, and she carried it home.
was she Australian?
No, Eskimo.
Did the men have to cook?
That's how they do it, man. That's how they do it, because like that's how they keep their woman slim.
Right.
Yeah,
Yeah.
because imagine being stuck in a tent all day with a fat chick.
Mm-hmm.
No, you've got to tell them to go out and get thin.
Yeah. Chop wood and
Imagine
hunt
the
whales.
imagine the extra expense that you'd have to spend to cover them with all of these animal hides. It would be so expensive.
Yeah.
But I think they actually have Eskimos in Australia, right?
Well, I mean, when you look at like a classic Aussie girl, woman, young woman, right? Let's say 25 to 30. I mean, fuck, man. There's a lot of effort put into appearance. Let's put it that way.
I'm really sorry because like I was using a word that I was used to for like my entire life, but I shouldn't call them Eskimos. They're called Inuits.
Inuits.
Yeah, because that's politically correct, right?
Or is
Is
that
it
like calling
offensive?
is that like calling a traveller a gypsy or a pikey? Sorry.
But that's like calling a globe head a fucking retard.
Oof.
That's politically correct.
I mean, because that's what they are, right? I mean, I
But
used to be a
what if
globie,
to
but I
soften
wasn't
the
a
blow?
real
You could
globie. You
say,
know, hang on, Merle. There's a difference between a globie and someone who used to be a globie. Like when I used to be a globie, I didn't give a shit. I didn't even know, and I never even considered it. I never even looked into the theory, into the model. It was just there in the back of my mind. And
you're
when I
like
found out,
an innocent retard.
and when I
A
found out the
normie.
truth, that retard juice, all that pus just came out of my system and disappeared.
Yeah.
It's just pus. It's just a
You had a
build up of.
retard enema.
I think it was like a pus release. It was like squeezing a giant boil.
Yeah.
Yeah, and it
Yeah,
all
no, I've
came
heard
out,
people talk about it in different ways.
and all that poison came out, and it just freed up my entire body was cleansed
Mm-hmm.
from the pineal
Nice.
gland to the fucking acupuncture point, which is between your anus and your penis. That one is called CV1 in Chinese acupuncture.
What's it?
Yeah, because
What's
I'm
it
an
called?
acupuncturist. CV1.
CV1.
V1 is the point between your anus and your cock. And that is
Sweet.
actually that's coincidentally, that's also your lower chakra.
What happens when you put an acupuncture needle there?
Okay.
Well, when my brother did the course before me, he's been in Taiwan for about 20 years now doing acupuncture, but he learnt it in Wellington, Christchurch, and then he transferred to Wellington, and he actually because they had to all you know do all the acupuncture points on the body, and his teacher said, "Who's going to do the CV1?" And it's like, that's full frontal view, right? And in the class, my brother goes, "I'll do it, I'll do it." He fucking spread his legs, in the class. Fucking hell, because you have to do every point on the body, otherwise you can't pass the course.
Yeah. But what happens when you put a needle there?
It is like taking ayahuasca for about 5 minutes.
Right. That seems, yeah, okay. I don't know about that, though. I mean, I'm interested in acupuncture, that's all. But if Crick was going to say something, wasn't he?
Yeah, I mean, I'm a Chinese. I've studied Chinese medicine and acupuncture and Tui Na. I'm a builder. I'm a chef. I'm a welder. And a jack of all trades. But I've got qualifications out my ears. I've been to university. Not a thick ass. I'm not just some asshole like Jack, the fucking flat Earth asshole. I actually know what I'm talking about. But at the same time, I'm interested to know what other people have to say as well. And yes, especially when it's close to home and we're in lockdown and it's depressing, and other parts of the world might not be the same, but I can still relate. And yeah, it's pretty good to hear everyone else's view, like your Merlin, Merle, you went from your mum's house back to like an insanity. I don't know why you did that, but now you can't get back. I imagine you can't even get back, right?
I'm not really looking at it like that. Like, I kind of feel I've always sort of
Liberate?
followed my heart. It
Yeah.
sounds stupid, but
Have you been
you know,
liberated?
I think so. I think when it really comes down to it, I trust that there's something looking out for me.
Yeah,
Sometimes,
but
like, it's not like I've never got in trouble before, but like coming back to Melbourne for me was like coming home.
No, but Mel, you're still living in a place where you have tiles for flooring in your bedroom, and really you need to have either floorboards or carpet.
Why?
Well, it echoes, and it'd be no good on Discord.
Okay.
Have you got an echo there right now?
Mm-mm.
Yeah, but
You've
surely
got
that's
tiles.
good for the summer when it's just
You've got
too
tiles
fucking
on your
hot.
floor. But you've got tiles, right?
Yeah. I've smashed two things like on them. I'm not used to having
I
tiles,
know.
but
You said before you dropped the wine glass, was it?
yeah, it was just had cranberry juice in it. It splattered on my bed as well. But I mean, you know, it is what it is. I think the whole process has just made me realize if you just let go and you don't judge life, you just let life be what it is. What do you need?
Actually, I think you've actually got it made, man. But like, you're single and you have no kids,
I
and
don't really
you're
have any
still,
debts either.
yeah. Oh, awesome. So like,
Damn, that sounds lonely, bro.
no, you're like on the top of the food chain right now.
Well, I mean,
No.
the only I am yes and no. Like, again, the way they're kind of creating society now, the reboot, it is narrowing me in a little bit, and
Yeah,
that's
but
something I have to be versatile with. But other than
do
that,
you
it's a
need it?
challenge, right? Just
Do
got to be
you
smart.
do you have like what's your outcome? I mean, do you have like negative perception of how it's all going to end, or do you have like this positive, like it's all for the betterment of your personal experience on this place, and in the end you're gonna like whoever knows when the end is going to be, but for example it all ended next year, right?
Mm-hmm.
Where are you going to be? Where are you going to be? You're going to be in a much better place because you've been able to like have chats like this and explore your existence. The internet might not be here next year, you know, so you've got to retain all of that information and you've got to keep it. And if you're in an emergency mode next year, the only people you're going to rely on are the soothsayers, you know, the people that have the true knowledge. You're not going to go to a fucking doctor. You're going to know, you're going to want to go and see someone that knows something. You're going to want to see someone who's in the know,
Yeah.
someone who's connected, because that person who's connected that's the only way you're going to be able to traverse this new reality.
Well, if everything goes tits up, I think what you've got to ultimately decide is if you want to survive or not. Like, do you want to fight to make it, or is that making it, getting through and living, you know, the best life you can and all this kind of thing? I mean, at this stage,
Yeah,
I
like
think we're all in a bit of a situation, but it
it
doesn't
could
have
be
to be
different.
doom or gloom. It could be. It
Yeah,
could go so many ways.
it could
So many ways.
exactly, and like even the Aborigines in Australia and the outback in the middle of nowhere eating fucking hoo grubs or whatever. I mean, um, are they going to be feeling anything different?
No, not at all.
They're not. They're not going to experience a change, are they?
Not really.
So this experience really is limited to those people that live in quote
Cities.
unquote society.
Mm-hmm.
Not even
Yeah.
cities, countries, society,
Suburban
anyone that's
environment.
like anyone that is plugged into the grid.
Mm-hmm. Well, that's what they
And
wanted. They wanted us all
that
reliant on it.
so therefore we just found the way out is don't be plugged into the grid and you'll be fine.
Pretty much. If you can go without it, you'll be fine.
That's
You don't need
impossible.
much to survive either. You don't need
That-
much
that's
food. You don't need much water.
The
You
the
just be
funny
going.
thing is, like, that is totally not possible in places like Tokyo or Taipei or Shanghai or New York or any of these big places. It's just not going to be possible. There's going to be a little bit of mayhem.
Mm-hmm.
Like when it all goes down. And what I'm saying by when it all goes down is, isn't there a possibility of something coming around the corner that's going to happen that's more inclusive than the goobies?
Would that not
Yeah.
be something that we make?
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, like what I'm trying to get to is like, what's next? What is
Well,
next, man?
at the moment, we're under control. Everything's under control. And I think that true independence and freedom probably scares a lot of people if you really dig into it.
Half a year ago, I wouldn't be talking like this because we were totally out of lockdown and it was like freedom. And we'd already experienced level 1, level 2, level 3, level 4, lockdown, stay at home, can't go anywhere, can't move, can't walk, can't fucking breathe. And then now we're back in lockdown again. And I don't know,
Joe,
like, everyone, is it the same for everybody? Is everyone in lockdown right now?
ban driving. No more driving. There's too many people die in car accidents. You should ban driving right now. Thank you.
You are so fucking right. You are absolutely, like, you've done your research.
Just give your car a mask and everything will be okay.
Pretty much.
Pretty much. How many people?
I was just going to
How
say
many
it
died
becomes
from
like
car?
a fashion accessory. No, you go.
Let's see who can get closest to the number. How many people died of car crashes last year? U.S., worldwide, Europe, whatever. Australia. And nobody? More or less? Nobody knows? More or less in which areas? Okay. It's getting way better. Way better than it used to be. What's the expected time of death? If you're a person that dies of COVID, what's the average time of how long it takes for COVID to? It's another thing they don't have fucking any information about too, right?
Apparently 1.35 million people died worldwide in 2016.
Ban cars right now, guys. It's a danger to society. You could be a healthy person 1 minute, then you're done.
That's a lot.
The car sticks up on you like a train. It's not fair. Why?
Doesn't the sun kills a lot of people as well, so should we ban the sun?
It should be mandatory nation priority to block out the sun.
I think they try sometimes.
You damn fucking Skippy. They were spraying like a motherfucker here, dude. 1 day streaks. Next day, no streaks, no more streaks in it. Just 1 day out of the week for some reason.
Weather
Yeah.
the same both days. It's pretty
Always
weird.
seems to be X marks the spot here in the clouds. Just loads of crosses in the sky.
Yeah. I think it's funny they do it during the day. It's almost like they need the sun to hit it. Merlin, I saw your little video. It's freaking crazy, bro.
Yeah. It's his music too. His music's fucking crazy.
Okay, yeah, I mean, I saw you were just putting together some clips of where, you know, that they could put the, you know, the word of the
Yeah.
title right in
Yeah.
front of your face. Yeah.
Yeah. We dig into it a bit. It's like an EP. That's the first track, the first tune. There's 4.
Oh, I thought it was short. I only saw the 5-minute
Yeah.
one. I knew it had to be
Yeah,
longer
yeah.
than that, right? Oh, okay.
Yeah, that's the first tune. There's four tunes in all. Yeah, it's good. I'm
I had
proud
the
of him.
most emotional magic last night, Merlin. I won't ever forget this story, so I will tell you sometime when I'm not driving.
Yeah.
But I see it all the time. I do it all the time. I don't know how. I'm not saying it's deliberate, but it happens. It ain't no damn way it's bias.
I was younger, like too young to really understand, but I've had 2 people in my life that they were interested in magic, but they almost had a Lord of the Rings sort of aspect to it, where it was it kind of took hold of them and brought something negative out. Like this one guy I lived with, he did some spell in his room and he didn't come out of his room for a couple of days, and then when he did, like his room smelt bad. He was all pale and pasty. He just looked unwell, and something had gone wrong. And I was just like, oh, fuck, you know. That was when I started to realize, wow, there might be something to this.
Yeah.
You got to be careful with it, you know. But if you do it all for the right reasons, it seems okay. When your intentions are clean.
Yeah.
You know.
Just because there might sometimes be a choice, that doesn't, in my opinion, mean that sometimes there can't be like programming or rules, magic, whatever you want to call it. You know, like a program to this physiology or something, or existence. And although you have choice, once certain actions are set in place, it's going to derive specific reactions. And while if 99.9999% of the people don't understand the specific input and pattern that's being output, or whatever, the whole process, to them it's going to be magic. They're not going to understand it, right? It doesn't mean it's not more than what we see, in my opinion.
Yeah.
Yeah, I mean, you better back me up a little bit.
The only thing I'll say is you can go with the Isaac Asimov quote, which says that any technology that is sufficiently advanced would look like magic to a human being, potentially. But
It's a good application.
Anything that we produce as humans, I kind of go,
Yeah, but Foolish is interesting, man. They're still discovering how the brain works. I mean, all the computing power of the brain and how the neurons are triggered and the subconscious, right? I mean, this is, you know, still very
The brain
infantile
doesn't have to
you know,
be
understanding.
The brain doesn't have to be the computer that you think.
It doesn't have to be. You're right. It can just be a partial, one piece connected to a bigger. It could be, but either way,
it could be like
we still have rules.
It could be like the little pineal gland in the middle, like a little bitty dot. Could be like a main component, and the other thing is just like a coolant and a memory storage. But go ahead.
Why not your liver? Maybe your liver does all the processing.
Is your liver in your brain?
Why do you think the brain is where the consciousness is housed?
Did you say our liver?
Yeah, that's what the Romans believe.
They believe your liver was in your brain?
No, they believed the liver was where your consciousness and where your thinking came from. But nice way to try and misinterpret what I said, Devil.
No, I just heard you say liver when we were talking about the brain, and I just thought that was weird. But yeah, I hear what you're saying now. I didn't.
Yeah.
Foolish.
I didn't get it totally.
Did you hear me cast that L on Zanuck earlier? Or like 18 hours ago? Yeah,
Still
buddy. He was arguing how, he wanted to make a point how he had a high confidence of how he knew or understood physics, said that absolutely, matter can turn into energy, but energy cannot turn into matter. And within about 20 minutes, I had him denouncing the mainstream narrative of the.
You've gone with the nice little article that says there's been an experiment that seems to allude to the fact that we can use light to create matter.
Well, that's just one. I wasn't even referencing anything. I was just talking about how you have a one direction, that there's logic that go in other directions, the multiple different theories of, Big Bang parallels, expanding, contracting, the cyclical, just all this stuff. The point is, within about, I was like, Zanuck, you're spouting fucking religion. I was like, you're talking religion. Within 20 minutes, I had him saying, yeah, well, I don't necessarily believe the Big Bang. I'm kind of religious about it, or like I'm religious that I don't believe it. Is what it's so easy to get them to, bite on or what do you call it? Double down on the overconfidence, and then within 10 minutes, like, yeah, but it is a religion to me. Although I want to argue like it's not. When it sounds like he wants to make one. It's just so weird, dude. Like he won't be open to this, but then he'll say, yeah, but it's just it don't make no sense to me, foolish. Like, there's more stuff when the average person, when the person who's in the industry, you see that type of attitude over and over and over again, it's only 1 in 10,000, 1 in 100,000, 1 in a million that are working on the radical what if flat earth or whatever, what if space is liquid. It would take forever to find it unless people are more skeptical and don't believe religiously all the foundation of mainstream from authority. It's just authoritative.
So, I have a problem, but if you're talking about the science, the observation, etc., we've sent stuff into space, and I'm just going with the current narrative. We've sent stuff into space. It doesn't seem to be liquid because we've taken measurements while we're up there. We've got a pretty good understanding of where everything is on the planet. So we've got a nice model, which we use maps for. When we project those maps onto a flat surface for the globe, they distort because the globe's a non-developable object. So I think all that kind of stuff, from the point of view of science, is, as far as they're concerned, pretty nailed down.
Yes, I mean, you've heard me personally. Let me concede the map to Foolish, because he knows I concede the map until we should be making a different map if the map is wrong. He knows I believe that. But so it's, flat Earth might be in one level of confidence, Foolish or category, but then the space stuff, it's a little different. You're like, hey, we've out there, we're measuring. That gets into a little more, just believing or trusting. Let's say trusting. Yeah, go ahead.
You've got to hang on. You've got to look at probability, and like the possibility and the probability of you even knowing someone who won the lottery is extremely low. There's like how many times have you ever met someone that won the lottery? Probably never. So what's the chance of what you're saying to be true?
Well, what I mean, the problem I've got, just the sort of the shape of the Earth thing, and the maps. We have accurate maps. They seem to get us somewhere. There's lots of places none of us have been. I mean, I doubt, most of us have been to somewhere like Kazakhstan. I've been to Kazakhstan, but most people haven't. So, what's
Yeah,
the probability for you that Kazakhstan exists?
we feel
That has
sorry for
nothing
you.
to do with anything at all.
You've been to Kazakhstan, so what? So is that a bad place? I mean, you talk about Kazakhstan like it's like the fucking end of the world scenario Armageddon. It's not. It's a fucking nice place.
Yeah, what I'm saying. It's a very large country that very few Westerners have gone to, unless you're in particular industries. That's why I use it.
Yeah, because there's no one starving there, right? There's no beggars.
This has nothing to do with the point. What I'm saying is that if you want to say, aha, you don't know because you haven't been to this location, none of us have been to space argument. But humans have sent objects up into space to collect data. Humans on the ground have collected
No, they
collected
haven't. They
data.
sent stuff into the air like a bird. So
Yeah,
anyway,
data's not abundant, Foolish. It's not public access, abundant, repeatable type of data, man. It's a different category.
How many times have you been to Kazakhstan?
It's
what does that have to
repeatable.
do with anything? That doesn't make any sense.
It's categorically much different, Foolish. If you want to say, yeah, well, it's just a scale, it's just going to be a different portion or range of a money threshold or availability. It doesn't matter. You have to respect the difference in those thresholds.
Going back and forth on a piece of dirt or not still doesn't say anything about whether you're on a globe or not. Saying that you project an idea of a map being spherical versus putting it out as a flat piece of paper when you don't have the spherical object, all you can say is, I think we're on it, and you can't present it in any way other than saying that here's your flat map. I mean, you guys amaze me with this shit.
I don't know. I can give them a globe map. I mean, they can pretend that they walk straight around the globe in this way, that way. I mean, you got to give them a little bit on the map, Demog. We should be able to bust it open.
No.
The
Listen
point
to
is,
what I'm saying, though.
they have
No.
one. Okay, go ahead.
No, my point is, if me and you walk across the street to your house, for example, your house is across the street from mine, every day of our life, that never changes. That doesn't matter whether we're on a globe, a flat plane, a turd, anything. Those distances are going to stay the same. There's nothing to compare them against or to other than what we have. So when they say all this garbage about globe distance versus flat distance, all we have is the distance in reality. You see what I'm saying? That's all I'm pointing out.
And in reality, you can't go to some places. There are places on this place that you're not allowed to go to.
Right. You can't give it to them in all the places, Demog.
No, that's not what I'm
They know
saying.
the distances.
That's
They know
not
the
what I'm
distances.
saying.
They're going to say, look, they're a globe. But like,
No,
right?
I'm
You got to
saying
say
if
that.
we go 10 foot to your house to mine and it never changes, for example, you can make it 10,000 foot, you can make it 10 million foot. That doesn't change anything. All that means is we go 10 million foot from this place to this place. It doesn't give you the terrain of that place, is what I'm saying. So you can't say, well, if I'm on this happens for this, because they don't have any other version than what we have is the distance. You see what I'm saying? They
Actually,
don't have a globe to compare it to.
We do get terrain on maps. That's they know. They also put churches, little rivers, all sorts of things, especially on British maps. But,
Well,
the problem you've got is that when you look east to west, so whether you're going the right way or Widdershins, you can look at the relationship between different places. And funny enough, as we go further south towards the equator, and then we go further south past the equator, all those differences east to west kind of match up. And that little problem causes you an issue because your circles should be getting bigger the further away from the equator you're getting, and they don't.
Oh no, that's your problem on your globalized area of a globalized ignorance of globalness. I don't have a problem
See,
going.
that's just insulting
No, I
rather
don't
than
have
actually
a
addressing the
problem going a
point.
distance to a place and coming back a distance. The distance didn't change. So where's the globe at? Or where's? I mean, what are you talking about?
I think that's the problem. You don't understand what I'm talking about, Demo.
No, I don't
What I'm-
understand. Okay, we got 10,000 miles between 2 points. Now, what's going on? Tell me. What don't I understand?
I think I've explained myself reasonably well.
No, I don't think I comprehend. 10,000 miles, 2 points.
That's a you problem, mate.
Yeah, okay. That's a you problem when you can't explain your uncomprehended comprehension.
Fine.
I mean, you're talking about distances like you got a globe model and a flat model here that are in reality. You don't have a globe. You have a flat map. You have one distance. You don't have anything to compare it to other than the distance you have on your reality thing. Like if you go to my house from your house, you have that distance. What are you comparing it to? Where's the differential?
Yeah,
In your mind?
because the rest of the place they haven't actually shown us evidence of the true size.
Then how do you know that the size that we have isn't true?
Because
the government will never, the military never shows you the true anything.
Yeah, that's nothing to do with the point.
No, that's all there is to do with the point.
Demok, it's because they have this fallacious reasoning behind the way that gravity works, and because of this reasoning, they seem to equate that to the size of the Earth. And then they also must stipulate that it's moving and revolving.
Well, plus,
and that we have a pressurized environment with no container.
Well, we
have
all of those things happened, apart from the pressurized container thing. All those things happened about, the size of the Earth's rotation. All those were put forward before we had any fucking idea about what gravity was.
Okay,
well,
so
we
we're
have
just
a industrial complex that's connected to the Walt Disneyland, that is the globe, Warner Brothers and Walt Disney, and it's just a complex. The same thing that you have of a globe. It's a globe complex, just like the military-industrial complex. It's a complex. Get that
Yeah, but
word?
sorry, like riding
Well,
on
Sounds complex.
riding on eggshells.
Yeah.
Is your name Matt? Can I call you Matt? What's your name?
Harry.
Harry. Okay, so
You can call me Sally.
Okay, so where does all this begin? Like, if you fallacious reasoning, like where does all this begin? Like you have to get back to the root cause of this scenario, and ultimately in science there has to be a premises. There has to be an origin. What is that origin?
A premises.
Yeah, what's
Like
the
a house?
origin for your thinking? No, the origin of this place we live.
Oh, I don't know. I think that anybody that tries to tell me stuff like that is deluded or deceptive.
No, it's not. It's just like if you because it all comes down to fallacious reasoning, and if you're thinking about something, well, you're begging the question most of the time.
But don't you think it's fallacious reasoning, Purple, to say, we don't know the size of the Earth, but it's not the size they tell us is if you don't know the size of the Earth?
Well, it's not about the size; it's the shape.
Well, I for one need to come out. I've been listening to the arguments for many months now, and have decided that they all stack up. So I'm on your guys' side now. I'm on Team Big Ball.
Yeah, well, tell me when the military-industrial complex ever gives you a clue or any of their secrets or any of their blueprints on anything before anybody else gets it. Tell me when the CIA gives you information over anybody else before they have it or before they decide to tell you about it.
Have you ever, Demok? Have you ever watched like America's Most Dangerous Prisons? And like they talk about the sociology that goes on within that perimeter of that prison. It's kind of like exactly like flat Earth, and you have to have the higher level thinking, and then you come down to the minuscule, like the politics of it all. And I think that's where most ballers get trapped. Is they're like on the on the like the minuscule little everyday things when they're not looking at the bigger picture.
I think you're wrong. I think it's more like a girls' boarding school from the 1950s. That's a much better example of the social construction of flat earthers.
Well, I do know a guy that's trapped in a girl that's trapped in a man's body. I don't know if that's where your thinking's coming from.
Did that have anything to do with what I just said?
Well, you know, there are actually people that they think like they are a man, like they're in a man's body.
That's
But
fine.
they
Don't
actually,
have a problem with that. You know, sexual
they actually
identity is a
think that
fluid thing, all that kind of jazz. But what
because
did that
there's
have to
this
do
guy I
with the
know.
fact that I said, oh no, it's more like a girls' boarding school from the 1950s? That's a better socio-political structure for the flat earth. It was a joke.
I
And it had
know. Well,
nothing to do with transsexualism. And I'm wondering why you're going down that route. It's very strange.
yeah, because it puts us all into the category of girls when that's not the
No,
case.
that wasn't the point of it. You've never seen St. Trinians. Actually, probably haven't. You're probably not old enough, so you probably didn't get it.
Well, my mother-in-law, my stepmother-in-law, she
Is that the
was
one who's a woman in a man's body?
my stepmother. Her mother was in an all-girls religious like what do you call it, nunnery, and the stories it's obviously very biased when you're coming from a situation that's one-sided.
Do me a
And
favour,
that's
just look
kind of
up St. Trinians and you'll probably get where I'm going from. Okay, because this has nothing to do with what I meant, has nothing to do with the little sort of chuckly thing that
Look,
I tried to do.
well, I
And
mean, what I
you're
was
taking
talking
it
about.
down, you know, you're literally saying, you know, I've said, aha, look, you know, lines of latitude as we go away from the equator get smaller. You know,
Yeah.
that circumference on maps, and you said, ah, yes, but what about cat food?
Okay. Well, you
It
can
did
put it
sound
that
that way a
way.
little bit. It sounded like Joss was making a fairly simple point about latitude and
Well, not really. I mean, it's quite
conversation.
convenient that the North Pole and the South Pole are where they are, just so that the tilt can stipulate the size of this place and the spin of this place and represent how the stars are moving, right?
Yeah, but still
Convenient. They put him there. They put him there just to trick us
relevant.
into thinking we
It's
live on a
something.
globe.
Yeah, we could show them holes in it. If you think that there's funny business going on, we could expose that shit.
Yeah, I mean, it's
We don't.
not convenient that they put them there. The convenience is that we're not allowed to go there.
There you are.
Right. Well, that ties
sorry,
in with
I'm
Dimmock's
sorry.
point, though.
Anything, anywhere that's international waters, you can jump on a boat and you can sail on it, and they can't stop you. Well, they can try and stop you.
Why
You know,
do we
vis-a-vis
call
if,
them
if you're 15 miles off
international waters?
Somalia,
Why do
they
we
might
call them
stop you.
international waters? What are you
Yeah.
doing when you're on them? You're entering national waters. Why would that
No,
be?
oh my God! It's international waters is where there is basically
why would you
no
call it
law.
that?
They have
Free to
tried
go
to
in
get
there.
international law they've tried to get an agreed law for international
National
waters for
law.
years. Two of the largest countries that won't sign it. One is America.
Isn't it convenient that the Suez Canal was blocked with container ships for such a long period of time? That sounds
convenient.
Isn't it convenient? You got to get signed things, and it takes 50 years to even for the government to tell you about a blip of light moving across the sky called a UFO, and it takes 30 years for them to even tell you about
I would
that.
definitely move
But
away
you
from
guys
international
think-
waters if I were you.
but you got, and they still don't
Jesus.
tell you anything about
Not-
it. And
not-
you guys think their government, the CIA, and the people that know the fucking format of whatever is going on with the mapping and stuff. You think the true people that actually get to see anything are going to tell you something?
Way longer than 30 years. That was like, we're going back to the 50s.
Oh, we're going back to the 1800s, really. But so if it took us that long to even get a couple tapes of some garbage that we sent to the government, that they sent us back like, oh, here's our evidence of UFOs. Get real. Get
I know,
real.
right? They should have emailed us immediately. I think.
Oh, they
Yeah.
should have emailed us our own footage back. Yeah, that's
Send us a
great.
little
That's
facsimile.
gonna help us a
No, I
lot.
mean, I remember
Hey,
the
send me
days
your
I had
footage
a,
of the
I had a
UFO.
DD, I had a DD caller on my waist. It was like before mobile phones and before text messages. I had a DD caller, and
We
they could have messaged me on that, man, but they didn't.
Yeah,
You know,
specifically
pager.
let Carlos know. Be
own
like, hey,
UFO
Carlos,
footage.
we've got a light we haven't been able to identify, and we're not sure if
Yeah,
it's
well, why are
Chinese
they
test military aircraft
Yeah, but
or
why do
Russians
they
coming
think?
for
Oh,
bombing
I
or
still want to
Yeah, but
know
aliens intelligence.
who was producing magnetic tape back in the 1800s to send stuff on.
Who said that? I said they had UFOs back in the 1800s. They were worried about those.
Yeah, and then you said they've hidden the tapes of it. I thought, okay,
Huh?
I
No,
know.
you listened wrong, buddy.
possibly.
I'm
They
I
didn't
still
will
waiting.
grant
scratch the
that.
tapes. I mean, they could have scratched it into a tablet, right? They could have just drawn it onto a tablet and then got some other people to copy that and then sent us all a tablet, you know, posted it out to us on Camelback and said, hey,
We're
we've sent some
still
weird stuff. You guys ought to
we're
know.
we're actually still waiting for Geo to tell us the story of the pineal gland.
I'll tell you what, I just
He
hated
said
on pizza myself.
he said he was going to be on in 12 more minutes.
Anyway, I'm going to go to work. I will catch you guys later. Peace out.
Radio, mate.
Bye, asshole. Well, in the Bronx, I understand from watching TV. I've never seen the Bronx in real life, but I imagine they'd say asshole, and they'd probably put a finger up in the air and maybe kick your door in. Where's the
What,
most?
to give you the facts of the
Yeah, I mean,
UFOs? Like, excuse me, sir, we found this. We think you might be interested.
where is it? Just send me a link. I mean, the UFO propaganda is no more true than the stuff they teach you at primary school when they put a globe on your table.
Mm. Yep, they've been hiding the propaganda. That's the best propaganda, I reckon. Stuff you don't actually show them.
No, it's
Hidden
just like
propaganda.
drip. No, it's because they save it. They drip feed it to you. They drip because they've got a lot of time. You see, these elite, because they have, for some reason, they have a lot of time, and that's the only thing I'm trying to figure out at this stage is how can they plan all of this shit if there is an agenda without them having a really long life? Because it wouldn't be worth their while to plan ahead if they're not going to be able to actually experience it,
Indeed,
at all.
yeah. I think long-lived and also super smart. Like far higher levels of intelligence than people have come across.
Yeah, I mean,
long-lived.
and there's
What do you
definitely
mean, man? If I could guarantee my kids, exactly, like, their wealth and their future, what are you talking about, man?
and there's
Of course it's worth it.
there's absolutely definitely no Glober on this channel that's in that category. And the reason why I say that is because obviously, if you're not in that category, then you're not really in the know. You don't really have you don't really have connections to what is actually going on. So it's supposition from the beginning. You have just as much as an advantage as anyone that thinks that the world is not a ball, because there's no evidence either way.
There's no evidence either way.
No, there's not. There is
Shocking
absolutely
admissions today.
there's no evidence either way. You could argue black and blue. I could say it's black, you could say it's blue, and we could continue on this path forever. There's no, I mean, this argument wouldn't even be
Right,
here
we have
if there was
physics, but we don't have the edge. We don't have like substantial, like, okay, here's definitive. Okay, here's the flat Earth fucking thing that we can all see right here from here. Here's what the military shows us. It's this, or here's this, and here's this from a globe, because it's all computer CGI bullshit. You know it. So if there was ever some real substantial shit, then we could understand. But the government doesn't show you anything. Hence, none of the cameras anywhere on any of the stuff.
Yeah, like show us
Ever,
some,
ever.
kill this argument in 5 minutes. Just show us something that we can actually believe, like true-heartedly.
Hold on. And I got an example. If you think that it's not possible, think about all the time-lapse photography of fucking flowers growing for 5 years.
Yeah.
Get real.
Hey, Demo. But they touched the asteroid. We saw the close-up of the fucking rock and the little thing drill a hole in it, Demo. I mean, it's got to be real. Who could deny that black and white bullshit ass fucking video? I
Yeah,
mean,
my friend Axl Rose. Yeah, my friend Axl Rose saw it because he's a celebrity. It must be true.
You friends with Axl Rose?
Fuck him. He's an asshole. Oh, you don't know Axl Rose?
Just didn't know you were friends with him.
No, well, I've got a friend that was so into Guns N' Roses, and he tattooed his entire body in Guns N' Roses tattoos back in the day, like 20 years ago. And I'm just so glad that they didn't come out as being like pedophiles or anything weird, because he'd be in the shit.
Sounds a cult.
yeah, I think Globers have tatted their brains with the fucking narratives. They believe it with overconfidence. Riding, you're always talking about the persuasion,
Yeah.
And I try to think like, I swear to God, I don't know if you missed it earlier, but I'm telling you, I got Zanuck to be. I was like, Zanuck, you're about to denounce your religion. He was like, no, I'm not. No, I'm not. No, I'm not. And then at the end of it, he's like, well, I'm kind of against the mainstream on this from my own religious, other ways. And like, I'm thinking like, well, what can get a person to be so persuaded to just overconfidently believe shit that's going to get them into, inconsistent territory of, having dissonance or whatever, you want to call, having conflicting ideas in their head, man.
Well,
and it's like,
dissonance, people, one of the fascinating things about it, if I could,
just before writing
just
on
everybody,
Exxon's, okay, you go.
Everybody gets this idea that dissonance is when you believe two ideas that are contradictory, and it's just flat not. It's because it's really quite tricky to explain. So
it's the behavior of reconciling.
It's recognizing the inconsistency in things in your mind.
Right.
So if somebody calls you stupid or something, they've presented this information
what is reality really?
And
I mean, writing on
you don't see yourself that way.
What is your definition of reality? I mean, we have sociology, don't we? And we have psychology and psychopathy, and then we also have reality. We have science, and then we have all these other things like belief and truth and religion and wisdom. We have all of these other modalities.
Cool. We would sort of have.
And writing, I do agree. Writing, I heard your analogy. I do agree with it. I understand what you're saying.
And so one of the things I think is that can get people really like fenced into a position is it's not that you're experiencing dissonance because you believe this thing. It's actually you believe this thing to avoid experiencing dissonance.
Yeah, I understand where you're coming from. It's like avoiding something. It's like when the lockdown first started here in New Zealand and Auckland, we had the lockdown, right? And it lasted for weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks and weeks. Do you know who became my inspiration? Someone that's already fucking dead. His name, what's his name? Shannon Kuhn. And the last concert that he ever did live was
Shannon Hoon of Blind Melon. It's not Kuhn, it's Hoon, I believe.
Yeah, sorry, Shannon Hoon. Yeah, and he's been my inspiration through this entire lockdown.
He's backup singer for Guns N' Roses.
He was suicidal. He was fucking addicted to all sorts of stuff, and he killed himself in a trailer or whatever. I don't know how he did it, but that last ever concert that he did was with that radio station. It's actually something that's broadcast on YouTube, but it was in Canada, and Has anyone taken the time to listen to what he's got to say? Because I think that, that really resonated with me in this whole, this abandoning of reality situation that we're in right now.
Problems of society. Yeah, I remember some of it. I mean, that was a while ago.
He's the dude, man. The last ever one he did was he was wearing like a suit shirt with like baggy jeans, and he had mascara running down, and it was in a small set. Anyone see that? I can send a post. It's awesome.
I heard that dude was wild, bro. I heard he was real wild, emotional. I hear he used to piss off stage.
So we live on a globe, 2021, getting ready to be 2022 in a little bit. What in the hell? What has the government not told us? Like, what could they hide from us on a globe where we know everything? Tell me.
Yeah, I mean, they haven't even told us what my pineal gland tastes like yet.
Yeah, I just put their last concert in the text live, and you can check it out in your own time. It's a really, really awesome concert.
Mine tastes like snozberries, eggshells.
He does look like that guy, doesn't he, Rick?
Yeah, he reminds me of me so much. It's like uncanny. I love his. I don't know if they're real tattoos on his hand or not.
Draws them on with biro every day. They're actually occult symbols to praise the Illuminati. It's the all-seeing eye.
Nah, they're just like tattoos of his skeleton. Yeah, if you get time, I'd say watch that one. 1995, September. There's one that he did in a female, like I don't know if he's trying to be feminine, and maybe it's more like Muslim. I'll send this one to you as well. You check this out. This concert that he did, and you look at how he's dressed. I think everyone overlooks Blind Melon. The kind of he's overshadowed by Michael Jackson for sure. I mean, his voice actually was really kind of. He was definitely one of those ones that were marked for, like Jimi Hendrix and Kurt Cobain and Bob Marley. But he's not one of them. He's not like Prince or David Bowie or Michael Jackson. You know what I'm saying? But I guess there's a lot of truth in music. You have Pink Floyd and Def Leppard and all of these Hollywood and all of these like majorly famous actors. They're all trying to tell you something on a subconscious level.
Mel Gibson, he's a good one.
Oh, he's an actor, yeah. Mel Gibson, he's definitely on our side.
Oh yeah. Has been for a very long time.
Yep, he's a true Aussie. What about the singer from AC/DC? He's a what do you call it? A cop out. He's
Yeah, I
such a
wonder about Eddie Vedder too.
but I quite like the guy from Midnight Oil.
Oh yeah.
Yeah, I saw something on him. He's looking he still looks quite young, like for his age.
Yeah, I think it's the bald head.
What about that band? They knew a lot. B-52s, Mesopotamia. They knew a lot.
It's a good art form for disclosure, isn't it? It's like Awake with JP or whatever it is. That's the way he puts that out is fantastic.
The people that produced them or they work for fucking knows a lot.
It's
Like,
clever. It's definitely they know something, right? Otherwise, it's just not going to happen in reality.
look at the Toto video. I bless the rains or whatever the
I
F.
bless the rains down in Africa.
For you to load
Yeah,
that video up and explain to me what's going on in the first 20 seconds.
that's like Indiana Jones.
There's a globe buried behind the library bookshelf in the first 20 seconds. Tell me what the fuck that's supposed to be. Why is that in the Africa video?
Does sort of make you question: is it the artist's choice?
Yeah, random propaganda. Or like, you know, that hidden the North remembers, you know what I mean, that hidden, like, pass it through the generation, like secret symbolism to keep you focused on the reality, you know. But like, why? I mean, is Rotting still here? Rotting, what's weirdest to me, man, is everything you say is right about distance, man. The amount of it that I witnessed from, you know, the common glober, let's just say the average person, is constantly like, they'll be like, hey, did you know that science says maybe, you know, this isn't a fully fact, or maybe this could be. It's like, no, they go like, no, you're crazy. Of course, it's exactly this old theory that is going to be changing any second now, and all the real scientists know it. You know what I mean? It's like they do it all the time, and that shit was
Yeah,
so
I'm with you on
surprising to
that.
me.
But I think I would agree with you. I think that uncertainty, sort of being like, it's probably X, but it could be Y, is dissonance inducing, right? We like certainty, absolute rock solid certainty helps us reduce dissonance. I think it also causes a counter problem that then when somebody presents a view that goes against that certainty, that causes more dissonance than had we been uncertain in the first place. But like, if we're just in the privacy of
Right.
our own mind, we don't like weighing up and being like, you know, does my girlfriend really like me, or you know, is that thing, you know, that choice I made with my work, was that really the right choice? Like, so we'll so often, you know, want to confirm for ourselves what we think. And I think you're absolutely right. I think a lot of globers speak with far more confidence than is really warranted or rational.
Very surprising.
That's why I sort of admire people who speak like Chronic and I talk about this quite a bit, where he sort of will make an effort as well to speak with the sort of uncertainty. You know, he'll say with a high degree of confidence, and will openly admit and talk about the assumptions that it rests on, that any of his work rests on.
Yeah, you better put me in that category, because if not,
Yeah, I
tell
think
me.
you are.
Better
And I think
get-
it's also one of the things that makes you very easy to talk to.
Oh, thank you. Same, man. You know, like, but yeah, it's just things like, you know, oh, well, of course, it must be mass and distance, because you know, we guarantee that we're orbiting, and so then therefore it just has to be that. And then it'd be like, man, like, there's groups and dozens of scientists talk about electric universe shit, man, all this other shit. And it's like, why would the common man think that it has to be? It's just so funny to me, man. It's like there's no fucking reason to have this confidence. No fucking reason. But your triggering point that you said, where someone will call you stupid, or you realize somebody else thinks you're missing something, or there's not a match for some reason. I don't know if it's always that. I don't know enough about it, if that's always a pattern or something, but it definitely sounded like a very familiar circumstance where, you know, people challenge each other, and then one person realizes, hey, wait, you know, I could be missing something here, you know, but they want to fight the fact, they don't want to admit that they were missing it in the first place, or they can't understand it, so they can't reconcile the thing, whatever. But yeah, I think that was a good analysis of how it starts.
Also, because, like, you know, when you know, regularly the conversation comes up in these rooms, like, what would you have to flip for somebody who's like not, like, doesn't believe that 9/11 was an inside job, doesn't like pick any of the other conspiracies and doesn't side with them, it would be a pretty big leap for them, right? Whereas most people came to Flat Earth as like after a few others, so there's extra dissonance there, right? Because it's not just like one thing changing, the shape of the Earth changing. It is like there are people in my life or near me who are deceptive or whatever. There's you know, there's a lot of different things that can.
You're right. I do think with the flat Earth, it's very interesting. Like, how are you saying the person comes into it? They have to take steps up to it or whatever, and they're not likely
Yeah,
to.
like I think most are, like many that I've talked to at least, most are well into 9/11, for example.
Right.
Well
So
before
I'm
they
see. I know that that I have some bias where I'd have to say that some of that at least was involved. So I don't know whether it happened to me or not. Some of it did, but I know I'm a pretty compartmentalized person where it's like, you know, I just look at this flat Earth stuff and it's, oh, okay, this. But yeah, I'm biased. I've heard about other conspiracies before that, so I can't give a true measure, right? But
But did you hold with other ones beforehand? Like, did you think that
No.
9/11 was probably an inside job? Really?
That's the
Wow,
thing.
interesting.
I'm a
You're
quantum
big
thinker.
outlier for me.
Yeah, I'm indecisive as fuck writing. I don't make a decision on that, you know, like I'm just quantum. I'm like, there's these 9 million possibilities, those 10 million possibilities. Like, I don't know, you know,
Yeah.
but right. But I've definitely thought possibly. Okay. And I definitely been conditioned into it. What you're saying is totally true. I just want to go on to say this. This is the coolest thing about flat Earth, and it goes in both directions. It's a totally different category than almost all of the other things. This is a, like, you literally could, I know it's hard to do and I know the scale is big, but it's not like it's changing. It's not like the truth is burnt away on a secret file that you're never going to find, or you know what I mean? Like, or it's in someone's head that's dead. It's solid ground under our feet, totally different than big, you know, you can't prove a negative or whatever. Bigfoot doesn't exist, all this bullshit. This one is so different. Now it goes in both directions. You go, oh, well, there's so much evidence. Why don't they believe it? You're crazy, stupid people. But it kind of is the same too. It's like, well, there is
it is so obvious. So why don't these people believe? Because I'm not believing in flat Earth religiously, and I sit here and I concede that right now they got the best map, the globe map. But I know for a fact that I don't really know. I don't. I know that I don't.
I think that most globies don't even understand how far the rabbit hole actually goes, because once you get past flat Earth, then there's a whole bunch of other arenas that you could actually get into, including this whole place. Like, have you ever seen there are no trees on flat Earth, right? Okay, so we've got the brick one, everything, all mountains are red bricks, and then you've got the Tartarian thing, and then you've got the hollow earth, and then you've got fucking all these other things. And what is reality really?
And Big Ball, don't forget Big Ball.
The giant Earth?
Yeah, like we've falsified the 3959 radius. Just a big ball.
Yeah.
Just a bigger ball.
I can see it being like,
You made
hey guys, do you know what a snow globe is, right? It's a globe. Am I still here? I got the comment, but okay, it's a globe. But like, imagine a snow globe, and you could have like North Pole at the top and South Pole at the bottom. But think about the snow globe at the bottom in reality. I mean, it has a pedestal. It's not just floating in space. It's still a globe, but it's not floating in space, right? There could be the sun going around it. You still think it's a ball, but like there could be funny business down there in Antarctica. It could be on the pedestal. Who knows?
Because all the oceans in the world are flat.
You robot bad. You robot bad. Damn, I'd love to hear this. Oh, okay. You said everything's level. I think I got the summary.
Yeah, I think it because that to me would also fascinate me if I think if I was a flat earther, and that is like, what's underneath? Like, is it a whole other group of people living in an upside down world, or is it like, like, is that where the people who propagate the lie come from, or is there no underneath? Is it like a void or a sort of negative antimatter or something like? Or is it just like,
Well,
I sometimes imagine it like sort of underside of a cliff?
Yeah, but I think most flat earthers are so stupid come up with these things and present them as fact that you could be in your imagination, just like your globe and your bendy water. But at the end of the day, flat earthers, they can distinguish the difference between imagination and reality.
Can they? Interesting.
The thing is, man, I always wanted to be fair to science. Okay. And I know as a scientist, you don't get emotional. You don't use belief, things you can't see. Or you shouldn't. I mean, if you're just measuring something, you just measure.
I mean, but I would say
and I'm an ignorant scientist writing. I haven't put my hands on everything. And so I just wanted to be fair and be like, okay, well, they say maybe the map is wrong. Let's look at it. I really thought that there would be more progress after this.
I would say that like scientists and the scientific method are so incredibly different. Like, I would say the reason we have the scientific method is because scientists are terrible at being dispassionate and like, like you say, like just to sort of not care really about the results. I think that they are awful at that. They like, and you can, and that's why the whole peer review process and double blinding and all of that. Like, that's why you have to measure, because if you just,
I'm really confused.
Intelligent.
You're roboting pretty bad.
I think you need to sort out your connection a bit, Carlos, because you keep starting talking in the middle of me talking, and it's incomprehensible roboting sounds.
We're trying to present the point that more scientists should be psychopathic. Okay.
But psychopaths don't lack passion. In fact, they regularly have lots of it. They lack empathy.
Exactly. Okay. Yeah.
Which I also think is somewhat present in scientists, because they are terrible with disagreement. Like they will just sort of shout and argue. And I work for a bit with some people who are scientists, and they were like, it's just so toxic.
So science go home and dog.
Carlos, pay your internet bill.
Mic check. Hello. Am I still roboting?
Nice and clear from my point of view, mate. I'm just across
Sweet.
the ditch, though.
Yeah, you're not far, right, by that undersea cable. No satellites involved. Yeah, it wouldn't be cool if they like took down the internet. You'd get more into doing stuff like gardening and spending time with your family. How many suicides would you imagine if that happened, though? Probably no more than we're getting every day.
The anxiety attacks would go up, though. That's for sure.
Yeah, anxiety, panic attacks, heart attacks, nervous symptoms, nerve problems, fibromyalgia, granuloma annulare, all of these things are related with the autoimmune system. You know,
Sorry, my internet cut out before.
adrenaline, all of these things. Like once I was being a Ninja Turtle with my brother when we were really tiny. We were little kids, and we climbed through the stormwater systems at a beach, and we went for about 1 kilometer up these storm drains, and we climbed up through like an opening, like a ladder, and we pushed open the manhole, and we ended up in the middle of this really busy road. And we managed to pop open this manhole. I was the bigger of the two. So when I tried to put the manhole back on after my brother climbed out, the manhole got stuck on my hand. It was like wedged my hand between the manhole and the perimeter. And I was stuck there. It was so heavy and painful. And this little old lady, she came along and she grabbed this manhole cover. It was fucking heavy. I don't know. They must be in the kilograms. And she picked it up. She must have been about 80 or 90, and she threw it like a frisbee. That's called adrenaline, man. That's because fight or flight, that's what's on.
Is it on video?
When
Deep fake.
It would be black and white, man. No evidence.
That was an awesome story, but you roboted at the end of it.
Little old lady, and she had like adrenaline.
She threw the manhole like a frisbee.
Yeah.
Did the dog catch it?
Information.
It's like fight or flight. What I'm trying to say is like fight or flight, and that's what everybody in the world right now is experiencing: fight or flight. They're all fucked up and full of anxiety because they don't know what's going on. They don't know what's coming next.
Yeah. it's like the balance of everything has to. I mean, there's such terror going on and such
I need to
awful
correct you.
atrocities that you're going
I
to
would
see miraculous things by people.
now I like that though. I'm sorry to interrupt it. Yes, let's see the miraculous things by the people, man. I got to second that, man.
Yeah.
But the one funny correction there, it's not terror. It's just terror. Just terror.
Terror.
Terrorism.
Tear you
Terrorism
apart.
gonna take our lives.
Terrorism.
Take our
Yeah,
freedom.
but
Terror.
Take your freedoms. They don't take the terrorists. Don't take your freedom.
I actually saw a video once. There was a guy that was stuck under his car. He was doing mechanics on his car, and the jack fell down and it landed on his body. And his security camera actually got video of this.
Oh, you roboted right at the great part. Hey, Carlos, you're roboting right at the great part of the whole story. You gotta start
Well,
over on that one.
the wife came along. The wife came along and saved his life and picked the car up off him. And it was caused and
And threw it like a frisbee.
Really heavy car and saved her husband's life.
I don't understand robot.
Is this an accounting of your trip to Krypton?
I'm gonna.
I had a similar
we can't
story
hear
with
you,
a
Carlos.
14-year-old boy that done the same, lifted up a car.
Threw it like a frisbee.
Got a smash.
Yeah.
Phone is shit Samsung.
Don't you think once your hand was out, though, she wouldn't need to throw it?
She was chucking it for the dog.
Ah, got it. Carlos, can you hear us? We can't hear you.
Yes, I can. I don't know if you can hear me. I've got a shit
No,
phone.
yeah, it's bad right now. You didn't go by the name Beer Man before, did you?
Beer Man. Duff Man.
There's another guy that sounded a lot like you in the other server.
I just switched to data instead of Wi-Fi. That should be better.
Did you go by the name Beer Man before?
Never.
What about Day? Or
We don't have beers in this country, man.
because you sound a lot like a guy named the Beer Man that was on the other server, or a guy named Day something. Anyway, I was messaging you if it was Day something, yeah.
Oh, Dave.
Dave. They used to call me Dave because my name's Dave. They called me Dave because I was talking about Michael Jackson not being alive for so much that they were like, "Hey, Dave."
Yeah, but like Dave is a short name for another name. Like Dick is a short name for Richard, and Carl means Charles in English. When Carl is a German name.
What's Dave short for besides David? I should know this. I'm Dave.
Davidson.
David's son?
Yeah, like Harley Davidson.
Right, but was David's son the original, and David was just a shortening of that, and Dave's a short of David?
Yeah, because everything used to have at least 3 syllables.
A Davidson sounds more like it could be Swedish because they actually have the
it
name
sounds
of.
to me like it's going to be the son of David.
Yeah, that's the way the Swedish do it, their names, don't they?
Well,
Sounds like an English
that was my
translation.
understanding of all of the son suffixes. I mean, it could have been David's grandson, and then they just shortened it.
Like in England, they have every name is originating from the craft that they knew, like Thatcher or Bob the Builder, or whatever, you know.
Archer.
Yep. Rams.
What about Singer?
Myth.
Cock Swallow.
Or I know a guy, his name is Hemafra, and his last name is Phrodite.
We actually had a Wayne King at our school. Even the teacher made fun of that.
We had a All Black player, rugby All Blacks, and his name is Wayne Kerr.
Yeah, nice. He's probably a good bloke, poor bastard.
Yeah, and we had like a guy at school. His name was Stuart, and his last name was Dapples. But we used to call him Stew, so his name was Stew Dapples. I'm lucky I've got the most famous last name in the world at the moment for teenagers.
What's that?
Have you ever heard the teenagers saying, "Wow, man, that's really lit"?
Yeah.
That's my last
Yep,
name.
just
Lit.
L-I-T?
L-I-double T. L-I-T double T.
Oh, fully lit.
I'm lit, man.
Yeah, nice.
And my first initial is a K.
And your middle name's Dick.
So they used to call me at school Clit. Because I used to play rugby really fiercely and against the Maori boys, and I was really fast. So they call me Flaming Clit.
I like it.
Look
How
at me.
about slippery clit? Were you ever slippery clit?
That'd be a good name for a band, the Flaming Clits.
I actually when I went to hospitality school and we did hotel management, and part of the course was actually like bar course and cocktails, and we had to make a cocktail, and my cocktail was called Steaming Clit.
Nice.
What did you
Have
make
you
it
ever
with? What was in it?
Steaming Clit? It was it had chili flakes and chocolate
and blue pills
and what was the other thing in there? It was basically a
Everclear.
what do you call it? No, it had what was the name? It was a B-52. It was it was basically and
Yep, that's Kahlua. That's Kahlua, Grand Marnier, and Bailey's.
or sometimes in New Zealand we change it to Tia Maria, which is a coffee liqueur. You can change it around, but basically the B-52 has got 3 layers of cream liqueur. One of them being like a coffee liqueur in the middle.
Yeah, Kahlua, Grand Marnier, and Bailey's usually. Bailey's Irish Cream.
Exactly. Yeah, and I had chili and chocolate in there as well.
Nice.
Luckily, when we went to when I did that course, my teacher was a full-blown alcoholic. So we had such like you come in the morning to do viticulture study, you know, to learn about how wine is made, and then you do your wine testing, and you have to spit it in a bucket, blah blah. She'll just say, like, I will say, what do we do, like, as the end of the class came and it was nearly lunchtime, what do we do with all the rest of this, really expensive alcohol? Fucking hell, we just got drunk every morning at 10 o'clock in the morning for a whole year.
Oh, man. Didn't get much done, huh?
It was the best course, because, like, at the end of that morning course, we go to lunch. We go to the pub across the road and play pool and get so hammered, and then we come back to class and learn a little bit more about like waitering and making coffee and all of that sort of stuff. And then after school, we go to the pub.
Nice.
And then the next lesson was hangover cures.
Oh, we like when you're that young, when you're 18, sort of like hangovers don't really mean much.
So true.
When you're my age now, 47, I don't know about you guys, but like a hangover, you have to know what you're doing. Like nowadays, I know I'm going to have a hangover, so I'll just drink shitloads of water all night long. Wake up every fucking half an hour and drink a liter of water, and I won't have a hangover. But back then, it didn't matter. You just have a hangover. That's cool.
Keep the oxygen up, mate. You won't get a hangover.
Chant Nam Yo Ho Ringe Kyo Hoben Pondai Ni Ni Ji Se Son Ju San Mai Anjo, like that.
If you say so.
I recommend that, Merle, you start chanting because your life will change. Find your nearest Nam Yo Ho Ringe Kyo place. I'm sure, like in Melbourne, there's 5 million people. In Auckland here, there's only 1.5, and we've got a massive temple here for chanting. And you will pick up so many chicks, you won't believe it. Your life will change. It's full of innocent girls that just want to get married.
Really trying to set you up, isn't he, Mel?
How do you
Well,
say
they're
it?
all
Om
Your holding cure. They're all trying to find the truth, and in reality, they're just trying to find a man.
Mm.
Nice.
A soft place to land.
They want to worship something. Yeah.
I mean, all of the
Worship
chicks
their sweetheart.
all of the chicks I ever met in there, hundreds of them, and they were all really down to earth. And some of them were Japanese, and some of them were Kiwis, and some of them were, different cultures, but they were all really open-minded.
Really eager.
Yeah.
Eager. Fucking hell. That's
At the
like
temple.
that's
Just
definitely
chanting at the temple.
That's an AC/DC saying.
Oh, eager beaver. Woo!
Eager beaver. That's what you used to say when you
Yeah.
go to a concert. Yeah, like in Australia, you go to one of those in the bush concerts, Any eager beavers?
You've got Slippery Clip and Eager Beaver. That sounds like a great band lineup.
Flaming Clits and Eager Beaver.
Yeah, Slippery Clip, Eager Beaver, and what was yours, Mel? Something to do with Minge?
Oh my god.
No.
I don't
No.
think the Americans actually know that one, eh? They don't know Minge.
Minge.
Yeah, yeah. What was your band called, Mel?
Oh, Ginger Lynn. Ginger Lynn.
Ginger Lynn. Oh, I thought it was Ginger Minge. Shit, that's funny as fuck. Ginger Minge. Anyway, yeah, cool.
I used to be a roadie long time ago for a band called Bastard Squad.
Bastard Squad, interesting.
Bastard Squad, and they had like a police badge like logo on their shirts on their shoulders, and they were doing death metal and metal covers.
Can't say they ring a bell.
No,
Bastard Squad.
they never made it famous, man. They never ever made it famous.
You wouldn't be here on this forum if they did, I'm presuming.
Well, they were a lot of fun because there was one guy, he was a skinny ass vegan dude, and he played the bass, and he was a skinny vegan dude, and he always caused a lot of drama in the house because we all lived together, and he caused so much drama every day, and he would
would have
eat
been because of his stinky back end, eh?
No, because he just like gobbled down these spirulina tablets like they're going out of fashion, and his farts were so bad. Like we had to move the practice. We had to move the practice room to the other end of the house. Serious.
Oh no, I know. I work with these people, mate, and they're not good inside. Vegetarians or vegans. Shit.
Well, spirulina's like coming out the back end. Have you ever tried smelling your urine after having a night of eating fucking asparagus? Imagine
I've
that
never
coming.
done it. No.
Imagine that coming out someone's mouth. I mean, that's also like he was into like not brushing his teeth and not washing his hair, you know, all of that sort of stuff.
Wow.
Yeah. Yeah,
Sounds
because
like he had a quality upbringing.
yeah, because he reckoned that nature was just going to take care of itself.
Has he not ever seen a dog like lick itself or a cat fucking lick itself? Like it doesn't just happen with nature. Surely he looked around and went, "Oh, everything else has to work to get clean. Maybe I should as well." That's funny, man. Some people.
Well, that makes. I mean, that's one thing that makes me concerned every day when I see my dog, which is going through puberty. He's got a hard on and he's licking himself, and he's not far away from my little kids. And I'm like, kick him in his balls. I kick him in his balls, and he just doesn't do it anymore.
Oh yeah, well, I mean, back in the day, you know, Grandma would have said she would have got the hose out and hosed someone down, or the dog, whoever it might have been.
Oh,
Yeah.
I
That's pretty funny.
A kick in the
I don't
balls.
have
Like,
that
break
patience. I don't have the patience to go to my hose all the way to the back of my property, turn on the hose, drag it to the front, and squirt him in the face. I just don't have that.
No, it's got to be. Yeah, it's got to be convenient. But on the other hand, Carlos, I mean, as a person that has testicles, how the fuck could you kick something in the
Hello,
testicle?
I'm Ghosty Tune.
Like, Jesus Christ.
Yeah, it's a bit funny to be like, I'm worried about the example I'm setting for my kids. So I sorted that out by kicking the dog.
No,
So
no,
now
no,
standard.
you're
Now they
getting to the root
understand
of the
how to
problem.
treat, how to behave in the world.
You got to get to the root of the problem. He's going through puberty. It's all coming from his. It's coming from his balls.
Got to get to the shag of the problem. Mm.
So, you sound like you're in. What part of Australia are you in?
Who are you talking to, mate?
Yep.
South Australia.
I used to live in a suburb of Brisbane for a little while, for a few months. It was quite eye-opening with the fruit bats and the what are those other birds? The crows and the snakes, man. Like my auntie's house, because I went to stay with my auntie. Her house was actually built on stilts because they were so scared the snakes would come inside.
It's not the snake.
Houses on stilts.
Yeah, that was in
Got some funny ideas about the world, Carlos.
no, that was in the
Stop.
that was in that you know the Western Motorway from Brisbane. You go to the western suburbs. It was
That's up there with drop bears, Carlos.
Yeah.
It was a western. It was called Wollongong.
That's well, there's one of those near Sydney. There's many
There's
pole
one
houses
every-
in Wollongong as well.
Yeah, I think there's a lot of Wollongongs.
What does that mean in Aboriginal? Eggshells?
Oh, I've got no idea.
What about Dandenong?
I have no idea.
What's
What
the
does it
most
mean?
powerful of those tribes?
What does it mean in English?
No, they didn't seem to engage in a whole lot of warfare between themselves, so it'd be hard to tell. At least I don't believe they engaged in much organised warfare.
Do they wear war paint?
When they don't go to war,
No, do Aborigines in Australia ever wear war paint?
Ceremonially, they do now.
what I'm
And
saying
back
is
in
I
the
don't
day,
think
they would have,
go
of
to war
course,
much.
but not now. Not
Well, we've got
anymore.
this stereotypical view of Aborigines, you know, just like the Maoris in New Zealand. There's one semi-famous band from Australia called Oka, O-K-A, and they played in the they played live in the Auckland Zoo. We have a really nice like auditorium, like a, I don't know what you call it, pergola type of a thing, where they have a grass area, and we had a concert there, and then they had backup dancers, not singers, but dancers. They were actual, real Aborigines from Australia wearing their war paint and their flags and their regalia.
Face paint. I don't think it'd make sense to call it war paint.
So they're not a warring people. They're very peaceful, aren't they?
And well, peaceful would be a bit of a stretch. There was a lot of violence, but it was not, to my understanding, was not ever or often organized. So it wasn't like a whole tribe organizes and meets and they have a pitched battle. But there was, my understanding, there was a lot of like blood feuds and stuff where, you know, somebody kills somebody, so these guys go back and kill them, and there was the practice of spearing as well. So if you were considered that you might be guilty of something, somebody in the tribe chucked a spear at you, and if it hit you, then you were guilty. So you got a spear to the leg.
So they're actually very peaceful. They're just defending themselves.
It's not. I mean, I guess it depends on how you define peaceful. The bits I understand of Aboriginal culture, I think peaceful would be the wrong word, but definitely not warlike.
So they're not like the original people of other cultures, that they don't have this history of having any type of a, aggressive nature.
Like, I mean, depends if you're talking about organized warfare. I think that my understanding is there was quite a bit of interpersonal violence, but wasn't organized clan versus clan stuff.
So it was really on a
It's
personal
like
level.
mob justice, though, really. It was their own sort of court system that they had going. But they definitely had tribal warfare, without a doubt. They had conflicts, land, fucking, disagreements, all that sort of stuff.
Did they?
And they had wars, definitely. Of course they did.
Okay.
Yep. Yeah, we got a very big museum here in South Australia dedicated to that.
Okay.
Yeah, no, definitely.
Because my view of Aborigines in Australia is that they just, they want to be left alone and go for a walkabout.
Mm.
A walkabout, yeah.
Sure, that's true for some of them.
No, that's pretty, pretty narrow view, like everyone tends to get.
Is that the mainstream view? Because I don't know what people think about the Maoris here in New Zealand, but that's how I imagine the Aborigines are.
Well, no, yes, but no. You got to remember, Australia's massive, and the weather is so fucking different that the Aboriginals had no choice but to be nomadic. So there was always, seasonal changes where you had to. I mean, you might have got a run of a few years in a certain spot, I suppose, But then as the seasons sort of swing around, you now all of a sudden you're looking for fresher water or, more, kangaroos to bloody hunt or whatever the situation. But they were nomadic, whereas Maoris, I'm pretty sure they were pretty settled in their certain areas.
Well, the Maoris were meant to have arrived really late in the piece, right? Like, the Aboriginals, by some records, are meant to have been there for 40,000 years in some cases, I believe. Whereas Maori settlement, I think, arrived in New Zealand in like the 1200s or something. So, like, pretty recently in the scheme of things.
About 500 years ago.
Sure.
So New Zealand history, from when the white man landed here, was 260 years ago. And the Maoris came from Taiwan.
Taiwan?
Yeah, they originated in Taiwan, from Taiwan.
But I thought they were from Polynesian cultures.
You'd think so. It's because of their diet and their culture. But if you look at the original Aborigine culture in Taiwan, they are identical to all the island cultures like Samoa, Fiji, Tahiti, Rarotonga. Polynesian, yeah, they are. The original people of Taiwan are Polynesians. DNA tracked them back to Taiwan.
DNA. Aye. Not sure where that come from.
YMCA. Wasn't the best concert you've ever seen that you'd probably, if someone gave you the choice to replay it twice in a row, would be that one with Queen in the concert that he did for like, was it like, I don't know, was it for some charity? And he was wearing like a white singlet and like a studded belt, and he had the whole crowd cheering after him every move that he
Live
made.
Aid.
That was the best concert ever.
Was it really though?
I mean, it was one of the best concerts that was recorded. You know, that we could actually visualize. Yeah, and it was when he was still healthy.
Poor bastard.
That was the one they made that movie lately. About him.
I don't know, but that guy annoys me. Oh no, I'm thinking of that fucking Elton John wanker. It's alright, I don't know. The
You
guy
wouldn't
that
say
played
that
Elton John fucking that annoys me.
You wouldn't say that about John Farnham, though, would you?
John Farnham the wanker? I wouldn't say that. But what do you mean?
Okay, he's a wanker. So we'll move on to the next one, though, that I'm sure you will agree. He's just like a Australian idol. It must be Ivor Davies.
An idol?
Like Ivor
Possibly.
Davies from Icehouse Flowers.
I don't know about an idol, but yeah, certainly not a wanker.
He's cool, dude. There's a lot of good bands that came out of Australia. Is the Cars one of them?
The Cars? I'm not sure. That doesn't even ring a bell. The fucking Cars.
The Cars.
Yeah, it's all about madness.
I just hate the fact that music, you know, for the longest time, it's all about the fucking marketing. And if you could get yourself a record deal. And I think to myself, all the fucking bands out there that would just be smashing it, you know, number one, number two, or top 100, whatever, if they just had a chance for the music to get out. But because some other band decided they'd fucking, you know, cave or agree to some shit that they get some deal or whatever, the other people just end up in obscurity. It's fucking, it's really annoying.
We need to have like a CIA undercover agent musician dude get into the industry and pretend that they're a mainstream, like, what do you call it? One of those ones that wiggle their ass, a twerker. And he could get in there and twerk his ass off and get in there and then he could start throwing in some flat earth memes.
Interesting.
Like twerking and talking flat earth. Like twerkathon.
Who's doing this?
Do they
You're
call
gonna
it
fucking
twerking?
subscript eggshells. You up for that? A few hours of twerking while you drop all your flat earth memes?
Flirking.
Flirking. Oh shit.
I'd like to see a video of Rumpus twerking.
No, you wouldn't. Don't say that. I shouldn't even have that fucking image in my head now, you arsehole. Jesus Christ.
Yeah, in rhythm to utter, 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 utter.
And you could
Oh,
have a
dear.
meme, have like a slogan in the front saying, "I can see the balls."
Oh, shit. Poor Rum. Haven't heard his voice for a while.
Yeah, because he's on the other channel,
What channel's that?
the other one.
I won't go to it, I can assure you. I'm just curious as to what it is. Are you talking about Brandon's channel, which isn't running at the moment?
Oh, it's not just this channel and Brandon's channel. Do you know how many channels there are? Oh my god. All you need to do is speak another language.
Yeah, no, I've never. I literally got onto Brandon's just to present my idea, basically. I was listening for a while and then I presented my idea and I've sort of hung around a little bit since. But prior to that, I haven't really been involved in anything. So.
What? Is there loads of Chinese flat Earth groups?
As far as I know, and I speak fluent Chinese and I can read Chinese and I can listen to the news.
That's why I asked.
There are no Chinese that are talking about flat Earth whatsoever.
Oh,
What are the groups you're talking about that you need to speak another language for? How many languages do you speak? Goodness gracious.
Well, I mean, Indonesia's got a big flat Earth thing going on. So has Brazil. So has Argentina. So has there's so many places that you don't need English that are talking about flat Earth. Where English-speaking flat Earth is a minority for sure.
Well, English speaking in general is a minority, isn't it? Like, come on.
Yeah, but we're really limited to think that this is the only community there is about flat Earth, and we're so at the bottom of the list.
Oh, look, that's just the ballers saying, "Oh, you bloody flat earthers stuck in this forum." That's just the ballers trying to act like there's not many people, but there's fucking millions of people. Yeah, of course.
I certainly know it's big in Brazil. There's something like 10 million people, I reckon, in Brazil. It's huge.
Yeah, well, when
More
I
people
got
that don't trust the government.
When I got into flat Earth, I thought that I was going crazy because I'd never heard of any chat or anybody talking about it. And now everybody's talking about it. Except for the nappy wearers.
They're busy fact checking it, mate. They're the ones on all the fact check sites.
Yeah, or the other one, the site called Reddit.
Never heard of it.
There's flat earthers on there.
Oh, have you heard of Reddit?
Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
Are there flat earthers there? I don't think so.
Flat Earth groups I've found there usually just get raided by other people and get a piss taken out of them.
What, like all the space groups?
2 or 3
same.
That I've seen people seem to just make fun of it.
Have you seen all the space shit, NASA or SpaceX? All of their live stuff, all the chat on there is constant mockery. There's very few comments like, "Oh yeah, Elon, we love you, you're the best." It's all just complete mockery of the bullshit. So I don't know what you're saying there, eggshells.
What do you mean?
Oh, you seem to present it like it's just always flat Earth getting taken the mickey of, whereas clearly the mainstream narrative that gets taken the mickey of now.
No, I think he was just saying on Reddit.
Yeah.
Oh, fair enough. But I thought he was just here for amusement. Aren't you just here for amusement? Eggshells?
Yeah, I guess so. Entertainment.
Essentially taking the mickey, live streaming. Isn't that your agenda here? Sometime.
Well, I'm not live streaming now.
What's everyone having for dinner tonight?
Sausages and veggies.
What sort of sausages?
Beef and chili.
Chili. Are they your bloody standard supermarket swarf, or you've made some effort and gone to the butcher?
I got them from the butcher, but I'll often eat them from the supermarket. Not really mega fussy, particularly when it comes to sausages.
Fair enough. Anyone else? Come on.
I'm fasting.
You're fasting today, okay.
What
is that
for?
a one-off thing you're doing, or is it a regular thing you do, mate?
No, I'm joking. I don't know what I'm eating today. I haven't thought that far ahead.
Okay, so you're fasting until you decide.
I'm guessing.
It's only 9 in the morning here, so. What are you having for dinner?
I'm yet to decide. It'll be meat of some description, but I'm not actually too sure.
Kangaroo and crocodile stew?
God, no. No, although kangaroo is very nice. I've never tried crocodile. But no, it'll be lamb or beef.
Kangaroo is so hit or miss, though, for me.
Yeah, I think that's got to do with where it's sourced. You know what I mean? Like, depending on where it's come from and how old it is and all that shit. It's certainly not a farmed animal, that's for sure.
Free range
I've
kangaroo.
also heard it's a lot to do with how you cook it, and whichever way I cooked it last time nearly made me sick. It didn't taste nice at all. But I've had it
Yeah,
sometimes,
right.
and it's amazing. Kangaroo burgers is sometimes so good.
Yeah, what's the most popular cut to buy?
Of the kangaroo?
Yeah.
I
Tail.
don't even know.
Tail, mate. The big fat part of the tail. I can guarantee that is the best bit.
I certainly think it's is the one that quite often the Aboriginals would favour. Have a tail kangaroo barbecue.
Not sure if you can buy tail. Specifically, I've never really looked for it. Jeremy should pipe up right now and say, oh, in New York, you can fucking buy koala breast fucking cutlets.
We were eating everything.
They got giraffe.
When we were in China.
They got all sorts of shit.
Whatever, like any weird stuff we could. And we were eating like donkey and dog and tortoise and all sorts of stuff. Now my brother jokingly said to like the guide person that was with us, like, can you eat panda? Like as a joke. And me and my sister are like, shut up, Thomas. And she goes, oh, it'll be very expensive. It's
Oh,
like, oh my
shit.
god. It wasn't
We
even
can do
no.
it.
It was just like, oh, it'll cost you so much though.
Mm. Oh, could you imagine Kerry Packer and James Packer? The shit they would have done to fucking appease the Chinese and Japanese fucking high rollers, man.
Well, there was that
Oh,
whole thing
fucking
about
hell.
them being taken out to game farms, wasn't it? Where you're like, yeah,
Oh,
you can
it was
come with
completely
us,
dodgy.
and you can go shooting, and you can shoot whatever you want. You want to shoot a wombat? Go for it.
Yeah. Yeah. Oh, probably children too, mate. Oh, shh.
Oh,
YouTube. Sorry, YouTube.
Child wombats.
Child wombats, yeah. Fuck, yeah, that's worse, I think. I think that's actually worse.
Okay.
Oh yeah, there'd be certain groups that would be okay with shooting kids, but I reckon all groups would detest shooting little children wombats.
Farmers aren't too keen on them.
No, true. Like a groundhog. I imagine they'd be horrible.
Yeah, I think their problem is that they dig holes and animals break their leg. I'm not 100%, but yeah, I know they're not keen on them.
Rabbits are fucking bad for that.
Yeah.
They can destroy a paddock. You know, you don't want to let a horse in there or anything again. It's hard to think there's people starving around the world when we've just got rabbits literally breeding like rabbits, and the European carp in our river just bursting at the banks and fucking all the locks and everything. Just like so much protein just going to waste.
And in the meantime, in these weird ass, strange, something starring places, they have fish falling from the sky.
Yeah, that's just tornado, hurricane. Sucking up a school of fish and spitting them back out somewhere else.
Yeah, but how come the seaweed and all the other bits and pieces didn't come with it? It was just the fish.
Because they were just probably a surface on the surface of the water, or shallow.
Plagues of what are those called? Those like not crickets, locusts, frogs, plagues of frogs.
Yeah, I don't think the French would see it like that.
They just open their mouth outside while it's raining.
Not quite.
Bonjour, bonjour. Ching ching.
Get the garlic in the butter.
Yeah, I don't see why they eat frogs. Seriously, I mean, I've had some strange bugs and stuff, but I like all the stuff I've had were just snacks. They weren't like you don't go to a restaurant and order it.
No.
Frogs.
The word looking for are gimmicks. They're gimmicks.
They taste really good. It's just they're really finicky to get the meat off because they're tiny little bones and not much flesh.
If France are the best at making you pay a lot for
fuck all
for dodgy food.
Quail. Really? Quail? Fucking hell. More fiddly than it's worth.
Yes.
Well, you go into the restaurant and it's just gold lining everything, chandeliers, just the most expensive fit out. And on your plate comes like one square tablespoon of food.
That you pay 50 quid for.
Yeah.
I would love my kid's reaction to that. Oh my god. That'd be priceless.
Yeah, and because they put a little bit of rosemary on there, it becomes twice as expensive. You have to pay $100 for that one.
Wow. I've only ever been to one restaurant where I've paid a lot of fucking money and actually been fucking really happy to pay it. It's only ever happened to me once. That's pretty sad in my lot of years of being in the business and just generally casually dining.
So was it that really expensive beef steak? Was that what it was?
Wagyu.
Was it that made me happy? No, it wasn't. It wasn't just one meal. It was the whole experience. Usually when there's high prices on meals somewhere, there's usually a bit of good service in that as well. And
Well,
I've
we're
only ever
yeah,
experienced one place where I've been happy to pay.
we're all waiting to tell, so we can go to. Where is that restaurant? What is it? What do they make?
It's Jolly's. It's on the River Torrens in Adelaide. They make all sorts of stuff. But we had, if I remember correctly, my entree was soft shell crab, and there was some like very lightly seared steak. I'm not sure if it was Wagyu or not. I couldn't tell you the actual.
But it would have been melt in your mouth, though.
Oh, without a doubt, yeah. It was just lightly seared and it was very finely cut, and it was just beautifully. But it was the service. It was the whole thing. It wasn't just happy to eat the meal, or it was tender steak or anything like that. There's a lot of other places that charge you an arm and a leg, as they say here in Australia, and you're just not happy. You don't fucking necessarily want to foot the bill.
In Thailand, I went to a restaurant and it was like, you know how you go into one of those government gardens and they're like these big established trees and groomed lawn, like acres and acres, with a driveway going up to this like a monument of a building, and then you get into this building in Thailand. It's called Khao Mau Khao Phang in Chiang Mai, and the whole building was like it's kind of like a dome. The top was a dome with no walls, and it had, because Thailand's really hot, right? So they had these mist makers that surrounded the perimeter of the guttering, and it just let this fine mist cool you down as you were eating their absolutely exquisite cuisine. And they had these man-made waterfalls, these Fox rock waterfalls, made from pumps.
Yeah.
You'd never know because it was so natural looking. And they had these really eccentric sort of toilets made of like clay house design with bottles in the walls so that you could have your privacy but still see the color and the light. And it was just a Western take on a Thailand theme. Very beautiful and totally inexpensive. You had peacocks that were in the background making their you had the peacock noise, and you'd have fucking monkeys climbing in the forest around you in the wood. Yeah, it was just an experience. And it cost shit all. It's cost like, they had a coffee shop in there too, which was like 1,000 times better than any Starbucks you could imagine. And
Starbucks is fucking dirt, fucking dishwater. Ugh, yuck.
yeah, but it
Hate
was
that shit with a passion. Sorry.
Thailand have their own brand, which is called Huawei Coffee, and it's far superior. It's like Huawei. Yeah, but like you don't have to pay a lot of money if you know where to go. I can have an
that's probably
experience
population based.
in New
I'm in
Zealand.
little old Adelaide, mate.
We have the Maoris that actually have a thing called a hangi, where they actually cook the food in a hole in the ground. So they heat up the rocks on some embers, and once the rocks are like super red hot, they put them in the ground, and then they layer like dirt and leaves on top of that, and then they layer their food on trays covered in cheesecloth, and they wait about 6 hours. They dig it up again, and they can feed a whole tribe.
Yeah, Abos did that too. Sorry, Aboriginals did that too. Abos. Even though it's just an abbreviation, you get fucking called out here for calling them Abos. Fucking it's bullshit. I'm an Aussie.
Hang on, but what's
Abo,
wrong with
Aboriginal.
what's wrong with saying Abos? Is there something wrong with that?
It's derogatory. They don't like that. Well, actually, I don't know that they don't like that, but there's a group that cry out that they don't like that. So
yeah, it's right, but I think it's so stupid. I had a mate who got really upset with me saying Abos once, and I was like, it's a shortening of the name. Like it's like, I'm not going to
it's
say
like anything else. If you're going to say it in a derogatory manner,
people say.
Yeah,
That's
but
the
if
thing.
you
That's
say
my problem with it, because
say
then what that means is you think that me saying Aboriginal it means that it is in some way bad to be Aboriginal.
Yeah, but
It's the
if you
only
say
reason you can
Abo,
take offence.
if you say the word Abo to someone, especially to an Aborigine, but then you follow it on in Aboriginal language and you talk to them for the next 10 minutes purely in their language, I
Yeah,
don't
and
think
bake
they'll
them a
find
cake.
it.
Invite them
Yeah,
to your house. Give
no.
them,
No, do the ironing.
give them a watch.
Toilet paper. That's great currency.
Yep, some avocado toast, latte.
One day, if I ever got divorced and I have to go on a walkabout, the first person I'd want to know some knowledge would be from an Aboriginal.
You better hurry up, mate. All the good ones are going.
So true. No, but aren't they passing on the knowledge?
Oh, mate, I'd like to think so, but just like the butchers and the carpenters and all the people that work, lathes and all this, the skill sets are going. It's all going to be automated at some point anyway. So
It's sad.
it is fucking sad, man.
Are there? What I want to know: are there Aboriginals in England or in the UK?
Well, there would have been lots of
What?
stolen children that ended up back there and ended up living their lives. So yeah, there would be, but I mean, Aboriginals that would have necessarily left Australia to go and live their life just on their own volition, I don't think so. No.
Not many, I don't think.
I mean, I'm not talking
No.
about color. I'm just talking about Aboriginals, like some people that have been there from the beginning.
What are you talking about,
Well, I mean,
Druids or Celtics?
Anglo-Saxons and Druids. Yeah, the Saxons, the Druids, quite a few different, but yeah.
Do they
And
have like special powers and stuff like the Aborigines?
Yep, special powers. They can tell what time of day it is if you've got a watch.
Can they travel in time and do like astro traveling and levitation?
Probably as good at that as most other humans are. Violating
Yeah,
laws
that's
of
why
physics.
I always tend to fall on the I don't like to say Indian, but that culture from history where they actually do have evidence for these things.
Evidence for time travel.
Evidence for levitation, evidence for being able to talk, to actually involve themselves in another dimension.
Right, yeah. It just doesn't sound
Without
Sounds like,
taking,
yeah,
without
I was
taking,
about to say hallucinogenics.
yeah, without taking ayahuasca.
Yeah, well, you can stimulate, these things yourself. Obviously, there are people and places that claim that it can
stimulate
be
your
done through
levitation
whether it's
muscles.
chant or there's different methods. It could even be sound stimulated.
Yeah, because
But
once you've finished your PhD in Chinese medicine, you think there's nowhere else you can go, but then you can start learning Vedic medicine, and that's when it all begins.
yeah, which was around longer, you reckon?
Vedic.
Vedic, definitely Vedic, like thousands of years
What?
before.
Not Aboriginal medicine. Australian Aboriginal medicine wasn't around before Vedic. Interesting.
Well, according to the Aborigines, they're going back 200,000 years, right?
Right, but I mean, what the advantage of the Ayurvedic stuff is that we've got written accounts of it, so that you can be confident that what they're doing today is similar. Like there are some records of they're doing cataract surgery. Like I forget, but I think more than 1,000 years ago, they had like this instruction manual for like cutting open the eye, and they wouldn't remove the cataract altogether, but they would cut open the eye with a really sharp knife, obviously. And then my understanding is they then
Poor bloke.
would pull the cloudy section to the side.
Well, do you know why the Aborigines don't have any knowledge about leech therapy?
How do you know they
knowledge
don't?
about it? Because it doesn't work?
Because there were no leeches in the desert.
Right,
But
there's
Australia's
a lot
not a
of
complete
wetland in
desert.
Australia. There's a lot of native features, aren't there?
Yeah. Yeah, there's plenty.
That was a joke. Come on, that was a joke.
Okay, well, no, it wasn't very funny, but it would be interesting to. I mean, it is sad that the Aboriginals didn't actually really do very well at documenting in a way that we can interpret easily. They obviously
That's the
did
challenge of
have
being
their own
nomadic, I
version
think.
of language, but yeah, well, no, exactly, and having things where you do leave your messages that weather away over time, unfortunately.
Well, I think the
Yeah,
reason why they don't have much of a written record is because everything was kept in the Akashic records for them.
I don't ascribe to that.
No, I don't think it's very probable. I did for a minute or two, and then came to think.
Well,
Don't
what is
rule it out.
what is this walk? What is this walkabout all about? At the end of the day, what are they doing?
They're discovering new areas, so they go on a walkabout to see what they could find, and if they
So I
found
think
something
it's
good,
somewhat a
they'd
rite
come
of
back
passage,
and.
which is. Go on, sorry, I didn't mean to speak over.
I thought they took
No,
magic
you're
mushrooms.
right. It's a bit of a rite of passage as well, because they weren't meant to necessarily intermarry.
Weren't they
the
doing like a magic mushroom
population
trip
was
and
too
they
high.
sent off into the middle of nowhere on magic mushrooms? Isn't that the story?
Well,
I don't know about that. I think
some of
all
what
life forms have tried that.
Yeah, some of what I've heard is that it's actually very common for cultures that to have that ceremony, that kind of a thing where the boys will have to go off and do something that is quite likely deadly, because particularly in cultures, my understanding is that are like nomadic or and also that practice plural marriage, because if you have like if one guy can marry multiple women, that quite often leads to a vast number of men
Polygamy.
with nothing. And so that will quite often also be linked with violence. Blokes will get violent if they can't get any. And so they'll quite often have like, yeah, these things that, because what are the ones that there was a crazy one from the people of Rapa Nui where the tern, I think it was, the bird, the tern, when it came about each season, they would have to do like a Birdman challenge where they would dive off this cliff, or sort of, I don't know if they dove, but go off this cliff that is hundreds and hundreds of feet high. So probably actually not dive, but, climb down it and then swim out to an island where they all like nest on this cliff and climb up that cliff and find the first egg of the season and get back with the egg unbroken. And then he was the Birdman for the year.
Yeah, you've been watching the cartoons about Moana.
No,
Could you imagine the pussy you would have got if you were the Birdman for the year?
I know, you would have been
Oh
swimming
my
in it.
god! Oh, dude, one on each nut, one on the No, that would have. Yeah, I can see the desperation to be the Birdman.
You got to hold that role for the whole year until the next year.
You'd be lying on the beach.
Fuck
You'd be
yeah.
lying on the beach. You'd be the only one eating grapes and drinking like fermented coconut juice.
They should do that shit now to toughen up the fucking kids. Get the kids out there doing fucking shit like that. I can only imagine what my boys would do if they just had that on offer.
Because I think my impression of it is it killed an extraordinary number of them each year. Like,
Oh
I mean,
yeah, but it toughens the rest up, doesn't it? Yeah.
I mean, yeah.
Is it fake news? Is it fake news that what's his name died? The one that did Forrest Gump. What's his name? Yeah. That's fake news, eh?
Don't know. They'll just clone him anyway, mate.
Yeah.
Harry, you didn't even bite on that one, mate. Fuck. Oh, I thought you were gonna ask me questions about cloning. Anyway.
Yeah, so what about cloning? Is it true?
No, it's not true. Well, possibly it's true, but I don't believe it. I was just seeing if we could get Harry to react. How's that?
You have to do better, unfortunately. I
Yeah,
have
sorry,
faith in
mate.
you.
I think you're actually getting a bit slower, personally. I think you're
No,
winding down.
I think he believes in cloning. That's all.
Well, I am a clone, so I was just worried that you're onto us. I'm the fourth of my
Harry
kind.
the clone.
Yeah, I was that good. They just kept repeating it. What, you guys aren't cloned? You must be a very good model then.
Model.
Apparently, I look like my
Model.
dad, but that's it.
What is your model? Is it round and curvy?
What's your serial number?
Oh, it's tattooed to the underside
What's
of
your
my eyelid.
malfunction?
It's not going to be far away before we see the mark of the beast.
Haven't we seen it already?
I know a guy called Mark.
It'd be cool if his last name was of the beast.
No, but he is a beast.
He is a massive.
Yeah, but
Mark the
there's these guys that they had to go to court because in New Zealand because they called their two children. One was called Fish, and the other one was called Chips.
Oh, I thought it was going to be lips. Fish lips.
Fish and no, two children. One was Fish, one was Chips. Fish and Chips.
Fish and chips, yeah.
Well, and the parents were taken to court for that.
Yeah, because they were they're taken to court for calling them fish and chips.
New Zealand's gone like ball crazy now. I mean, I thought the Corona thing was bad enough, but that's just too far.
I've wondered that though.
People
Like,
just-
how bad a name do you give your parents before the authorities think they? Do you give your kids, sorry, before the authorities feel they have to intervene? Because, like, I'm sure if you were like, I called my son Death to America, they would.
Yeah, there's warrant. There's
pretty-
warrant. Yeah.
Yeah, there's going to be a limit that all of us would go, yeah, you can't call your son that.
Yeah,
What
but
if it was
fish
just,
and chips.
what if it was just the
Like,
that was his name, just the
That's
N word
harmless.
spelt in full with a hard R?
There's plenty of celebrities that have called their children stupid names. Like they haven't been called up yet.
Yeah, but like Apple's just stupid. I mean, like we could all find one where we're like, okay, you definitely can't call a kid that.
Apple.
There's lots of kids in China called Strawberry.
Elton John. Yeah,
Raining.
Elton John. He's got adopted kids called Cock and Balls. So you can have anything you want.
What? Elton John's got adopted kids.
Yeah. Oh, shit.
You got me that time. I was like, geez, this guy will believe anything. That somebody's printed that on a website and White's just going, alrighty, it's obviously true.
It's definitely not from.
Cock and Balls.
Must have been in
That's a
that
good one, though.
in that TV guide publication you get for free in the letterbox. Reader's Digest.
I haven't seen that for years. I don't know if that's in Australia anymore.
Or the Listener, or the TV guide.
No.
Woman's Weekly.
No.
Good. It's demonic. There was a funny bogan clip on YouTube about one Australian guy with long hair, and it was on the news. It was a YouTube clip, and apparently someone drove into the front of his house, which was a shop. And have you seen that one? And he's like talking about he was like a hero. He went and chased the guy that ran into the shop and made the shop fall down. He ran after them up the road in his undies, and he said, "Oh,
no, I haven't
yeah,
seen that."
It was like, yeah, I'm Australian. What that I do anything for my country." He ran up the road in his undies after the bad people, and he was a hero.
Nice.
He was a hero because he ran up the road in his undies, and they just got him out of bed too. That wasn't very polite.
Yeah, but
I
heroes
remember-
don't care.
I do remember quite a funny clip from this Australian guy just sitting drunk out of his face in a crashed car in the passenger seat. You guys must have seen this clip. And the police are asking him questions like, "Yeah, so who was driving?" He's like, "Oh, me? No, I wasn't driving. Just waiting for a mate." It's the
It was
funniest thing I've
actually
ever seen.
Yes, I've seen that, and he looks like he's drunk and probably high on meth or something too.
Yeah, we had a mainstream like a advertisement. I think it was either KFC or McDonald's. I think it was KFC, and it was a bunch of stoned off their heads guys in the car pulling up to the drive-through, and they were talking the whole time with their windows up, and they didn't even know that they were ordering with. And the advert was like, "Don't drink and drive." But none of them had any drinks. They were just stoned.
They're all stoned.
They were talking the whole time to make the order with their windows up, and the whole car was just full of smoke. And it was like they were saying, "Hey, get stoned and buy KFC."
That seems funny.
That's actually on one of those what is it, advertisements banned around the world kind of series. It was on one of those, yeah. But it was actually on the TV here for quite a while. You know, in Auckland University here, there's a room called the Green Room, and university students can go in there and smoke as much marijuana as they like on university grounds, even though it's totally illegal. It's called the Green Room.
What the fuck?
Yeah, you're not allowed to bring stuff in, but for some whatever way, everyone in there.
Well, that's a fucking Pfizer experiment right there, isn't it? Fucking hell, here, we've got some stuff to try here.
No, it's
no, you're right. You keep that stuff, thanks. I'll be right. Cheers.
That room is actually set up by the Alumni Association and the Students Association. They created this room as like a no man's land, so it's outside of.
Funded by who? Who funds that? I wonder.
Well, the
Probably
university
Klaus Schwab directly.
Yeah, Auckland University funds it itself. Yeah.
Yeah, but who funds the university? Because they'd be doing all sorts of research and they need to have certain outcomes, and that's funded by people. So I'm just wondering who funds the Auckland University. It's not just the government.
Auckland University, they just acquired, like a couple of years ago, they just acquired a massive piece of land. So they're expanding. Like half of the half of uptown Auckland is just Auckland University. Half of the city is Auckland University. It's massive.
Oh, well, here comes the immigrants.
Well, there's 6,000 Chinese waiting to get back into New Zealand. They can't get back. So there's no international students here at the moment.
Yeah, same here. There's very few here. I think they're going to start to return pretty soon, though, I'd imagine.
But none of them are getting any sorries or excuse me's or here's your refund. They're just like nearly finished their degree, and that's it. They just wasted 5 years of money.
Yep.
Auckland University just spent about $100 million acquiring a piece of land which used to be Lion Breweries. It was a massive site in a really popular area. And yeah, I don't know where they're getting their money from.
Yep.
Yeah, it's the same all around the world.
It sure is, mate.
Knowledge is power.
There's very few independent laboratories, even in Australia, that can independently test things. Just crazy. Like even water testing. Like I've got to get water tested quite a lot. And there's a lot of crap in water, and they don't tell you about it.
couple of 5 years ago, I wanted to import some SIPs, SIPS, which is like this new way of building houses. It was like a foam panel with each side covered in what's the name of that board? Tri-board. So it's kind of like a compressed board on either side. It's like a kit set home. It all came ordered, ready to go. 1 week and your house was built, you know. And all of the regulations, it was just crazy. It was going to cost me hundreds of thousands of dollars just to get the brands, which is the building authority here, to agree, and it has everything had to be retested again, even though it had been tested all over the world. It had to go past the Australian standards before I could bring it here. And I had all the funding and stuff to go, but it was going to take years. And then this big conglomerate in New Zealand called Fletcher's, the very next year, they're up and going. They're just full on. So it's you know, they have the
Takes money
power.
to make money, mate.
I spent a fucking
Takes
shitload of
money to
time
make.
researching that. I went all around the world. I was going to everywhere trying to find out where I could get the best quality, the stuff with all the right credentials and the best of the best. And I couldn't even make it work. And I had the funding all lined up. It's like they didn't want it, and even though Fletcher's took it and they said they were going to do it, they still haven't started making any of it or doing any building with it. They just got the consent. Right. Then after they got the consent, they dropped it.
Yep, they just locked it up. They lock all sorts of shit up, mate. Yep. Just like the people that buy, in this area here, firewood in wintertime is a bit of a commodity. And like there'll be people who just, take the advantage and just buy absolute fuckloads of it. And, it's within their right, obviously, as a business to just buy shitloads of it and stockpile it and then resell it at some exorbitant price in wintertime. But it's no different. It's the same fucking setup. It's the only reason shit the way it is.
Well, I wish it was winter here all the time because I could shell it. I could get a lot of those pallets and crates that are from shipping imports, and I could break it all down and make it into firewood and kindling for free. But it's not winter all the time here, so it's not a very viable business. But there are so many things that people throw away that you can actually use, and there's a lot of waste in this world.
Oh shit, yeah, mate. Without a doubt. Without a doubt. Yes, biomass gasification is a very, very underutilized technique. I've got my own little gas reactor that I can just put wood into and like run a generator from, which is pretty cool. But I mean, I've never used it other than when I built it and tested it and made sure it worked and everything. I've never needed to use it. But that's a process that could be used to pretty much gasify any biomass extremely cleanly. And that could boil water or do whatever you need to do to run turbines or generate power. But it's just underutilized. They use it in some countries, but I mean, clean coal is close to gasification, like the latest clean coal sort of stuff, but it's still not quite there. And here they are talking about bloody, climate change, all this sort of shit, what we've got to do to stop it. And they don't even talk about technologies that are already well established and known about that could, I wouldn't say fix the problem, but make a big, big difference. It's just that there's so much money involved in, these new technologies and nuclear and shit like that. Wind and fucking batteries. And allow gasification to become, a utilized technology. Fuck, they had it in Germany back, in World War One, I think it was, to run cars when there was a fuel crisis or, the fuel was stopped from going in there. So it's a very old technology, but it's very, very well refined now. Anyone heard of it? Biomass gasification? No. That's all right. Surely you've heard of it. Eggshells? You know fucking lots of shit. I'm not pulling your leg. I'm not catching you out. Google it first, mate. That's all right. I'll allow you to do that. If they add a bit of helium to it, I think it'll go a lot faster. Helium seems to help everything.
So, what's the time over there at the moment?
It is 8 p.m. where I am.
Damn.
8 p.m. on a Monday night, and I am. The sun has just gone out of my sight.
And brightening up England slightly.
It should be heading around your way. Yeah, that's the idea.
Yeah, it was brighter a lot earlier because we put the obviously hour back.
Yeah, we went out forward.
Oh yeah, forward. Sorry. Yeah, so we're gaining an hour bit. It gets brighter earlier.
We're the opposite, so we have more daylight at the end of the day with our daylight savings period right now.
Yeah, it's going to get darker a lot quicker for us now.
Yep. What do you do with your extra hour?
Sleep.
Fucking time, hey? Has anyone looked into the time crystals yet? Fucking seen how stupid that is?
I saw the Google fucking headline, and I was like, oh my god, it's funny. It's just fucking funny, man.
Oh, it's beyond funny. They're literally just laughing at the people who believe it. Oh, that's almost It's almost what it is to me now. It's like a Monty Python thing going on. Literally. There's someone in the background with a couple of coconut shells, you know. And fucking people are laughing at that.
So
And
true.
like they just don't understand when we point it out. They're just like, but there are time crystals. And you're like, fucking, oh my god. What the fuck happened to people? Yeah, you gotta wonder. They fuck with the genetics somewhere, I'm sure of it. Can't just be the fucking brainwashing through school, because I went through it, everyone went through it. Time crystals. Oh, but they're pseudo crystals. You can never see them or touch them. It's a pseudo crystal. But we've discovered that time's a crystal. Uh-huh.
Well, it's abstract. It's conceptual.
Yeah. Yep. A bit like time itself.
Yeah.
Now the shape of time.
But then they'll be
Also,
saying, but in
concept.
time, they might be real.
Yeah. Yep. I wonder,
Crazy.
yeah. Oh my god. Decadence, mate. We are in a period of decadence. Everything's fucking clown world upside down. Celebrities and sports stars are paid fucking way too much.
Circus and
And
bread.
fucking all the shit. Yeah, all the shit that goes along with it before the collapse, mate. All big empires and civilizations collapsed straight after that decadence period. And we're well fucking into it.
So what is it after the age
How
of
much do
decadence?
some players get paid to kick around the fucking ball? Like
What,
shit. I mean, I trained pretty hard, and I'd get some skills up too for $15 million a season, or fucking a game, or whatever it fucking is. Like it's just retarded, man.
ridiculous, I know. So
Yeah.
what's after the age of decadence then? Is it the Dark Ages again?
Well, it's collapse, and that probably goes on for a period of time. And then I think after the collapse would come the Dark Ages, surely. It just depends who survives the collapse, because it wouldn't have to be dark. That's the difference. Depends what fucking which fucking class, not class or demographic, but which whoever comes through it, if they're capable, it doesn't have to be the Dark Ages. But if whoever comes through it is not capable, then it can fucking be dark for a long fucking time. I'm not sure there's any given time frame for it, just based on what comes out of the collapse. You want to be like that guy though on one of the Twin Towers, where he was fucking in the stairwell somewhere and the whole fucking thing went crashing down, and he just somehow managed to just ride a concrete slab or some shit all the way down. And when the dust settles there, he is just sitting on this pylon going, "What the fuck?"
Oh,
You want
what
to
you
be
mean,
that guy?
like Homer Simpson and Bart with the dome? You know,
Sort of. Yeah.
when they drive up the dome and it breaks, and then they're just driving over every bit of broken dome as they go down.
That's pretty funny. Yeah, the Simpsons, hey, geez, they very, very coincidentally predict a lot of stuff, don't they?
Illuminati.
Oh, no, I don't know, but I dare say there's going to be a town somewhere with a dome put over it, given that they've got that in their show. Give it another 20 years, some town will have a fucking dome put over it. Or maybe they'll reveal the Great Dome. You never know. Rakia.
Fucking sirens going off here like crazy.
Well, that's here, man. Got fire engines going past. Well, they just did, so that's what you heard. Unless you've got the fucking sirens going off near you as well.
Yeah, well, the police here, they've got all of these new sounding sirens. It used to be very, you could hear it and you knew that was the police, the ambulance, or the fire brigade. Now the police have got all these weird ass noises. Whoop 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 whoop.
Yeah.
All this strange
Oh, that's through
shit,
like health department, mate. That's the vax department, the health department, all the different departments they've got now to make sure that you're following your orders.
But when I was living in China for 7 years, I never ever saw or heard a police helicopter. I actually never even heard or saw a helicopter ever. But in just
Too much
hearing,
smog.
just here where
No, is that just a myth?
No, it
Is
was
the
like
smog thing just a myth?
Yeah, it's just a myth. It was quiet enough though to be able to hear one if there was one, for sure. But in
Okay,
here,
right.
where I live, if I have police helicopters going over, we have black helicopters. They're the police.
And they're really loud.
They're just annoyingly loud. Yeah, just all the time.
All right. Yeah. Yeah, well, look, when the social credit system comes in over there, you'll be so obedient that they won't need to have those helicopters above you, making sure you're doing the right thing.
Well, just for the pilot alone, it's costing the New Zealand government $600 for half an hour.
No, it's costing Klaus Schwab that much in the IMF. New Zealand's just like Australia, under the pump massively to these big debt, big loans. That's why all this shit's going on. But anyway, we can't talk about that.
Yeah, but
So that sports match is pretty good.
What are they actually doing up in the sky there? They're looking down. They're trying to find people that have stolen a chocolate bar from a dairy.
I don't know, mate. I don't know. Over here, we got the police arresting journalists and shit because they talk about fucking, some politician, and the politician doesn't like the way they're talking about them, so they can order the police to go and arrest them. It's just, it's complete, everything's fucked. They've lost control. They think they've got authority they don't fucking have, and they're doing shit they shouldn't be doing. It's fucked.
Well, I reckon
People are going to start pushing back big time.
Put your shares into a company that makes pitchforks.
Yeah. Yep. Yeah.
Because like
DIY Molotov cocktail kit. Do it yourself. Here's a rag. Here's a bottle. $50. Get your own fuel.
Yeah, wouldn't it be handy if urine was flammable?
It's fucking very, very good. A good thing that it's not for ourselves. But yes, you're right. It would be very handy if you could just piss into a bottle and fuck yeah. But then everyone could do it. So I think the fact that you've got to be not clever enough, but cunning enough or dodgy enough to actually go out of your way to put fuel into a bottle and stuff a rag in there and light it, I think you should be the one that has the advantage.
Well, I think one of the best.
Not everyone with a cock.
One of the best jobs in the world is being one of those high altitude crane operators. But the only downfall is that every day you start work, you have to climb to the top of the crane. You have to spend all day up there with the lunch that your wife made, and then you have to piss into a bottle in open view of the entire country. And then at the end of the day, when you're feeling really, really groggy, you have to climb down the bottom of that ladder.
Well, a smart dude would fucking, given that you're earning enough money, you'd just take your missus up there with you.
Bit cramped,
wouldn't you? She's got somewhere to sit. And I think, you could probably put a little camera in the corner and probably collect even more money live streaming it.
Yeah, and then hold on, love.
Not the
I've got to concentrate while moving this 20-ton block.
Yeah, hang on a sec, sweetie. Just hang on. Yeah. Excellent. Yeah, we were in a hospital the other day, quite high up, and my young son, my 12-year-old, and we were looking out the window, and as we were looking out this window at this amazing view over Adelaide, along come the big arm of the crane, like straight past the fucking window, and my son was just in awe. He's like, "Whoa, what the fuck?" And then we got an angle to see the guy sitting in the little operating booth, and my son was just like, how did he get up there? And I'm just like, see that ladder? And he's like, oh my God. Yep. He gets paid a fortune, though, mate. An absolute fucking fortune.
Face of dread.
So he should. Yeah.
I
He thought he could have that job.
I see a funny clip this summer where I think it was in London, some guy's sunbathing in some busy area, but like he's the only dude on the grass sunbathing, and there's a crane like not far away, and the operator of the crane literally puts the hanging part literally in his sun, so the guy keeps getting up like, what? Like, why am I in shade? And every time he gets comfy again, the guy just moves the crane, so it's in his sun again.
It's funny. That's definitely the sort of stuff you would do in your lunch break.
It's not actually that difficult to get the crane license. It's no harder than. It's actually way easier than getting a heavy truck license. But they get paid shitloads of money.
Well, look, I'm sure if they're independent, they would need good insurance.
It's kind of for.
One did collapse here though into a couple of houses.
Yeah, fuck that. If you're in it, Jesus Christ.
Yeah.
You're roboting way too much, Carlos.
Right now. Hello.
Hello.
Bonjour.
Je m'appelle Paul.
Ah, fermez les bouches.
Je ne sais pas.
Bonsoir, salut. Bon, ça va?
Yeah, ça va.
Yeah, yeah. I know a guy that bought a bobcat. It's one of those tiny little diggers that you can dig like culverts and drains. It's like a really handy little, yeah. And back 20 years ago, he was getting $25 an hour. No. Sorry, no. He was getting $60 an hour, but he was getting $25 an hour for himself, and the rest would go to his company.
All right. Yep.
So he was getting $60 an hour, and that was 20 years ago. And all he had to do was know how to drive this thing and dig holes.
Yeah, it's based on the work it can do. Yeah.
He was full time all day, every day.
Yeah, it's like excavators. Like I've got a friend who just digs swimming pool stuff. I mean, he used to do a lot more than that, but now he's just that busy doing swimming pool stuff that that's pretty much all he does. And he can pretty much do a whole fucking hole in a day or maybe a day and a half. He fucking makes good money for doing that. And it's just like, flicking sticks.
But can he cut
I
a
also
watermelon?
know in New Zealand there's a lot of cars that have aftermarket this and that suspension and stuff, and you have to get it complied. You have to get the cars complied, like hot rods and that sort of thing. And he's the only one in Auckland City, the only one that can comply. And he drives.
That is a monopoly.
Yeah, he actually drives around himself. He drives to people's like car yards and sites and private people's homes and stuff. And people come to him. He gets $700 per piece for complying a car, and he can comply a car in half an hour. Then he's on to the next job. 700
Nice.
bucks a pop, man, all day long. He's making thousands every day.
That's crazy.
And all it is because he's a mechanic and he knows what he's talking about.
Well, he obviously got himself certified to do it. You must.
Clever, eh?
You
Clever.
need to be an engineer. You need to be an engineer here to do that. So I've had to go through that. With side intrusion on a car I imported, had to have side intrusion bars put in the front doors, and that had to be go over compliance or be complianced, and yeah, that had to be engineered. So that cost me a bit of money, but it was well worth it.
Yeah, well, when I first met this guy and we started chatting, he was inspecting my car that I imported that had hydraulic suspension. Yeah.
Hydraulic, not a
Hydraulic
bouncing car, surely.
Yeah, no, it was. Yeah, yeah. It was actually a Japanese
Yeah,
van.
okay.
It was a Japanese van with hydraulic suspension. Yeah.
Interesting.
And
So,
the cool thing
Carlos, I'm starting to get an image in my head now after you've just said that. I have an image in my head. Do you know the movie Turbo?
Turbo. No, I don't. I'm too
The little
old.
snail? You don't have
Turbo
kids?
the Snail. Yeah.
Yeah, with
Yeah.
the snail, Dos Bras burritos. Anyway, I'll leave you with that.
People are making strange money in strange places, and you find that in the most remote places, that's where people are making the most money.
I think it's the niche, mate. Like anything, see a need, fill a need. If there's a need for it, and you're the one providing it, and creating the supply and limiting that supply, you can charge what you fucking want.
Yeah, if
But
you're the one professional in that area, in that occupation, and you're the only one in that town that has that, yeah, you're going to be making a mint.
or if it's required, like
Yeah, if it's needed, if there's demand.
we got a crematorium here, and the crematorium's thinking, no, we're going to make some money, but no one wants to burn their loved ones here, it seems. So, they're the only one. It's the only one, but it's fucking all switched off.
Yeah, there has to be demand.
Definitely, yeah.
Well, when I was in Taiwan, there was a crematorium, and they burnt dogs 24 hours a day.
Yeah, I think that's what this one's resorted to.
Stray dogs.
Oh, stray dogs, jeez.
Yes, they have a problem with dogs in Taiwan. They've got so many stray
I thought they
dogs.
just ate them. Don't they just eat them?
No, fuck, you wouldn't eat these dogs, man. They were itching and like they're no coats, they were bald, just like scavengers. You wouldn't want to eat one of those, man.
Yeah, but if that meat just rocked up in the supermarket, you don't see all that bad stuff. You just go, oh, look, dog meat.
True. So maybe in the crematorium they were just like burning paper, and all the dogs were going out the back door.
Slaughterhouse. It's just a slaughterhouse. Yeah, it was just to get the hair off. Just run them through the flame. Go, you stupid dog.
Yeah, they went through a 63-degree Celsius shower. No, 73 it is to burn the hair off the coat.
Hey, how do you know that?
Yeah, someone knows their food and hygiene.
Well,
It rubs the lotion in its skin.
I've actually done a few home kills in my time, and you need your water to be 73 degrees when you put your pig into the bath, and it softens the bristles and easy to come out.
There you go. Softens the bristles.
Yeah, we have pigs here.
They're even
called guinea
censoring
pigs.
fucking shit like that now. Have you seen that?
YouTube.
Slaughtering videos. Yeah, YouTube. You know, videos of, you know, step-by-step breakdown of slaughtering animals. There's a lot of channels that were very big and they've, you know, been shut down. There's still a few you can see, but they're nowhere near as, you know, I don't want to use the word graphic, but that's what it is. They're nowhere near as graphic. Even though everything was done, you know, humanely and stuff in all the other shows, but it was just more detailed, you know, which you need if you're learning. That's how I learned to actually do that. All through bloody YouTube, thankfully.
Well, I remember there used to be before TV became really popular. There used to be a program called the a dogs show. You remember that?
A dogs show, yeah, right. No, I don't know.
It was a farming channel, and they had like farmers with their really well trained dogs, and they could have competition for sheep herding into like
Okay.
into what do you call them? The wooden fences that they could like herd all of the sheep into the
Pen.
fence by using the dog, and then they could
Yeah,
close
isn't
the
that a
door.
pen? Pen?
Into
A
the
pen?
pen, yeah. The first one to close the door on the pen was the fastest one they could do it in their round would be the winner.
Yeah, they used to have that in England, those kind of dog shows where they're showing their skills. Trainer and the dogs, yeah, that was quite entertaining, that, back in the day.
Yeah.
We know how old you are then.
You know how Carlos beforehand you were talking about going through the drainage pipes, the tunnels,
The water, stormwater drains. Yeah.
Yeah, stormwater drains. Yeah, that I used to do a very similar thing as a child where I lived, and your little story here about the dogs reminds me of it because I used to do the similar thing over my back fence. I could hop into a stormwater creek, and I could follow that, and it would end up going underneath like, you know, like a building or something like that, and we'd pitch black. So me and my friends would have torches, and we'd just go on what we'd call these missions with our torches, and we'd end up like underneath different parts of the city where we were. And one time we popped up completely unbeknownst to ours out of a manhole into the Royal Adelaide show, and it was like right next to where all these vans were parked with the food, and all the dogs were doing exactly what you're talking about. They were doing all the show, herding up the sheep and everything like that. So we'd walked for kilometres from my house, and we'd end up free of charge into the Royal Adelaide show out of a manhole. It was awesome.
Wow.
It would have been way better if it was like a Guns N' Roses concert, though, eh? Right, front row seats.
Oh, dude. Yeah, I wouldn't have appreciated it though because I was a bit young. But yeah, I see what you're saying.
Or maybe if it was
Yeah,
a
we got in
Teletubbies concert.
No, a bit older. But yeah, we got in a lot of trouble for
the
that.
Wiggles. The Wiggles.
No, not that young. Older.
Dorothy in the Yellow Brick Road, full concert.
Shit. No.
Have you been down there ever since? On a memory lane kind of thing?
It's funny you say that because I've certainly shown my boys where I used to get into the creek and go from. But no, because we live a lot further away from that now, like over a couple of hours away. Yeah, we haven't really had the chance to do that. But yeah, my mum, when she found out, she just fucking lost her shit. Couldn't believe it. What happens if your torches went flat? What would you have done? And we all looked at each other and went, "Oh fuck, we didn't think of that." Thank fuck I didn't go flat because it would have been pitch fucking black under there.
Well, you just come out at the nearest manhole cover. You just come out, don't you? Basically.
Well, yeah, you did obviously go towards the light, but I can tell you what, just for fun, we used to turn our torches off and like go, "Whoa, we can't see any light anywhere." Which way do you even go? And it was quite dangerous because there might have been a factory or something discharging stuff, and next thing you know, a flap would open up and water would start pouring out. So you'd have to get really high up in the pipe so it can get past. Like, you know, it could have gone bad without a doubt.
Yeah.
Just lucky.
I mean, basically, what you would do, wouldn't you? You'd have to keep touching the wall until you actually touch the kind of like the ladder that would take you up. Surely, isn't that not the way they work?
Oh, look, possibly, yeah. Just feel by hand, literally, quite slowly until you found something. Yeah, without a doubt,
Yeah.
mate.
Because I would imagine that these ladders start from the ground up anyway, don't they? From the bottom of your tunnel upwards. Do they not?
No, they're about.
Depends where it's,
They start about halfway up.
it depends where they're going. But I think back to the concert thing. I think if we had it popped up in the cinema with the Ninja Turtles, that would have been all right, because that was probably the reason why we actually even went down there in the first place. It was probably Ninja Turtles inspired.
Actually, I remember the ladder was at the top of the tunnel, and then you had to climb up from there. So you had to reach up to grab the ladder. Looking back on
catch
it,
up with those boys.
Yeah, I've seen images of the ladder, at least starting, at least waist height of an adult. Waist height, and then you climb up because it's attached. They're attached to the walls, yeah.
Yeah, like single metal bars for each step.
Yeah, you got single metal bars. Also, you've got the long proper ladder that's fixed. I used to make them, right? And you bolt them to the wall on little flanges that come off the actual handles. You've got your struts, what you step on. In a proper ladder, if you can imagine like a window cleaner's ladder made of steel, but then you've got little brackets that come off of that you roll plug into the wall. So I've seen that type. So, you know, I mean, the thing is, if you are down there, you'd be able to get out anyway.
I've seen Russian videos showing like they go down to a basement in a building, and then they go under the foundations, and then they walk for like 1 kilometer under the ground in these tunnels, and it's not possible that it's not possible that all these foundations are joined together, like all these buildings, because they're all separated. And they see like arches and stuff underneath the foundations. It's all built on top of another city.
Yeah, it's full on, isn't it?
Subterranea, that's what we used to call it.
Because like London has a lot of that, right?
Yeah, I had a friend who used to work down in those sewage ones. Really bad.
Not the wastewater or the sewage, just actual like foundations and
cities.
Yeah. They got those, absolutely, yeah. And also disused, where they were planning to build the underground. They got loads of those shut off tunnels, yeah, where they didn't open the line due to financial constraints. Yeah, we got loads of those.
Well, there's one video I saw which actually showed barbers' shops and other like butchers and bakeries and bread shops that were under the ground. Like, was it part of an old subway system or something where they had these shops?
Yes, yeah. Back in the day.
So was there really a mud flood?
This is what I'm saying. I don't know about that mud flood. I've never really been into that myself. I've never gone into that one. It's just beyond my kind of like rationale. I just think, no, I don't know if there was such a thing.
I think just rationally and logically, there could have been a cataclysmic event. You know, if Earth is what it is and it's this spheroid getting through space and there's all this shit going on, there definitely could have been a cataclysmic event that caused global or semi-global liquefaction on the ground and, caused, shit to run. That's possible. So you can't rule it out.
Not really. No, no, not really, because Earth is not a spheroid. So it's not. So it's a no there. It's a no right off the block because right off the bat because Earth is not a spheroid. So that
Yeah, but
shuts
it's not.
that down immediately there.
But
Yeah,
it's not
it's not been
something that's
proven to
not
be.
possible on either. It's possible on both. So
Well, of course,
Yeah, but
but
yeah, if the event, if yeah, I see what I mean. I see what you mean now. Yeah, but the Earth isn't a
it's
spheroid.
possible on both. But the heliocentric model, I think, has that much more bullshit going on with it that could have
Event was
caused
to
it.
be real. Yeah.
Whereas flat Earth, yeah, I'm not
I
sure.
don't know though. Even
well,
hang
how
on,
much?
even with the spheroid, hang on, even with the spheroid thing, it couldn't be possible because look, plumbing wouldn't work in the southern hemisphere, and then you're going to have problems as you move from the northern hemisphere towards the equator. All this spinning and that your plumbing would be fucked up. You understand? It just that water doesn't like being spun around if you want it to go in a certain direction. Do you know what I mean? You're going to be needing loads of pumps and whatever to force it to flush your toilet, for example, in the southern hemisphere. So your plumbing would
Yeah,
be
I
well
mean,
strained.
even if they like, you just think about the atmosphere in lockstep with the Earth. Okay, you give them that. You go, okay, you have that atmosphere in lockstep with the Earth,
Yeah.
but hang on, we're moving at 460 meters per second. Now, even if the atmosphere is in lockstep, it's still spinning that fast. I mean, it doesn't really matter. What about what's moving with the ground? The water itself doesn't lie.
Yeah, exactly. So you'd have a problem, definitely. That's why this mud flood not thing, I don't know. There might have been areas that had a flood, certain areas, but not across the whole flat Earth. I don't know. At the same time, let's say, I just
Well,
can't envisage that.
just as food for thought, there's apparently a layer throughout all of the core samples that have been taken at different places around the globe, and I think um, um, north, and south poles, the ice ones have also verified it with regards to like dust from the center of Australia. So
Yeah.
that is quite interesting to think that at some point, I mean, if these samples are all true and everything, if that's the case, then some event has put dust and particles that can be isolated back to Australia across the whole globe at a very similar time. So for something like that to happen, it is suggestive that something global or plane wide is actually possible.
But
So
would you
whether that was an impact,
but would you actually need a cataclysm for that, or could it not just be carried by the jet stream?
Right. You see, this is what I was going to say.
no, but a jet stream's not going to do it all in 1 year at the same time. So you'd almost
Well,
need, well, the theory is that there was an impact that put it up into the atmosphere and then it obviously deposited evenly over the atmosphere. Instead of a volcanic eruption, it was like a
but
meteorite impact or something like that.
see that lends itself to the Earth spinning, and I don't like that because the Earth does not spin. You see.
Okay, so if it's a plane and it's not spinning and something really big lands in the middle of a desert, won't the dust still go up into the air?
It would need to be carried by air. It would need to be carried by air. The jet
Right,
stream
and
would
there
be
are
one
winds.
really.
There are winds. There are trade winds.
Yeah.
So it
Oh
could
yeah.
be.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah. Trade winds. Yeah. Trade winds. Yeah.
Yeah, because
It's definitely a
quite often
possibility.
sandy places they experience the sandstorms quite often, don't they? So
Oh, definitely, mate. Yeah.
it's not a huge cataclysm, and that's putting it up in the air. There you go.
Yeah, well, why has it taken them so long to recently only discover the new continent of Zealandia, which New Zealand falls on? It's only because it's not because of technology. It's just because they have to be able to explain away how these continents with Pangea or whatever it is, the drift of all these continents in the Earth is expanding. That's what they have to explain away, and they've been talking about this for years, but only just found it recently. I think that there's more to the story, and this continent is just in your imagination.
Found it or imaged it?
Yeah, unless you've travelled, it is imagination. Unless you've actually travelled the length and breadth of this earth, there is a lot left to your imagination. Yeah. Regarding the layout of the continents.
Yeah, and they're trying to say that newish one in Africa is going to divide Africa into two continents in 100 million years or whatever. Sure.
Yeah, you know, really.
And California's going
Yeah.
to separate too, like it was.
Yeah, we'll be able to verify that on Fact Finder, Fact Checker.
Fact check out version 2000. Yeah.
I predict the fires are going to be absolutely
being used
horrific
in
this
the
year in
future.
Australia, people. There you go.
Yeah. Yes, it's quite interesting, isn't it? This situation where we are unable to prove the Earth is a spherical ball that we were taught at school. We are unable to detect any spin. We know that Earth can't be in a vacuum without a barrier because of entropy. So that's the second law of thermodynamics kicking in there. You know, because when we look at the Earth, when they show us the Earth in space, there's nothing, no barrier. It's a naked ball with water and landmass supposedly spinning, right?
Is the law of entropy real?
How can that be in a vacuum?
Is the law of entropy real?
I mean, yeah, when you hear there's something going on there, yeah. So yeah, I would say that is definitely wrong. That's provable, isn't it?
So the law of
That's
entropy is real. The law of gravitation is made up.
Absolutely, the law of gravitation is made up because
How do you
there
tell
is
the
no law
difference?
to that. Yeah. Because you can prove the entropy, can't you?
Can you?
Sucking of course you can prove that in a vacuum. You can
prove
prove
that everything falls apart.
that's provable. You can, look. You can prove for sure that a vacuum exists, and you can see what happens to things in a vacuum.
You can prove gravitation by dropping things and measuring the acceleration.
No, you can ascribe that word to it. You can't prove that's what it is.
Well, you can describe entropy to things, to gas moving, but you don't know that's what it is.
What happens
I didn't ascribe
things
shit. I'm just telling you.
I'm just telling you, you're picky between which
Do you
laws you
remember
accept.
the astronaut that
You have to be picky.
You can't explain a good reason for picking one over the other.
Prove entropy. Yeah, when
What,
you
flat
finish,
or
I will
round?
carry on. We can definitely, when you're finished, I will carry on. You finished? Because I'm trying to carry on here. Right. Now, when it comes to entropy, we can prove that through experiments. We can actually prove it. Right. And there was a man, an astronaut, who was placed in a vacuum chamber. Okay. And they switched it on. You know, he was put in there. And within seconds, he collapses because the pipe that was feeding him his ear connected to his suit came apart, and then he collapsed. He fell over backwards, and he fell completely without trying to stop. Hang on, you're interrupting. Without trying to break his fall. You know, like your normal reaction is to try and break your fall and land safely. That didn't happen. He just fell backwards.
We
bang,
also
like a tower collapsed.
got a vacuum
toppling
chamber.
over.
We dropped objects in it, and we measured the acceleration, and they're all the same.
It's not. That's not due to gravity. You see, gravity
No, we've
is a
called it
theory.
gravitation. That's what we've
It
called
hasn't
it.
been
The
proved.
law of gravitation.
You see, because gravity lends itself to the spinning Earth ball, where gravity is needed. Because if you have a ball that is spinning, right, the water tends to fly off. So you need to hold that mass. Not only does it tend to fly off, if it's not spinning, let's just take a ball naturally. When you pour water onto it, it just rolls off instantly because the surface isn't level. for the water to adhere to, right?
Great misunderstanding.
Then you spin it, and then it flies off. So the magical force of gravity was evoked, created.
Earth is not like a spinning ball. It's a slowly rotating
It's
geode.
clearly obvious, buoyancy and
Completely
density.
different.
So we're not picky. We're not being choosy about
Also, water doesn't
the laws.
spin off as
Nature's
part
laws
of
can never be
entropy.
violated. Nature's laws never lie. Yeah, entropy is a thing.
It's like you
can
think
prove
certain
that for
words
real,
help
no
the
doubt.
water stick to them.
You've misunderstood.
When you open a
the
box of
model again.
Slowly
Sorry.
rotating geoid. Somehow those words mean water sticks. Interesting.
No, what it
You know-
means is it won't spin off like a spinning ball because it's completely different, doing a different motion. That's what I meant.
It should just roll off anyway. It should just
Why?
roll off anyway.
Because you've seen water roll off a
Water
ball,
does
you
not
think
stick
water rolls
to
off
any
planets.
ball.
That's a big stretch of
Just-
logic.
But
Planet
It
isn't
won't-
under the forces of gravity, is it? A planet's on its own in space.
don't you think that evolution is kind of hand in hand with this globe Earth theory?
The what? The bend in the ocean.
The Earth and any ball
Evolution.
you give it.
Evolution.
Even a tennis ball. You soak a tennis ball.
Yes,
You
Jim.
soak a tennis ball.
I
There
know
will
this.
absorption is a
But-
theory. Let's not forget the whole.
Sorry, a
we
tennis
are
ball with
moving
water on
currently.
is a bad analogy
second.
for a
We're
geoid
covering.
with oceans on. It's not a good analogy. It's totally different.
Well, listen to this one. We are covering 622 miles per second as we speak. As we're speaking now, yeah. So I don't see how the water could stick to a ball there. At those speeds, that's over 1.5 million miles an hour.
It isn't a ball.
So the water's going
It's
to
a
block the
planet.
ball anyway. Couldn't stick.
A
So
ball.
gravity is a thing that's not been proven.
You've conflated
It's
a
a
children's
ball.
toy
It's a
with
fucking
a
ball,
geoid
man.
planet in space. You've conflated
It's
the
a
two.
fucking ball, man.
It's not a ball.
It's a fucking
I'm
ball.
going to
It's an
start calling
overhead
your
spheroid ball
Earth a
that is
puddle of
spinning.
piss.
That when you pour
And making
water
that
over an
analogy.
overhead spheroid
Your
ball,
Earth is a puddle of wee. That's
ru-
my analogy.
Yeah,
Is that a good
and
analogy?
it's still
a
more
rugby ball,
plausible than your
a
ball
ball,
of
the
crap.
water rolls
wee.
off. You know that. You know that.
Puddle of dog's
I'll take a
wee.
puddle of piss over a ball of crap any day,
Fucking
Dawn.
ball, man. It's
No,
a
it's a
ball,
flying.
and you know that, and you need to
Your
accept it.
Earth
You need
is a
to
puddle
accept
of
that the
pee.
heliocentric model is absolute lunacy. You know this
No,
for
no,
sure,
it's
because
actually it's
we're
actually
moving.
a,
Like I said, we are moving at
call it
622 miles per second every second, which is over 1.5
Through,
million miles
through
an hour,
nothing
and we're not noticing
constantly.
it. Yeah, so it's
Through
ridiculous.
nothing
It's just
constantly.
ridiculous.
Don't forget
Okay,
that bit. Don't forget that bit.
it's actually a hot
we are
spinning.
moving
It's
at
actually
non-stop. It's a non-stop thing.
what did they say?
Supposedly,
Constantly through
supposedly,
nothing.
folks.
Constantly through
It's
nothing.
actually
It's
Supposedly,
not
folks.
constant, Dawn. There's too much
It's,
angular in movement. It's not constant.
It is as good as constant in the model.
yeah, it's a
As
hot
good as,
wet
oh,
It's a shitty
as
model that
good as
doesn't work.
constant is not constant.
It is constant.
Yeah.
That's why you don't
No,
feel
no,
it.
you're a
There you
true
go.
baller, Dawn.
Another
Through and
convoluted,
through, mate.
goggly boop, hodgepodge explanation. You see,
when
Tell
you
me
call it
more
a
about
puddle
your
of piss,
dog pee
Occam's
puddle
razor
Earth.
is this.
it's
If
called a
it's the
spinning
one that is
testicle.
simple to explain
Dog
is
puddle
the
of pee.
truth.
Hey,
Earth.
Don,
The
you can't
complicated one is the one
conflate.
that's not true.
You
Spinning
can't, Don, you
testicle.
can't conflate the law of entropy with a law of gravity because gravity is not a law.
Law of
Not even a, it's
gravitation.
not.
Yeah,
There's
Google
no
it.
correct.
law of gravitation.
Google
There
the
is no
law
law
of
of gravity.
gravitation.
Yeah,
No,
it's
they
an
call it
unproven
theory.
theory.
They call it
Newton's
a
It's an
theory.
unproven
universal
theory.
law of gravitation. You can Google it.
No,
Just a convention.
Yes, you can.
It's
Because
still
I
a
did it
bullshit.
the
myself.
It's
constant
an unproven law.
the average
Google it.
acceleration of
Google it
things
so that you're
finding their
not wrong.
equilibrium does not necessarily. They can't even call it a. They can't even
Google it.
call it a force.
Yeah,
They've called it
yeah.
a universal law.
You
can't
need
change
to
that.
watch the documentary called Scientism,
But you
where
can't.
they
you can't
admit that yeah. Just
they
watch
don't.
Scientism.
They can't isolate it, Don. You can prove entropy because that's just a law because the gas would fill the space. You know, it's high
No,
pressure to
that's not
low
what
pressure.
entropy is. That's
It's
not
high,
what
well,
entropy
no,
is.
you're also confusing that entropy only means the breakdown of the system.
That's you confusing.
You're calling it the breakdown of a system, and and the reason that entropy is also misunderstood is because it's that plus look up the second law of thermodynamics. That's what entropy is. It's high pressure to low pressure,
Look up
which
the
causes
universal
this.
law of gravitation.
I know what there's a constant. I know that there's an average.
You didn't even know it was a law.
An
You just tried to
average.
tell
It's
me
not
it
a
wasn't.
law.
Then
Not a
look it
law.
up. Look it up and be wrong.
Just
Not a
because
law,
there's an
mate.
entry called the
up
law
and
of
be wrong.
gravitation
That's a
doesn't mean
falsehood
it's
in
a law
itself.
in the same respect that entropy is.
I'm going to look it up for you now and show you it's called a
Yeah, you look it
universal
up.
law.
You look it up.
That's
But it's
there
not
may
a
be a
law.
heading that says that.
I can
Yeah,
Google.
it's not a law.
I
It's
can
not a law. It's
Google
not
all
being proven.
sorts of shit right now that you know is bullshit, and it would say it was true. So you can't Google crap.
Exactly. That's just
Safe
not
and
a law.
effective would be one of
It's
them.
an unproven
Safe
law.
and
Sorry.
effective.
If you can't Google
Yeah,
crap,
it's
then
not a
sorry, I
law,
don't
it
believe
sounds.
anything any of you say about entropy.
You don't have to be. You don't have
Sorry.
to. You don't have to believe.
All Googling is off the cards now, so I don't
You want to
believe
be to
you.
cognitive dissonance? Fine.
Same
You want
way
to live
I'm
in your
wrong
cognitive
about the law
dissonance?
of
Well, that's
universal
okay.
gravitation.
You want
You're
to live
wrong
in
about the
denial?
law of
That's okay.
thermodynamics.
Nature will continue, and entropy is a law.
You're allowed to be wrong,
It's
So
a
is
though.
natural
That's
phenomenon,
fine.
and that's
So is
correct.
You're allowed
gravitation.
to remain
No,
wrong. That's fine.
gravity is an unproven theory.
Gravitation.
It's an unproven theory.
It's a law.
Anything to do
And
with
it's
gravity
universal.
is an unproven theory.
It's a
So if you
universal
associate
law. That's what they
gravitation,
call
it's
it,
a
I'm afraid.
falsehood. Sorry, it's a falsehood.
Well,
So with the Earth
There
spinning
is no
around,
gravity.
So
There
is your
is no
Earth.
thermodynamics.
gravity. So there
That's a
can be
hang
no
on.
gravitational.
Hang on. With the Earth spinning around the solar
There is no
system.
gravitational pull.
Hang on.
Sorry.
With the Earth,
Yeah, yeah.
spinning around the solar system, isn't torque taken into consideration when looking at gravity?
Should be.
Because there'd be a lot of torque involved with all these different movements, right?
Yeah, you're absolutely right. Yeah,
it's
yeah.
one
Talk.
big
It's called.
spiral,
There's a different
constant
explanation
speed.
for that, but that's what I called it. I called it talk. And Quantum Eraser corrected me there, but he knew what I meant. But yeah, but I know what you're saying.
Oh,
Correct.
torque.
There would be. Yeah, of course there would be.
You said pork.
No, torque, power.
Yeah. I was trying to reply pork.
Yeah, Porky Pies from the heliocentric
It's
model.
like
That's
Porky
Pies
the way that
live.
the solar system works is like a big wristwatch or a car engine where everything's geared down and there's no influence of the gear where gravity has outs and lows. Unmeasurable.
Something's not right anyway with the heliocentric model. It just doesn't fit the reality that we live. It's a falsehood. And anything to do with gravity and gravitation is all bunkum because gravity is an unproven theory. It's a theory that's not been proven.
Well,
they called it a beautiful theory. They called Einstein's theory of relativity, which is not proven, a beautiful theory. I heard that yesterday for myself. There was a guy, his name is Wolfgang Smith, right? And he was interviewed by the guy who made the film called The Principle. And they were talking about this Einstein's theory was a beautiful theory. It's not been proven, okay? It's not been proven, so it can't be called a law of any kind. But they call it a beautiful theory. Fucking mad people. Just madness.
That's what I'm going to call your second law of thermodynamics. A beautiful theory. Just
it's
that.
not a theory because it's actually provable. It's actually provable, observable, repeatable. It's repeatable.
You're going to call my gravity
Let me give
fake.
you
I'm
the
going to
sound
call it
effects.
entropy
Let me
fake.
give you some sound effects.
And Darwin was just a.
There you go.
He was an amateur.
That's just my voice.
Hey, Don, have you ever opened a can and heard it go? When you open a can, of soda,
that's
right?
Not
It goes.
proving thermodynamics.
That's high pressure to low pressure, bro. That's all it is.
You're
High pressure to low pressure.
You're conflating
you
your
think
understanding
high
of
pressure?
can
Are
with
you
Earth
saying that
having
you
a
don't
sky
believe that
container.
high pressure to
Sorry.
low pressure is a thing? Is that what
It's
you're
a
saying?
massive stretch in faith. Sorry.
Are you gonna troll all night long? Are you gonna troll all night with this?
How do you demonstrate
Just be the
this law of
contrarian. Just be the
gravitation?
contrarian. You get a bunch of attention, right?
Oh, be the flat earther to get a lot of attention. Yeah, I understand.
No, we're not doing that. We're speaking the truth.
Don't take it seriously.
We're unable
Jen,
to prove
don't
the
fall
speed.
into his trap.
No measurable curvature.
He's just baiting them.
Thermodynamics is totally
He's
real.
just saying
I started it
ridiculous
off anyway.
things to
I
get us
started it off
all.
anyway by speaking the truth.
This is
I
the
started it off by speaking the truth. I laid down the truth. There's no measurable curvature.
This
on
is the
this ball.
trigger-free Dawn.
Yeah, he just
We're gonna
came
be-
in.
you
He
have to
came
be
in
trigger-free.
He came in hot.
I came in hot because you were all having fun, slagging off something you don't understand.
We were
So
telling the
I
truth.
came
We were telling the
balance.
truth.
Okay, change the
You're such a
subject.
good troll, dude. You're such a
I
good
don't
troll, I
mind
have to say,
I
dude.
don't mind to
Yeah,
change the subject.
we were telling the
anymore.
truth, mate.
You're
We weren't
slagging off
lying.
my
We weren't
religion
lying.
and you don't
So
understand it. So
I don't mind.
You're slagging
We were
off my
telling the truth,
religion.
though. We were telling the truth, though. Yeah.
No,
Because
I don't
anyone
really
listening
want
to this
to
live
You know
stream,
what? You just have
anyone
to
listening to
appreciate
the
how
live
funny
stream will
Don
ask
is.
themselves,
He's not being
can you
serious.
prove
You
it,
can't take
folks?
anything
Did
he
you
says.
realize that
No,
Earth is in a vacuum? Yeah, in a vacuum of
Don's.
space without a
Hey, Jen,
barrier.
can you hear me, Jen? Jen, can you hear me?
Yeah,
I
I
think
can hear you
Don's
now.
whole
Yeah,
gig,
sorry, go ahead.
Don's whole gig, he'd make the greatest stand-up comedian because he's like Stephen Wright almost. He says everything completely as if you should take him seriously, but he's totally not serious with anything he says at all.
I feel like that about you as well.
That's fine. Perfect. That's a perfect response, Don. Everything is totally back at you, saying like I'm rubber, you're glue.
Yeah, that's
I
right.
slightly changed the subject
I'm-
just
I'm-
a little bit. So has anyone seen the news lately regarding Taiwan and China and like the Taiwanese head president woman? She's like doing a video with the American Army in the background doing troops training. And the way I think it's going to go down is Taiwan's going to be taken back by China, and
Yeah, of course it is.
and China's going to say no planes allowed to fly, no airplanes, no submarines, no ships, because they want president of Taiwan to leave to escape to China, America.
Yeah.
So
Let's not forget, that this China thing is a game for the powers that shouldn't be, and it's just a distraction for us. So the less we pay attention to that, the better off we're going to be. Because at the end of the day, that's their game. It's all part of their plan. They planned this. Okay.
Yeah. So that's
So,
is it? Is that
don't
going
buy
to be the
into it at all.
beginning?
Don't think that. Don't feel sorry for Taiwan. It's all part of the plan. Maybe the
Yeah,
citizens.
but in reality, though, is it going to be the beginning of World War III or what?
We're
that's
in
a
World War
possibility.
III. World War III is right now. It's the information war. And the
Yeah.
information about it,
Or how
about the
World
World War
War
coming
IV?
and destruction and famine and all that, that's happening for sure because of all the shit that's going on here in the third world countries. But it seems like all of the plans for war and stuff are used as information, part of the war that's being waged on us all the time, whether we believe it or not, And I think it's not to their advantage, to have that kind of thing happen with the tech. It's a technocracy. So if they don't have the people with enough money to pay for the tech and use the tech, it doesn't do them any good. So they have to keep a certain amount of people with, paying their cell phone bill to keep the technocracy continuing.
Yeah, keep everyone invested in the technocracy.
Yeah.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah, they can't. That's actually funny because that's what saves us. If they didn't have that investment, they may not care much about us. They could just do away with us.
Yeah. In a way.
The illusion is the only thing keeping us alive.
I want to move away from technology myself anyway. Gradually, I'm going to be moving away from it anyway, because I think I know enough to survive on this earth without all this technology anyway.
Sure. Yeah, it's good to have those survival skills, but we're hooked in. I mean, we couldn't talk to each other without it. So it's funny.
I totally appreciate
double-edged sword.
That would be the downfall of it all. Just that not able to communicate. Come on now and again, sort of thing. But I'm not going to be chasing it. That's the thing, because that's what they want us to. They want us to chase it. They keep changing, up version this, up version that. I'm going to stop that. That's going to stop. So
Seems like that they must have done this before because they have like the next version of the iPhone already made 3 years beforehand. And you imagine they're just think about if they did. I mean, the tech that we see with this ancient, these findings of ancient tech and the laser cutting tools they must have used to make some of these buildings. I mean, think about it. They've probably been here before. I mean, right now, if they wanted to do a reset, kill off a bunch of people and keep the tech that's available right now, and then just put people back to the Iron Age or whatever, and then just rule, and then keep it all hidden from them, right? Just like they've probably done already, and then just let them kind of develop, and then feed them little bits of tech at the time,
little bit by little bit, as long as they can keep prospering, and and
Well, that's
keep
how they've designed it. That's how they've
yeah.
designed it. They designed it just like that. That's what we're.
That
That's what we're
seems to
living.
be what's
That's what
happened.
we've
Yeah.
been living through, actually. To be quite honest.
It would make sense if a small amount of people got enough power and control at some point, they may make that decision to do that and to just create a catastrophe or use a catastrophe to their advantage, like we're doing right now.
Yeah, and who's to say it hasn't happened before? Because, like you said,
Oh,
when you look back-
there had to be ancient tech.
Yeah.
I mean, that's just. I mean, I think anyone, even a baller that looks back and wants to believe the mainstream story, they have to see that there's something going on. That even a lot of the ballers will admit that there's definitely some tech.
I'll give you ancient tech, but I don't know about lasers or electricity.
I'm not saying I would know laser specifically, but some of these cuttings, I mean, there's the perfection, and this
precision,
the precision and the symmetry. I mean, to draw an eye on a statue once perfectly is one thing, but to make the eye match exactly on the other side,
on the other side,
does. Yeah, I mean, really, that I don't know if anyone could do that. So perfectly over and over again.
What about the buildings without cement? Building blocks. Laser beam, fucking precision, and no cement, and yet they're solid. You can't get a credit card in the gap.
Yeah, unless a lot of these, maybe the pyramids were poured. They say that maybe some of the it was kind of like a cement
the
type thing.
monuments, Mount Picchu Picchu, for example. That's another one. There's just so many.
I think they were using
anomalies.
frequencies. I think they were using frequencies for a lot of the harder stone. I mean, it looks 3D printed. I mean, I don't know what kind of 3D printer they had, but some of these things that are repeated, like the repeated statues with the exact same proportions. I don't know how that could be done without some kind of mold or some kind of, perfect.
You like
cutting
those
tool.
Buddhist?
Oh, you're roboting.
Like those Buddhist statues in Asia, where both sides of the face are so symmetrical.
Oh yeah, it's ridiculous.
And
no copper
was
tool.
Here,
Yeah, no brute force copper
the
tool made those things.
on the line. Sorry.
Couldn't be. No brute force copper tools would be able to make that. I mean, the finest precision of any artist wouldn't be able to produce that.
Exactly. It does require some serious precision, doesn't it?
Yeah, and that the idea that the cathedrals were made, like in Lost History of Flat Earth. Have you watched those yet, Jen? By the way.
Yeah, I have. Yeah, of course I have.
Yeah,
I have.
There's a new one I just posted. By the way, there's a new one just came out by UR.
Okay.
I posted. Want me to post it again?
Yeah, post it again. Yeah.
Was that
Post it again in the
the
live
pit
stream.
shoot one?
Yeah, I posted.
Cool. I'm gonna have a look at that soon.
Definitely, yeah. He's really good at narrating and writing the script for it and just laying it all out there. The editing's great. Who knows? But it's just, it had to be some time where they got enough power and they decided, okay, before the population gets to the point where we can't control it, we have to do some kind of, trimming, like, they look at it like a crop, I imagine. They have to. They have to
move us. They have to move us back. They have to
actually
move
agree
us
on
back.
this.
We've got to go back.
I agree on this. That's why I study the occult. I think the elites kept power from their ancestors and the bloodlines and the setups that were already there. But I think during the modern age, even as our population grows, they have done more and more and more tricks to keep us back.
Absolutely, yeah. And the biggest one actually, Don, seems to be the spinning ball idea, because you were asking why last night, I think, or why would they lie about this, and we don't have any reasons, or I mean, I can list a ton of reasons if there. I think you were asking that at one point.
Look at where we are today.
I can list a ton of reasons. I mean, I think the reaction you got was that it's speculation to even try to figure out why they lied.
It
right?
wasn't
But
me. I know there's good reasons to lie about big things.
Oh yeah,
I know that.
Like if there was more land or more resources. I mean, these things make sense, right? I mean,
control of the masses.
Yeah, you control their intelligence. You control their intelligence.
It's not the earth shape for me. It's Christianity and politics. They're the two biggest mind
What?
schisms that hold us back from the
Christianity, Islam, Judaism, Hinduism. It's all there. You can't say one without the other, really. They're all there.
Yeah, you should
Christianity is
check.
the modern
Don,
one, which
hey
affected
Don,
me.
have you watched any of the Lost History of Flat Earth or any of EWAR stuff at all?
I tried. I watched the first 20 minutes. I do agree it's good editing and good narration. It's just within the first 20 minutes, he said so many things that I don't believe in myself that I didn't want to watch the rest.
Well, no, I agree. I think there's some speculation that everyone would take issue with in his videos, but he does such a good job at just take it all in. I recommend you do that with. He's got 3 now. He's got the one that just came out. I'll repost it here, and it's more about dealing with religion because you were just talking about Christianity being some of the control. He talks about how the Bible is, missing all these books and it's been used to control us for a long time. And it doesn't mean that there's no truth in it. And he kind of takes that same, objective look at it all.
As far as to say that the globe has been lied about a lot, but there is some truth in it. The same as
That's the whole thing. Look at it, dude. I've been saying this. If you look at the way that it probably is with the vortex energy that surrounds us, right? The constantly enveloping vortex field, whatever that is, the ether that just keeps. It seems it's toroidal. Yeah, it's a toroidal field, and it looks like it looks like an oblate spheroid, right? So they're telling us the truth about the oblate spheroid. It's just that the Earth isn't on the outside. It seems to be like there's a dielectric plane with a toroidal field surrounding us. Yeah, and that explains all those things, like the drifting of the Cavendish experiment.
You're open to listening to some of the globe theories.
Well, no, I used to love it. I used to devour it, dude. I was a huge Stephen Hawking fan. I used to devour his books, and I got the hardback copies of Universe in a Nutshell and Brief History of Time. I mean, it was like the people that are here on the flat Earth side at this point, because it's still early, are the people that were into science or into the space idea at some point, and then they wanted to check to make sure it was right. It's not because they didn't understand it or just decided that it'd be fun to be a flat Earther. So it's one of those things. If the things don't add up, and it has to add up perfectly for the book to be true. That's the thing. All of it has to be so perfect, including the fact that we'd be, going through the space and zipping in all these different directions without any kind of interference. You have to admit that it is zipping because
it's not zipping.
The speeds. Just because there's a relativity that you can think about it as, the actuality of millions of miles per hour is millions of miles per hour. It's not just because it's relative to other things that makes it slow, like you're thinking about with the spin.
No, I'm not saying it's slow. I'm saying it's relatively slow, and it's a big spiral, so it's not zipping this way and that way.
That's what I'm saying. You could say it's relatively slow. You could think about it that way. You have to. Otherwise, you'd be like fucking nuts to believe it, right?
And you want to say it's relatively fast, then?
No, I'm saying it is fast. 1,000 miles per hour is 1,000 miles per hour. No, I'm not saying that relativity doesn't affect the way it would work if the globe is perfectly working the way they say. I'm not saying that it would seem
fast, you're forgetting scale. It's like you're ignoring scale.
Yeah. No, I'm not ignoring scale. I'm saying that's the only way you can think about it so that you don't go crazy, right?
That's the way to think about it. Scale.
That's the only way to think about it. It has to be perfect. There can't be any hitches in the whole thing.
Small,
you have to have such a smooth.
I'd agree with you that it's out really fast, but that isn't the model.
It's amazing. If it's true, it's beyond ridiculous, crazy amazing.
Isn't it convenient? Hang on, isn't it convenient that they say the Earth is the outermost rim of the galaxy? Isn't it convenient because of the trajectory that we're supposed to find in? Isn't it convenient right the outside? It's because all of those multiple directions that asteroids and comets fly in, it's not possible for them ever to catch up to us.
And think about the mile. Okay, in one day. Right, if we're going around a sun, if we're following a sundown, and the sun goes 500,000 miles per hour, right? That means that in one day we've traveled from our original space and time coordinates 12 million miles every day from where we originally started, right? So that's 12 million miles, right? So then you times that. I understand relativity, but you have to really stretch the imagination when you talk about 12 million miles a day. And then you're talking about 360 times 12 million. And then the stars don't change their positions whatsoever.
Yeah,
They're parallel.
your toroid vortex new perspective. I have to really stretch my imagination to understand that.
I understand that it, especially because it hasn't been taught as a fact. You know, it makes it even harder to accept. I understand that. Yeah, but it would explain some of these things that would otherwise require us to be zipping in multiple directions and have only the vector math to make
Well, we're not
feel
zipping
okay about.
in multiple directions. We're falling.
Yes,
in a
we are.
spiral.
If we would be, we're not. You're right. We're not moving at all. But we would be
falling
zipping
in
in
a
multiple
spiral in the
directions.
model. It's not
That's
zipping in
no, but
loads of directions.
no. It's only the math
One
that makes it
direction.
seem that. No, it's only the math that makes it appear that it could be that way. It's actually separate
Are you
directions.
saying you understand the orbital mechanics of the math of Earth moving through the galaxy better than me? Is that what you're trying to say?
I'm not trying to say I'm better than you at all, Don.
You're
I'm
trying
just
to say
saying
I
that the vector
misunderstand
math.
it, and it's
I'm not saying you
actually
misunderstand it.
impossible.
I'm saying that the math, the vector math, taking all the vectors and combining them into one vector, right, so that it makes it seem like one smooth spiral, is how they've got you saying, oh, it makes sense. But that's just the math on paper. That's not the actuality of what's
your
actually
toroid
happening.
vortex
If it would happen, if it was
is
happening, it's
impossible.
totally different.
Your
I'm
toroid
not saying the
vortex
vortex.
of ether is impossible, and you've just come up with a way in your mind.
I'm not saying it's.
Make
I'm not
seem
saying it is
feasible.
possible or impossible. I'm not making any claims. I'm saying that would explain it. I mean, knowing that we're not moving, we have to figure it out now, right? We're not moving, Don. We're not moving.
I think
Just
we're
like it
moving.
seems.
I think
Oh,
we're
well,
moving just
okay,
like it
that's.
seems.
I understand.
Yeah, like
that doesn't seem like we're moving. You can't say
Yes.
we're moving. That's the problem.
Seems like we're rotating through the sky.
You're roboting really bad, Carlos. We didn't get any of that.
I said orbital mechanics is just reverse engineering the model.
Exactly. It has to be because there's a difference between constant acceleration and constant velocity. Do you know what the difference is, Don?
I don't understand it fully, but I know that in the model it makes sense that it's not zipping
Well,
around
it
in
has
multiple
to.
directions.
It has to make sense, right?
Falling in a
It
spiral.
has to make sense, but it has to also make sense that to believe that you
like
should know the
flat
difference
Earth.
between
It has to
constant.
make sense.
You
doesn't
should
it,
know
or
the
else it's
difference,
crazy.
Don, between constant acceleration and constant velocity, right? You know that? Do you know there's a difference?
All I know is the Earth is not zipping about in
I know
multiple
you're
directions.
convinced. I know. Well, no, it would be. It's not moving. You're right. It's not moving at all. But it would be in multiple directions.
It's
at
not zipping
different
about
speeds.
in multiple directions at different
Do you
speeds.
know the speeds that they say we're going and the different vectors?
Yeah.
Do you know what they are? Yeah, I do.
But you are
Do you?
trying to say that you understand it better than me.
I'm not. I just asked if you knew something,
It's
and you asked if I knew
whirling.
something.
It's corkscrewing around in multiple directions.
That's the same as a
Isn't it,
spiral.
Dawn?
That's the same as a spiral.
Oh, but not the same as zipping.
No.
Even
I think zipping through space always triggers a ball.
Zipping
They're like,
about
wait,
in
zipping? I'm not
multiple
zipping.
directions. That's what you're opposed to. That's not what planet does.
Come on,
Yeah,
guys.
but
The spiral is
such a
so
good-
much slower.
It's such a great adjective because you're like, wait a minute, if I was zipping, I would
It's
know.
so wrong. That's why I'm triggered by it. It's so wrong.
No.
Listen. Even if
It's
you
just what they're telling us.
even if you scaled the entire universe down, you scale it right down to like slow motion, you would still be able to see all of these different vectors and motions. You would still be able to detect them. It doesn't really matter.
No,
you would
you
still detect them.
misunderstand vectors.
Even if it was on a snail pace, you could still detect the
You don't
motion.
understand vectors, Carlos. I'm sorry.
I'm sorry, your vectors are all in your imagination.
It's the model.
The model,
yes,
the
it's
model
a
is
supermodel.
perfect. I have to believe it. I don't have to understand it.
It's a
I believe the
supermodel.
model, and you are misunderstanding it. That's what's happening.
Well, do you know the difference between constant acceleration and constant velocity, Don?
No.
Then you don't understand it.
You can.
I believe it.
Well, you can believe it, but that doesn't mean you understand it. That's the whole point. I
Like
just said that.
like you and flat Earth.
What are you talking about?
You believe it, but you don't understand it.
I don't believe flat Earth. I'm
Yes,
not a
you
flat
do.
earther. I'm a recovering heliocentrist.
So you believe it's a globe like me?
No, I'm a recovering heliocentrist. I'm just recovering from the faith that I used to have. I
So
don't know
what
anything
now?
more than
You're
that.
agnostic. You